The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here. This is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict. I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass bandits trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about Shouty going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Without a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Like the 7 millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the
Greetings.
Yes.
Hey,
Peace.
how you doing?
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to get peace. Greetings from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Part of the City. I am your host, Che and Kuma. We should be joined here shortly with our other host, Lady Che. And we are also joined with our guest, Brother Shabazz, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankoria. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Also, I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And join us tomorrow for a dynamic episode with our special guest. I'm not going to say her name, but it will be definitely dynamic. And I will put the information in the chat so y'all know it's going to be an hour earlier than what we normally do. Shabbat is. And on this season 4, episode 29, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing the topics we didn't get to in part. Sorry, y'all. Discussing topics we can get to in part 2, and that is the usual suspects lose their minds when Daniel Penny is denied a motion. Tariq Nasheed interviews man who wrote a book about Diddy or the Dilla. And Osambo, yes, about this. Osambo scolds black men for Kamala. Backfires huge, great news.
Yeah, that's beautiful news because I got something to say about that. Yes, sir. Please carry on.
Okay, Shabaka. FBAs respond to former President Barack Obama for disrespecting black men like Democrats own us. Kamala's fake black agenda. And ENC black women say black men need to step in, need to get in step with Kamala. Race soldier who killed Kylin Lewis will not be charged. And last but certainly not least, our Unhoused neighbor news and our legal migrant news.
Yes, sir.
Keep it condensed because it's going to be a short week for us. I got forums and debates and all of that stuff this week and next week and the week after next. So.
Oh yeah, because you're getting close to the election time. Okay, all righty.
So
also, too,
I'm definitely
okay. And then I'm considering traveling to Los Angeles for a Taste of Soul next weekend. You know, that isn't totally confirmed yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Over there in the Crenshaw district. Okay. And you said our first subject we're starting with is Kamala Harris. I mean, not Kamala Harris. Sambo.
No, the first subject is the unused. So the J6 basically is the first topic.
Okay.
No, not J6. Not J6. I apologize, y'all. Daniel Penny, who was the Marine that killed Jordan Neely, the Michael Jackson last year in New York City on the New York subway.
Yes.
That's the first topic. Then we're gonna get to Kamala and Obama and Osambo and all that.
Okay, if I may start off with that murder of that man, okay, who only weighed like about 120 pounds, 120 to 130 pounds. And this Marine Corps had placed him in a chokehold, okay, and he killed him. And so the man was on there doing his usual thing, panhandling on the New York subway. Okay.
I forgot to shout out who we got in the chat. We got Mac 285. Where you been, Mac 285? You've been MIA like Sarge.
Hey, Mac 285, how you doing? Yeah, greetings to you. Okay, the Mac 285, the brothers always with us. Okay, the dump as human.
Did you get hit by the hurricane, Mac 285? Because we ain't seen you in like a week or so.
Hey, Twin Pyramid. Hey, Mac 285. Hey, Twin. Okay.
We got our former NOI brother, Brother Shabazz in the building.
Okay. All right. Yeah, appreciate Brother Shabazz for coming in. And also, too, folks, the phone number for the blog talk tomorrow night at 5 p.m. in the Pacific time. We're going to come on an hour earlier than our usual time. We got a major scholar, who is coming on the platform, and we're going to be discussing black health issues. Okay, and I made this right hashtag. I think I
Muted. You got like real muffled. I don't know what you just did, but it's hard to hear you now.
It's hard to hear me. Okay.
You like went in and out.
Okay, what about now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, all right. So therefore, man, I had made the corrections, in the show description for tomorrow night. As
I put in the proper hashtag, so it should be good to go now.
all righty. Okay, good. Okay, so we're gonna be discussing Black health issues. We got a leading scholar who's gonna be coming on. Also, too, it is gonna be rated G for her. Okay. Okay, yeah, vote for Jesse. That's right. Okay, and then
That's right.
certain individuals, who normally call in. Okay, they can call in. They can comment in the chat room. Yeah, got it on the ballot. All right. Frame that, man. That's history. Believe it or not, that's history. Okay,
This is.
and yes, sir. Yeah, that's history, man. Save that. And then on top of it too, so the first person who comes up in there, MF, GD, something like that, man, we ain't saying nothing, man. They getting booted. Okay, they getting they're getting straight booted. And also too, try to call in Twin and Mac 285 if you guys can, man. You know what I'm saying? Okay, it's because whoever comes up there with one cuss word, man, they're being shown the door. And this is the only warning that I'm giving, is because we are growing on this. We're trying to get it more and more professional as possible. You see what I mean? Because what are we in now on Shabaka's Black Experience? And that's our 8th season, Brother Che. No, in the number 9. Yeah, in the number 9. Okay, so, we've had our ups and downs with it. You know what I'm saying? Also, too, after that episode there, right on Mac 285, we are going to be doing the podcast celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Rumble in the Jungle. Okay. And for those of you who were not around in 1974, just Google the Rumble in the Jungle. And of course, that day is when Muhammad Ali had recaptured the heavyweight crown in Zaire, which reverted back to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Also, too, we're going to be trying to get top-notch guests on our shows, because I'm not going to mention any other platforms by names, but these guys have been around for years and they've been making money off of it. So we need the same thing to keep it on going. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's definitely about support Black business. And then if I do make it to LA, Brother Che, I will let you know, because it's still up in the air. You know what I mean? And so this clown right here that murdered that man on the New York subway, he should be getting the death penalty, murder in the first degree, depending on how the crook.
Remember that damn punk ass DA, Alvin Bragg, refused to even charge him with anything.
Yes, sir. And Alvin Bragg should be charged with a crime for failure to giving that man, the murder victim, equal protection under the law.
Right.
Okay, and I don't know if that's federal or not. Okay, so this punk that you see right here, okay, he's a coward. Okay, that man didn't weigh no more than 125 pounds, and just looking at this dude, I could tell he's tipping the scale every bit, man, of 180 plus, and he's about 6'1", 6'2", talking about that like old Kyle shit in the house. Oh, I'm going to protect property. No, you ain't going to protect property, punk. You're going to kill Black people. Okay. And then also too, Sambo has no business whatsoever, Brother Che, is because
we'll get to that topic after this, but we got to get to this, and we got to introduce Lady Che, our other host. Greetings, lady. You're muted. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so on this case right here, with this dude, he should be getting a death penalty, man. Throw him down, gas his ass, put a syringe in him, put him up before a firing squad, man. Just kick him off the fucking planet. Excuse my language.
Right, I agree. So Torian is going to get Torian Ran Reloaded. Shout out to Torian Ran Reloaded. Be one salute to him. He always shouts us out, at least me, in the Frontline campaign. So we shout him out as
Well,
well.
if he shouts you out, he's shouting us all out.
Exactly. So he's gonna give us an update on this. He says
Okay.
the usual suspects lose their minds when Daniel Penny is denied a motion.
Okay.
So Shabaka's already alluded to the killer of Jordan Neely, the brother, the homeless brother, unhoused neighbor brother who was killed unjustly on a New York City subway because he was hungry, basically, and he was basically, having a delusional type of moment because he was hungry and he just wanted something to eat, and he was yelling. He didn't attack nobody. He wasn't in nobody's face or nothing. He was just trying to get something to eat after dancing all day, basically, because he was a Michael Jackson impersonator. And this bastard, this suspected white supremacist on your screen, took the bond himself to put him in a chokehold. And some tethers took it upon themselves to help him, hold him down, while he choked him to death, as you can see right here.
Man, ooh, boy.
So not only does he need to be charged with murder, but the tethers that were assisting him in this murder need to be charged as well.
Right.
Yeah, that makes them accomplices.
Right.
The title reads, Daniel Penny's words to cops moments after deadly NYC subway chokehold revealed in a dramatic video. So, you know how they say your words can and will be used against you in a court of law? I don't know if Daniel Penny did not get the memo, but yeah, his words will definitely now be used against him. And what they were trying to do was trying to get some of this stuff, I guess you could say, thrown out or not be admissible. Yeah. But
Mac 25
for him, they said, nah, we using all of it or as much as we possibly can. It says, I just put him out. This is a quote coming from Daniel Penny. That's what Marine veteran Daniel Penny told cops on a Manhattan subway platform moments after he put homeless man Jordan Neely in a fatal chokehold. Video in court Thursday reveals. Penny's statement made to officers on the Broadway Lafayette platform last May is among several pieces of evidence that his lawyers are fighting to keep out of his manslaughter trial slated for later this month. Now, you got to ask yourself one question. Why are his attorneys trying their hardest to keep the hardest piece of evidence out of this trial? If you do that, why even go to trial? Why would there even be a trial in the first place if you're going to try to keep that part out? That's the part right there that definitely needs to be added in, or that needs to be one of the first pieces of evidence added in.
If you have background noise, please mute your mic because it's causing feedback.
You got any? Hold on.
Okay, thank you.
Because we all saw it. Unfortunately, we saw the images, we saw the video, we saw Jordan Neely's last moments.
But it's Shaz, do you have anything playing in the background?
No, not at all.
Okay.
The hands of this thug, Daniel Penny. Let's just call him what it is. They like to use that terminology on us. Hell, they called Jordan Neely that.
They might be on Torians then.
Penny's statement made to officers, I already read that part, wearing a gray suit and purple tie. Penny calmly watched on as prosecutors played video from an arriving cop's body cam, plus footage of his interrogation later that night, where he insisted that he did not mean to hurt Neely and was merely protecting his fellow strap during the train car altercation. Well, the thing is, Daniel Penny, you did more than hurt Jordan Neely. You killed him. He did more than just hurt them. You strangled him to death. Now, keep in mind, the last time we heard a big case where someone was strangled to death was at the hands of Daniel Pantaleo and what he did to Eric Garner many years ago. And that was a cop that did that to a citizen, and that was deemed an illegal chokehold. So the thing is, if that was illegal for that, why wouldn't it be illegal for Daniel Penny? And thing is, Daniel Penny was in the military. So he knows these maneuvers, and I'm sure they probably told him when and when not to use them.
that part. That's why I say
And let's
special
not forget all
circumstance
of
for his
that money
ass.
that Daniel Penny got in donations. That man literally became like a millionaire off of these donations. And some of those names on the list of people who donated to him were some prominent figures.
Yeah.
He says, I wasn't trying to injure him, Penny told detectives at Chinatown's 5th precinct. The interrogation video shows. I was just trying to keep him from hurting anyone else. He was threatening people. That's the line of reasoning that his defense is going to try to run with of, oh, he was threatening people. They keep running with that because they feel like if they push that enough, then that'll get him off. But I don't think the judge is believing that.
Great news. I hope that,
because people are asking, where's the proof that Jordan Neely was threatening people?
There is,
of course, you know, the usual suspects. They tried to dig into Jordan Neely's past when this first happened and saying, oh, Jordan Neely did this, he did that, he did this. Well, I got a question for the usual suspect in Daniel. Did Jordan Neely do any of the stuff that y'all claim that he did on the day that he died? No? Then how does that hold up here?
It doesn't, Torian. It doesn't hold up.
Penny added, I'm not trying to kill the guy, which you did. I'm just trying to de-escalate the situation. The 25-year-old veteran is charged with second-degree manslaughter with Manhattan District Attorney Albert Bragg's office saying that he recklessly caused Neely's death by choking him for 6 minutes. And you know what? I had forgot how long he held him in that chokehold for. He held him in that chokehold for 6 minutes. That was 3 minutes. That was like 3.5 minutes less than what Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd.
I watched the video.
Well past the point where Neely had stopped purposeful movement. Basically, that Jordan Neely was already deceased while Daniel Penny still had him in the chokehold. So that means that Jordan Neely was already dead, and basically Daniel Penny was holding a dead body in a chokehold.
Mm-hmm.
He was gone way before those 6 minutes hit. Because you got to think, when you are choking someone, you're cutting off their air passageway and their ability to breathe.
Yep.
It doesn't take that long for you to start fading out. Penny has argued that his actions were justified. His lawyers have stressed accounts from some witnesses that Neely's wild rant in the subway car included threats like someone is going to die today. Some passengers on the F train during the episode described Neely's words as insanely threatening and said they hid and prayed until Penny stepped in, while others said they did not feel at risk, court paper shows. Now, I was watching a video from Bunker TV, and shout out to him, but because he brought up a good point. He was saying, well, in the title of his video, it says, it was basically saying why Daniel Penny has to be found guilty. It's because Daniel Penny did what he believed to be a vigilante act. If Daniel Penny was to get off from this, like say Daniel Penny hypothetically was to be found not guilty of all of this, like he was able to walk away from this completely, this then gives people the ability to go out and do what he did off the guise of, I feel or I believe my life was in danger. Not that my life was in danger, but I believe my life is in danger. Do you know how many people lie when they say that?
Shit.
Just to give an excuse to hurt someone else. So y'all better hope that Daniel Penny is convicted of everything that he's charged with. Remember what I told y'all about domino effects. And keep in mind, this happened in New York.
Yeah.
Exactly, Sage. It sets a major precedent.
Got a whole song called The Perfect World. That's where I got that from.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it was like another day. Typically in New York, one witness told the grand jury. Now, I don't know how many of y'all, well, Sage, I know you because you live in New York, but I don't know how many other people here in the chat live in New York, have ever been to New York, or ever been on a subway in New York.
Family in New York.
But
I've been on
the subway in New York, now that's the real off-Broadway performances right there, not the ones downtown in Manhattan and Times Square. The real off-Broadway performances are on the train cars on the subway, where you be having people dancing.
Same thing with the Bay Area Rapid Transit and
I've been on the
Panther
subway
Town.
a couple of times in New York because I have family that's there. I know people from there, and they never bothered me. As a matter of fact, you can look at the videos right there on YouTube, and people be giving them money. People be entertained. Some people just put their headphones on, their earbuds in, and tune it out and just keep it moving because, like the person just said, it was another day typically in New York for me.
Remember that L train, the A train? What else? What else?
No, actually,
Penny's
brother,
lawyer,
Jay,
Thomas
the L
Kenneth.
trains
And by the
are
way,
in
keep in mind,
Chicago.
Jordan Neely was a Michael Jackson impersonator.
I think it was
Penny's lawyer, Thomas Kenneth, wants the body cam footage scrubbed from the trial because the candid statements came before he was told of his rights against incriminating himself. In the recording, which was played during the day-long Manhattan Supreme Court hearing, but not released publicly, Penny told police that Neely had been threatening those on that train car and then added, "I just put him out." But Daniel Penny, you said you was trying to just restrain him. Now, restraining somebody and putting them out, which could translate to putting them out of their misery,
the A train,
which you did do. That's two different things, but it's a difference between subduing someone and putting them out, like you say.
Yeah. And he wasn't on.
Like they said, this man held him in a chokehold for 6
wasn't doing anything.
minutes. Jordan Neely was probably
that proves
literally
intent.
on his way out within or under the second minute. His attorney also wants jurors
you can put somebody out in 30 seconds.
Blocked from seeing video of Penny's questioning because it stemmed from what he called an illegal arrest. The interrogation begins with Penny having a friendly chat with 5th Precinct Detective Michael Medina, also an ex-Marine, with the two men trading stories about their time in service. Penny then gives his account, going so far as to act the situation out by putting Medina in a mock chokehold to demonstrate what he did to Neely. And I bet you he probably just acted it out. As far as when I say acted out, he probably he most with Jordan Neely, clearly. He says, "I'm not an agitator trying to attack people," Penny says in the video. "I just felt that this guy was going to kill people." See, again, he felt. Not that he was, but that he felt he was going to do something. Let me hurry up and get to this because this New York Post page is trying to close up on me for whatever reason. It says the interrogation ends abruptly after Penny, appearing to realize that he may be in legal trouble, asks if he is being detained, and then asks to speak to a lawyer. Police ended up cutting Penny loose that night, but he was arrested about 2 weeks later after bystander footage of the encounter surfurfed online and drew outrage. So when the video went online, it wasn't the incident was 2 weeks old. It didn't just happen that day, or didn't just go up that day.
Yep.
Now imagine if that video footage did not end up online. We would never know about this. This wouldn't have been, well, you know what? We probably would have, because it would have made the news. But we may not have seen the video, the raw footage.
Yeah.
Neely was unarmed during the encounter and had a long history of mental health episodes and run-ins with police before his death. Judge Maxwell Wiley ordered that the body cam and interrogation footage be sealed off from the public while he decides whether it will be played at the trial, which expected to begin with jury selection on October 21st. Among the observers of Thursday's pre-hearing was Jordan Neely's uncle, Christopher, who popped into the room after the lunch break after an appearance inside a nearby courtroom in his pending pickpocketing case. The judge said he planned to rule on whether the videos will be shown at trial sometime next week. Penny faces up to 19 years in prison if convicted in the case. Keywords there are up to. So don't get excited when they say up to 19, because it could be less than that, but it just can't go past 19.
Should go
If
19. Like
he
Alvin Bragg,
if he's convicted,
he recalled, voted out. I'm not sure if they're appointed or voted in New York.
Okay, some jurisdictions, the district attorney is elected.
Right then, I don't know why that thing keeps trying to close out. Why the New York Post
because they don't
keeps trying to close
what
out.
you're saying. We go through that crap all the time. That's why it's trying to close out. These damn things,
Yeah, so even with the video footage and evidence, he can get away with that. Well, the thing is, his attorneys were trying to keep that out. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, the video has already been floating around anyway. Right. But they're trying to keep that out as a thing as evidence, quote unquote. Because the thing is, even though the jury has most likely already seen the video like the rest of us, right, if it's not admitted as evidence, they can't go off of, online I saw this, but if it wasn't entered as evidence, then they can't go off of it.
They'll try to say it's admissible.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
All right.
My question is, why did you touch the man in the first place in the subway?
Exactly.
Close out of
why did you touch him in the first place?
Because it's on white, not
you
say so.
You should have just left the man alone.
Yeah,
it's on white, not say so.
And then to prove Brother Shabazz's point even further, that white boy right there is not a sworn police officer. You see what I'm saying?
No, he's not an officer at all. He's a Marine.
Yeah, right. Well, he's a Marine Corps veteran. Okay, but what it is that this is another George Zimmerman, another Patalco, another Derek Chauvin. You see what I mean? Okay, this is a coward. Yeah, but this is a coward, okay, with these skills. You see what I mean? Because this is a purely an act of cowardness. Now, if that man had pulled a weapon out, and then, he was kind of like, a small brother, you know what I'm saying? Plus, the man was emaciated, dehydrated.
Malnourished. He hadn't eaten all day.
That's what I'm talking about, Brother Chase. So if anything,
check this out. He gonna kill that man just for being hungry. He gonna kill him just for being hungry.
Yes.
That's cold-blooded.
Yeah, and not only is it cold-blooded, my brother, it is also inhumane.
And this is the reason why we need a anti-black hate crime law.
Right.
This should be treated as a hate crime, as it should.
No, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's a hate crime. Okay.
Right.
And then keep in mind is that earlier today, there was a case that was shown out of LA County of the LA County sheriffs going up to a man trying to enter his house, and the dude came back and started quoting him some of the California Penal Code. Okay. Remember Dr. Newton? That's what he used to do in the mid-1960s, is that when our people were illegally stopped by the police department, he would come out with his law book and quote the California Penal Code, saying, hey, subsection this, you can't prevent this. So on this earlier video that I saw, where the LA County Sheriff went up there to this white man, and the white man, produced the laws and all that, the LA County Sheriff got up out of his face. But of course, had he would have been black in Los Angeles County, you would know what the outcome was. So therefore, this white person is going to tell me, well, why do you say that there, Shabaka? I says, are you familiar with Los Angeles County? I only lived there like about 40 years. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know nothing about LA County. Only 40 years. That's all I lived there. Well, now I see what you mean. Because see, the one thing about white folk that you're going to see what this dude is going to exemplify right here is all this double speak. Knowing what the hell he did, he's gonna double speak his ass off in that court. It's the same thing what his attorney is going to do. You see what I mean? But with us, we're just supposed to be compliant and what have you, Yassa Boss and ass scratching, Coonan, Uncle Tim Scott, Zippity Doo Dah Day, being homie kind of niggas. You know what I mean? And this is what this society view us as, and this is why I'm always crumb bumming on Hollywood, because the imagery that they project. This is why everybody's so upset that John Amos had passed away is because he showed the positive effects of the Black father being in the home. You see what I mean? And what have you. And that's why he had to quit Good Times, is because the way I heard it, man, out of the West, is that he got tired of that foolery with JJ Dynamite and all that old stupid stuff. And he says, man, I can't deal with this. Yeah. And he says, and he just straight out said, man, I can't do this bullshit anymore. You know what I'm saying? Because that's all what it is. You see what I mean? And then when they sit up there, they get their house niggas.
Was that coonery and buffoonery. And John Amos was on that shit. He was like, nah, you're not going to portray us like a bunch of buffoons. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you're always saying, Shabaka, this is in the heart of the Black empowerment era. So
yes, sir. That is correct. You see? Yes, sir. That is correct. And see, and then the man is emaciated, meaning he hadn't ate, so he's underweight. Okay, so now what's happening is without him having proper nutrition, quite naturally, of course, his mental faculties are impaired. Okay, now he knows where he is, but he just ain't thinking, up to par as he should be. Plus that, as you were saying, is, man, like the brother had said right here, is that a lot of the shows are not on off Broadway. On Broadway in New York, they're on the L train. Well, they call them L trains in Chicago, meaning elevated trains, elevated as off the ground. Okay, all right, is because in the Bay Area, riding BART, and of course we all know about Fruitvale Station, BART Station, where they murdered Oscar Grant. I see those guys on there all the time.
You were the assistant prosecutor of Alameda County. You did not prosecute the killers of Oscar Grant either.
Yeah. That's a fact right there too, Brother Chase. Because what they did is that she approved a change of venue to take it down there to Los Angeles County, of all counties. Los Angeles County, the ones that made Rodney King famous, you know what I'm saying? OJ, Charles Manson, Richard Ramirez, them dudes. You see what I mean? So already there with the history of LA County's courts, you're going to give a change of venue from Alameda County. Now, if she would have took it to Fresno County, or if they would have gave the change of venue, man, to Kern County, anything other than Los Angeles County, is because I am sick and tired of them kangaroo courts of Los Angeles County.
Yeah.
All of them need to be shut down.
Well, I feel the same way about Denver County.
Well, now the unique thing about where you at, Brother Chad, I've never seen a major city with 4 different counties.
Well, it's not 4 different counties. It's surrounded by 5 different counties, actually.
Okay, because I'm in the city of Denver going through Arapahoe County, then Denver County, then Jefferson County.
Arapahoe is to the east.
And Arapahoe County.
And Adams is to the...
Adams County.
Yeah, Adams County. Yes, sir. Yeah, those are the 4 counties. Yes, sir.
Broomfield County, too, which is a newly county. You got Jefferson County to the west. And you got Douglas County to the south.
Okay. All righty. All right. So, Twin Pyramid, it is cold-blooded to the core. This is murder in the first degree, special circumstance, because what made it murder in the first is because he had the man in the chokehold for 6 minutes. Okay. So I'm sure after the second minute, he lost consciousness.
Yeah, it's about 10 more minutes or so I'm going to play. Because he's going to bring up another article about the jury selection.
Oh, yeah. That's probably one of them juries where they got to fill out a 1,000,000-page questionnaire.
So this one is coming from the Gothamist, and it was posted on October the 4th, which is the day after the one I just did on that I just read. It says jury will hear what Daniel Penny told NYPD after fatally choking Jordan Neely in the subway. So now the jury is going to be able to hear it. So that's officially going to be admitted. They haven't done the jury selection yet. That's going to be on the 21st. But they will be able to hear it. So like I said, stuff is starting to slowly work against them, but don't get too excited. Cammy says, what does the jury look like? They haven't done it yet. The jury selection starts on the 21st.
Okay.
So they don't even have a jury yet. This is all pre-trial stuff right here.
Okay.
A New York City jury will likely hear statements a man made to police after he fatally choked a homeless man on the subway last year. A judge ruled on Friday afternoon, which was this past Friday. Daniel Penny told police that Jordan Neely was quote unquote going crazy and that he put Neely in a choke because Neely was threatening everybody according to court records. I had him pretty good, Penny told an officer at the Broadway Lafayette Street station. Records show. I was in the Marine Corps. Now here's the thing. This is how dumb Daniel Penny is. Keep this in mind, y'all. Daniel Penny is telling this to this cop without a lawyer present.
It could still be used against him.
Nowhere has it stated that a lawyer was present when Daniel Penny was telling this cop this stuff. Because if that was the case, the lawyer would have done the speaking for him, and he most likely would have told him, don't say anything. So really, if Daniel Penny is to be found guilty, it will be because he has begun to dig his own grave. Remember what they say, whatever you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Nowhere have I seen anywhere did it say that a lawyer was present when he was telling this cop this stuff at the station. Penny is facing manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide charges for choking Jordan.
Should be murder in the first.
Year. He doesn't deny that he wrapped his arms around Neely's neck and said he was trying to protect fellow subway riders because Neely was scaring people. Penny pled not guilty to the charges.
Hey, I'm hungry.
A video of Penny holding Neely on the floor of the subway went viral at a time when concerns about subway safety, homelessness, and mental illness were at the top of mind for many New Yorkers. Police spoke with Penny at the subway station and the local precinct that day, but let him go home afterwards. Protesters flooded subway platforms with some even jumping onto the tracks and urged Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg to bring criminal charges. Penny was arrested more than a week later. Shout out to those protesters because I don't trust Alvin Bragg. Remember, Alvin Bragg is the same DA that pretty much handled Maya Ponsetto with kid gloves. She was the one they called Soho Karen, the one that tackled that little boy because she alleged he stole her phone when the whole time it was in the back of her Uber. Alvin Bragg is also the one who brought up charges against Jonathan Majors when he was running away from a threat, which was his ex-girlfriend, Grace Jabari. So I don't put all of my faith into Alvin Bragg, especially when it took protesters to get in your ear and your face for you to bring up charges against him. More than a week later.
Can't make this stuff up. It really happened.
The case became a kind of Rorschach test. As some praised what they said was Penny's bravery, we know who those some are, and donated to his multi-million-dollar legal defense fund.
Yeah, that bastard.
While others decried him as an overzealous vigilante. Neely was once a well-known Michael Jackson impersonator who performed regularly on the subway. He also cycled in and out of psychiatric treatment, used synthetic cannabinoids, and was diagnosed with schizophrenia. As Penny's late October trial date approaches, both the prosecution and defense team have asked the judge to block pieces of evidence, from the jury, arguing that permitting them could hurt their respective versions of the case. At a hearing on Thursday, defense attorneys asked the judge to preclude the statements Penny made to police after he choked Neely. They played a video compilation from officers' body-worn cameras, which showed Penny demonstrating to police how he held Neely and telling them Neely was squirming as he tried to hold him down. I'm not trying to kill the guy. I'm just trying to de-escalate the situation, Penny said. I wasn't trying to injure him. I was just trying to keep him from hurting anyone else. Penny's attorneys argued that the statement he made at the subway station and precinct shouldn't be used because police didn't follow proper protocols before asking Penny questions. But Justice Maxwell Wiley ruled that police did follow the rules, including advising Penny to his right to remain silent before interviewing him at the station. That means anything he said can be used in court.
Yep.
What did I just say? I said Daniel Penny is a dummy because he spoke to the cops without a lawyer present.
Yep.
He could have opted out to not say anything and said, I will not say anything until I have a lawyer present. But you decided I'm not only going to tell what I said, but I'm also going to demonstrate how I did it.
Ooh,
So much for the quote unquote high IQ.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I said, they're gonna
I said, I bet you he said all of that and did not have a lawyer present, and he did it. You're gonna sit up there and literally say what you said, and the thing is, they have the body camera, so they can say that confirms it right there. What you said, what you also told them, and you described how you did it. So now, not only is that video going to be entered as in evidence, the body cam footage, I'm sure the raw footage we all saw, but now they're going to get you with your quote and your demonstration of how you did it.
About 10 more minutes, actually.
If Daniel Penny walks away from this, he might have the ultimate PC privilege.
He better not walk away with this. I better tear New York to pieces.
That was just straight up arrogance right there on his part, but he's dumb. Penny's attorneys did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Friday afternoon. A spokesperson for the Manhattan District Attorney's Office declined to comment. Prosecutors also asked the judge on Thursday to preclude some evidence from the trial. They don't want Penny's defense attorneys to reference more than 6,000 pages of Neely's psychiatric records, which they say include information about his family history, past surgeries, notes about his participation in group therapy sessions, and information about past, quote, bad acts, according to court papers. The only reason to do so is to influence the jury to devalue Mr. Neely's life, Assistant District Attorney Daphne Yaron wrote in a statement. The DA's office has also asked the judge to bar Penny's attorneys from calling a psychiatric witness to opine on Neely's psychiatric history and use of synthetic cannabinoids, also known as K2, because prosecutors say he's not qualified to speak about Neely's cause of death. Wiley is expected to rule on that request.
I already know what his cause of death was. He got choked to death.
But yeah, he's dumb. Like y'all said in the chat, he's snitching on himself. Kira said he's dry snitching. He's self-incriminating. That's basically what he did.
That's exactly what he did.
But the question is, will he get convicted for it?
Hey, I can't tell you. Well, one of them they're going to say you need to be a registered voter. I know that's one of the qualifications.
Because on the jury side,
I guess. I don't know. I don't know why you asked me. You got to look up what it's like for the how it is to qualify to be a jury in the state of New York. But hey, if you do make it onto the jury, that'll be an interesting story to tell when the trial is over.
Yeah.
Now the last thing I'm gonna go over is this this post right here on X, coming from this page called Crime in NYC. Now, this is the part where PC completely lost their mind and let their anti-blackness just flow right on through them like a stream of water. He said, I'm a registered voter, I just don't vote. Well, I mean, when you got one of the qualifications down, now you got to figure out how in the world would you get on that jury. Remember that they do jury selection on the 21st, so you got about a week and a half.
The preliminary challenge.
No, you got 7 days.
And again, shout out to everybody that's in the chat. If you haven't done so already, please be sure to go ahead and hit the like button.
Nah, man, we ain't hitting your like and subscribe shit, man. Like and subscribe to us.
Well, they said if he's found guilty, he gets up to 19, so it won't be 25 years. So up to 19 is what he's looking at. And one thing, you know what? I'm glad that they're going this route, because one thing you don't want to do in a case like this, or any case like this, is you do not want to overcharge. That's one thing a lot of overzealous attorneys like to do. Like, they tend to get their emotions into it and they overcharge the person. And if you do that, then that means that the person can be found not guilty based on the evidence presented, and then they go home. So good thing they did not charge Daniel Penny with like any type of murder in the first degree, because that means that was with intent. That would mean that he was going to look for Jordan Neely to actually take him out, which wasn't the case. So I think they did properly charge him. Like I said, you don't want to overcharge, because that could be a recipe for disaster.
I don't know. I disagree, because when we covered this in season 3, there was a history. There was some kind of history that was between them.
Oh, really?
Daniel knew who the hell Jordan Neely was, because he had took that subway several times, and he had ran into Jordan Neely more than once. So
okay, like George Floyd and Derek Chauvin.
Yeah, because everybody knew who he was. Everybody knew who Jordan Neely was, because he was the Michael Jackson impersonator.
Yeah. All right, so on that, so hopefully, man.
But I was gonna.
I just wanted to get to these comments these people left on the Musty Man site. Just letting our people know, you know, racism is still very much alive and well, and here's what they think about us via Jordan, because they're using Jordan as a proxy for us.
Read this part, but this is actually taken from the article that I read in the beginning from the New York Post. So I'm gonna just go through the through the comments, and we're gonna see how these people reacted, because I thought it was funny. Like, they lost their minds under this post. Let's see here. Someone said, "What happened to the black person who helped Penny subdue Neely? Can he be a witness?" Yeah, they need somebody on his side. That's what they're at. Basically, that's what they're asking. The Crime in NYC page replied with, "That's a really interesting question. The trial is scheduled to start a couple weeks from now, and then we should find out." Someone said, "Look at this. Oh, here it is. American, not America, but American, needs more Daniel Pennies." Oh, yeah. I swear these individuals need to be careful what they ask for, because they be saying something. They be saying they need more of this and that when it comes to black folks. I'm like, you do realize that, you know, eventually it'll trickle over into you, just like when they were sending all the illegals over to us, and now they done spiraled all out of control, and now they're touching you. That's why I say just be careful what it is that you ask for. Right. Someone says, "Never talk to the police, never call 911 or help if a cop is overpowered." That's the message here. These be the same people that's be trying to tell black people how to deal with the police. Yeah. Someone else said, "This is crazy." Someone says, "Yet judges will let black murders go free. This guy should be given a medal." I'm just going through the comments, y'all. This is how they're feeling right now pre-trial, because they truly believe Daniel Penny did not do anything wrong. They feel he did the right thing. They feel that Jordan Neely was the perp. Someone else says he's going to become another racial prisoner solely because he's white. Please. Again, these are the same people that claim to not see color. This is why you always need to ask, "Am I under arrest?" And if the answer is yes, you have to shut up. Police will always lie to make their job easier. Well, this person is partially right, because when Daniel Penny was arrested, he didn't shut up. He sung like a canary. Bump 48, the first 48, he spoke in the first 24. Yep. Let me see here. Someone says same judge would have let Neely go, and probably did several times. Someone says, "Why would anyone talk to the police? I'm not an American." Well, you shouldn't even be in this conversation. Why do I need to continue reading your comment? Right. Someone says they have enough footage showing he is guilty of breaking the duty to retreat clause. Someone else said never intervene. Someone said, "Oh, look at this. There should be a civil war if this kid gets prosecuted." Oh, no, what?
Lock and load.
This is
No, you only got to tell me some shit like that.
Did you say nigga?
A civil war?
Honest.
Over this? I'm telling y'all, for those of y'all who aren't on X, be glad that you aren't, because it's a lot of foolish goofies on there.
Yeah, it is.
All right. It says all white people should declare war on the state in this country. Now you can only achieve justice through violence. Now look at their name, Dixie Nationalists.
Oh,
that tells me everything.
That says it all.
Someone else said case should be tossed. So many people wish they had a man like Daniel Penny when they were getting robbed, assaulted, or violated. He can't get a fair trial in NYC. Someone else said Penny stopped this criminal from harming people on the train, which they stated and are black. Thank God he was there. Ooh. Someone says that's why you don't say ish about ish except for am I being detained? And if they start stammering, tell them you want a lawyer present and say nothing further. Well, that's like I said, he didn't do that. He went and told what happened and what he said and demonstrated on the cop how he did it. Mm-hmm. Someone else said Penny is innocent. Someone else said free Penny. So on and so forth. Well, here's someone in here who has some sense. They said, unfortunately, it looks like the right decision. Never talk to the police, never waive a right without a lawyer. That's what I said. But, you know. Now, let's look at some of these quote posts.
So that's the picture.
Someone says the Daniel Penny case is more evidence that the NYC would rather you kneel down and give criminals and drug addicts everything they want rather than defend yourself or defend others. Ooh. Never forget these actions by the NYPD. The cops will not save you. These are the same people that say back the blue. Yep. The same ones that say blue lives matter. Oh, we need the cops. Now because this is happening with Daniel Penny, something that he started, that he caused. Now they don't like the cops anymore. Yeah. The jokes practically write themselves.
It's like when the FBI and all that came out.
This morning was more quote.
Oh, we need to get rid of the FBI, but they didn't have no problem with it.
But anyway, y'all pretty much get the gist of it. Like, they crashing out, y'all. They crashing out. Per usual. No surprise there.
I can't even say was.
But y'all know what it is that I'm about to do. I'm about to go ahead and drop this good old StreamYard.
All right, I'm gonna stop it there. Thank you, Torian, for that update. Brother Sebastian, I know you pressed for time. What are your thoughts on this?
Man, I mean, it's terrible. He should have just didn't touch the man in the first place, but he's gonna choke the man and kill him. Mm-hmm. Charge him for manslaughter. He should be charged for murder.
Right.
That's flat out murder.
In the first.
Murder in the first.
That's what I'm talking about.
Otherwise known as capital murder.
Yeah, exactly.
And on top of
murder in the first degree.
What a hate crime.
Right. I mean, choke the man to death. I mean, he just yelled. He was, like you said, he was yelling. He was hungry. He gonna kill that man just for being hungry? You gonna fly out and choke him to death just for being hungry?
Yeah, just for being hungry.
Now it happens last year. Now we know the rules. Never be hungry around white supremacy.
Nope.
Exactly. Don't be around white supremacy, period.
Well, that's easier than done. Unless you're
I know. And then, as you know, Brother Che, on our platform, we have a lot of white supremacists that call in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we got tether anchor, baby, like Joe Gibson.
Is Joe a tether?
Yes, he's a tether.
Okay.
His people was fled from Italy. All these tethers, the only non-tethers, the only non-immigrants here is us.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Brother Shabazz, were you finished with your thought?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I know they talk about racism only happening in the South. You know, New York, they share a border with Canada. That's way up north.
New York,
racism is everywhere.
New York was a slave state. Shit, Brooklyn was the biggest nation in the north.
Yes, what's that? Seneca, I believe.
Seneca Village. That's what they turned Central Park into. Seneca Village used to be an all-black settlement on the banks of the East River, and they decided to move all the people out and put Central Park there. We're gonna put a park there called Central Park, and they put an obelisk. Ironically,
okay.
How they tell us the story is, we came through Ellis Island. The poor whites, the poor white trash that we commonly refer to today, their ancestors came through the Ellis Island. The rich ones, they went through Brooklyn.
Okay.
And the only reason why we have a Wall Street is because of our ancestors being walked from the ships to the auction block. That's why it's called Wall Street, to be sold. So we were the first stocks and bonds sold on Wall Street.
Right.
Okay. All right, and definitely, please. Go
ahead.
And yes, I'm sorry, Brother Shabazz. And then for those of you that like coffee, please click that link there that says thechampionsbrew.com. And that there's a friend of mine. I told him I'll share his link, for that.
Okay. I'll put it in the chat, Shabazz, so everybody can see it.
Okay, now the thing. Okay, now, not cutting your wisdom, Brother Che. Okay, now once again, Brother Shabazz, I don't know what age group that you're in, but I came up during the civil rights and the Black empowerment era.
He's the same. He's in the same age group as Lady Che, so they're
I'm 46 now. You know.
Okay. Yeah, y'all be
about the elders. They don't have no idea when they just post stuff and say things on YouTube. It's just, it's just when they tell the truth, it's just they put the nail in the coffin.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then too is that not getting into a debate with semantics, Brother Che, but the terms that I use are the terms that I have came up with. Okay.
I know. Like I told you, my pops, he grew up in the Black empowerment era. He was one of the founders of the Black Panther Party. He still refers to us as Africans.
Yeah, okay. It's because he's in his mid-70s and I'm in my mid-60s. So,
he'll be 72 next month.
Oh, okay. So wait a minute. Yeah, so he's 8 years older than me. So wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. So during the Black empowerment era, he was definitely like late teens, early 20s. Okay, but the thing is, though, the reason why this crap keeps happening is like with the George Floyds, with this young man right here, like with Mr. Gardner about the loose cigarettes and all that. You know who you have to blame that on? I'll give you one guess. Osambo. Why? Because Osambo is going to sit up there and tell black men, you're intimidated because Kamala Harris is a woman and you brothers.
The gun, Shabaka. We'll get to that next.
Okay.
Thoughts on Jordan Ellie, not Jordan.
Okay.
R.I.P. Okay. So what are your thoughts on me and
that white boy that murdered that brother right there? As you say, as you always say, Brother Chet, in a perfect world, this would happen. He should be hit with murder in the first degree, and he should be facing a damn death penalty because that's a special circumstance. And I don't know how they do things there in the state of New York. You see, now this is the thing is about this double speak of these crackers. You got the federal laws, then you got the states' rights laws and all that. You see, it's all double speak. And as Dr. Huey P. Newton had said, just like I tried to tell old Dumbo Sarge, any statute that is so ambiguous.
Justified Jordan Ellie getting killed. He said that Jordan Ellie had some elderly old woman and bashed her head in and all this type of shit. And we kept telling Sarge.
Well, Sarge won't be on tomorrow night. Okay. He can call in all they want. Joe Gibson won't be on tomorrow night. They can call in all they want. They can leave their hate mail in the chat room, and the chat room is not going to be commented on when we deal with our special guests. It's because I had assured her that we're not going to have that bullshit in there. It's because a few times we had high-profile people come on, and when the shit goes ridiculous, man, they'll just hang up. You see what I mean? And we're not going to have that. Well, anyway, moving right along, this is a tragedy that happened to this brother. Being hungry, his brother Shabazz says the man was hungry. He's trying to sustain himself the best way he knows how. The instinct to survive. When it comes to the instinct to survive, 3 things that you are concerned about: food, shelter, clothing,
that's
and
Maslow's
defense of self.
Yeah, that's the bottom line of Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and Pavlov's dog. Yeah, Maslow hierarchy of needs and Pavlov's dog, I believe. And let it be known, I do not put any type of value on Sigmund Freud, is because Sigmund Freud was a dope fiend and a practicing homosexual, and nobody with those qualities is going to tell me there's something wrong with a heterosexual man liking women. So
that's what they base
fuck Sigmund Freud.
Off of. And shout out to Dr. Francis Wilson for debunking all of that madness.
Oh yeah, Dr. Wilson is heavy. You know what I'm saying? And so our hearts go out, to the brother's family who lost his life, and the Marine Corps dude may rest in piss and shit.
Right. And may he get the book thrown at him. And Alvin Bragg, you better charge him with them 19 years. Since they talking about that's all they can give him up to is 19 years, and he better serve 80% of that damn sentence, if not 90.
And to assure that, then the black citizens of the state, of the state of New York and the city of New York need to start launching a recall petition on his ass ASAP. And I bet you that get his fucking mind right.
Right.
Yeah, put it up there something, because this all-inclusive shit,
she's so focused on the Trump, she ain't said nothing about this case.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, the Attorney General. Yeah, see, and based on what I'm seeing with Letitia James, man, in New York State, carbon copy of another Kamala in California.
Yep.
When she was the Attorney General.
She's not the FBA. I believe Letitia James is the FBA, or she's the Caribbean tether.
Well, that term just make me have tethers.
I know, it reminds you of the tetherball. Remember tetherball? We all remember.
Yeah, man, that's what goes through my mind, man. Yeah. Okay. All right. So hopefully this brother's family, okay, the man that died who was murdered by the white boy, okay, have his family ever came out and said anything publicly about this?
No. They just raised $4 million for his punk ass. They had
No, not the white boy. I'm talking about the brother that got killed on the subway. His family. Have they came out and said anything?
The uncle came out. That's what Torian had just read. The uncle has said that he wanted justice for his nephew, pretty much.
Okay, so with that being his uncle, that's probably the only family he got. So that if that's his uncle, then that tells me that his parents are gone.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe he lost both of his parents or something. We had, like I said, we had covered this in our 3rd season.
Okay.
First happened.
Okay. And then, so like I said, for all you haters out there, call us on Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase, okay, this coming Friday, because tomorrow night we have a special guest, and that episode is not going to be tarnished. So get with us with your hate mail and insults and crap like that on Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase.
What are your thoughts on this Daniel Penny situation in regards to Jordan Neely murder case, being murdered at the hands of Daniel Penny. Your mic is muted, Lady Che. Lady Che, are you still with us? Okay.
Yeah, barely. I mean, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm here. What I think
Yeah.
about this, I think the
Yes.
shit is extremely long right there. But as far as that, with him, the white dude should have been in jail. Should have been in jail. They shouldn't even let him out. He clearly fucked up and killed somebody. He shouldn't have put his hands on anyone at all. Should have just stayed there and put his shoes and mind his own business. All of a sudden, you're getting buck in New York. What the fuck's wrong with you? Secondly, the guy shouldn't have died. I mean, if you know, if he was hungry or whatever, it's a subway. They're gonna stop eventually. Just either help him or get out the way. Or do you have to do all that? Um,
Right.
I think as far as the court thing is I think first of all he shouldn't have raised any money. Nobody should donate any money to that man. I don't care. It is white supremacy right there all day long. But you shouldn't have donated to that because that's a real bad look. Donate to somebody who kills black man on a subway. I mean that's a real
Okay,
bad
well,
look.
what that is, Lady J,
Hold on, Shabaka.
that's the American. Yeah.
Let her finish.
Um, the other thing is I think that you know court of public opinion should do more to really get in that ass. We can't just be selective about it. This shit, it is that was very important. I mean, they killed him. He killed him. You know what I mean? And he thought that I'm white and I say so, and the complexion for the protection was going to save him. And it's really should. It's not. If they do the right thing, it's not going to save him. That's all I have to say. Let's about it.
Lady Che, go ahead, Shabaka, and then we're gonna move to the next topic.
Okay. So like what I was saying is, this is a tragedy, but this is why we had created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead, is because these black politicians, Osambos and what have you, they are dangerous. And isn't the next subject Osambo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So if I may start with Osambo.
Okay.
Huh?
Sambo is a tether. Let's get that
yes, sir.
It's
yes, sir. And
they're not
right,
like us.
Right. And then Osambo embraces an alphabetized agenda. And then when he went on his ancestral land, he was asked to leave, as we all know. And we know the reason why.
Yep.
Okay. But he has the audacity to come out here and says that black men got a duty to vote for Kamala. But wasn't Osambo the president, man, when the police killings were going on of Mike Brown, of Trayvon Martin, okay, of our man there, Mr. Castile, and Osambo? And Osambo did not sign no executive orders directing the head of the FBI or the U.S. Attorney General, look, you go pick them bastards up there on federal charges. Yeah, I'm signing. You see what I'm saying? Then here come the Yasa bosses. We fell over.
Shabaka, but yeah, Osambo passed the most blue law legislation in history, protection for the police, so they could just do. They basically got full immunity under Osambo.
Yeah.
So it was open season on us, and since they couldn't get to his tether, Kenyan behind, they took it out on us, and we had murder after murder after murder after murder. We would be here all night naming all the people that died at the hands of sanctioned murders from the race soldiers, i.e. the police department under Osambo's administration.
Mm-hmm. Right. And keep in mind is that the police are policy enforcers. Okay, that's what the word police means. Policy enforcers. the only duly elected law enforcement official would be the sheriff because he is elected.
In some jurisdictions. Now, it just depends, because like in Denver, the sheriff isn't elected, the sheriff is appointed.
Oh, Lord. Okay. All righty. Okay, see, so like it says, as Dr. Newton said, that any law that is so ambiguous that it cannot be understood by the common man is not a statute.
Right. And there's no statute of limitations on murder, so this bastard should have been charged from the very beginning. Like you said, Shabaka, Dawson prayers go out to his family.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm just waiting on for the first coon, the ass scratcher, to come up there to defend this white boy.
Well, we already had Sarge try to do that shit. Remember, we did a whole...
Sarge won't be on. Okay, Brother Che. Sarge won't be on tomorrow night. Joe Gibson won't be on tomorrow night. Okay. And if you get there to the studio before I do, if you hear Sarge, okay, Sarge, we'll get back to you and then go on and let our guests speak, man, and then we'll just let Sarge fall by the wayside, being muted. And because of the crap that we hear, and then is when I hear this shit about, oh, well, we're all the same or what have you. And then for those of you with that bullshit on your mind, Nevada's still a little bit warm, you know what I'm saying? And so far I haven't had no takers to come join me out here in the sun.
And you're not going to have any takers.
I know it.
Going to be frying like lobsters in that damn Las Vegas.
Oh, man, this dude in this picture here on the right, that's not who I think it is it?
It's D. Gilmore, the author.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Stephen A. Smith.
Kylin. He do look like Stephen A. Smith. He probably a tattoo like Stephen A. Smith. But, he wrote a book about Diddy, the diddler. For those that don't know, Diddy is facing serious charges.
Right.
He's locked up.
And Diddy bailed. You remember when Diddy bailed?
Yeah, I remember. On his private jet.
Yeah.
So Tariq did a Twitter space where the dude that wrote this book, The Night Puff Tried to Kill Me, got on and spoke. So
Sat Yam. Okay. Sat Yam.
Confirm me. Follow back today.
If Kamala Harris don't come get her cousin the hell up out of here. Get off this phone. Body following. Y'all better not follow his ass. These Indian scammers be calling up whenever it gets around this time, all the Indian scammers. They got a lot of scams going on in India, by the way. Y'all better not follow his ass. And all your Apple Pay money gonna be drowned out of your account. Don't follow him.
Yep, him and them Nigerians.
I'm warning y'all about these guys. They be slick.
Oh yeah, the Nigerians had it going on.
Oh yeah.
Right. Let's get Lone Stoner in the building. Lone Stoner in the building. What's happening, Lone Stoner? Lone Stoner. Well, where you at? Where you at? Oh no, let me get Average Black.
Hello,
Tariq. How are you doing?
My fault. I was just gonna say what you were saying.
Hold on. Let me talk to.
So just to give you the elevator pitch. First of all, let me tell you, I'm from Mount Vernon, New York.
Okay, that's where Pup grew up.
And Andre, I hired Andre Harrell a few times when we were doing business otherwise, when he was a rapper, just a rapper. And
when Andre Harrell was
yes, when Andre Harrell was a rapper.
When he was with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Right. In fact, my first concert was at Memorial Stadium in Mount Vernon. I rented the stadium for $150. Wow. The stadium literally could have held 75,000 people. But We filled the stadium stands. I think about 5,000 people. I had Run DMC as the headliner, the Fat Boys, the Force MDs, and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Wow.
In fact, Eddie F was my DJ. So this was before Heavy D and the Boys.
So that's 85.
Yeah, this was
right?
84, 85. Russell Simmons was my partner on the project as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So moving forward, Andre and I had done business through the years, and one day we're at Bentley's, a club my friend owned, Steve Giuliano, God bless him, and we're at the bar, and Puffy comes over, and Andre says, "Hey, this is my intern, Puffy," and so we, of course, me and Puff had mad mutual friends, considering I'm a promoter and been in entertainment, and he's up and coming in entertainment, and so. We planned a basketball game. By the way, I don't want to go long. I just want to I want to get to it so that, to answer your question. Yes, he tried to kill me one night in the streets of New York. Him and his little small army of probably 12 people altogether. And they basically ran me off the road. First of all, he knew it was me. He had pulled up beside me at outside of a nightclub. He wasn't driving. Gene wasn't driving. It was Wolf, I believe, that was driving. He was in the passenger seat, and he had Bad Boy at the time. So
now, was this allegedly? What year did this
happened
happen?
In '96.
96. Okay.
And they pulled up, and basically it's like, "What's up, bitch?" And that was his words to me. And I basically played kumbaya. Look, we know you're trouble. Just leave us alone. Mind your business. Nah, you a bitch, like that. So
with you about?
Well, that's the longer story. I was telling you that after Andre introduced him, he and I planned a basketball game, and it was my idea that I wanted Puff to play on my team, and that actually turned into CCNY. So if you're not familiar, okay. CCNY is where the 9 people got stampeded and killed. And say again?
I thought that was in
No,
DC.
it was in New York City.
Yeah, City College of New York.
It was in New York City. So that was my original idea. And he basically, what he did was he kind of underhanded me. He went to Wendy Williams because he had a relationship with her. The game was supposed to take place in New Rochelle, New York. He moved it to CCNY, which is the City College of New York. And Wendy Williams helped him blow it up. And he sold twice as many tickets that there were, capacity for. He oversold the venue. But again, I was cut out. So I wasn't part of the stampede, but I'm telling you, it was my idea initially. So anyway, that started a beef. I ended up on television. Talking about it because he went missing. If any of you remember the story, he went missing, and he took the money with him, and nobody knew who Puffy was. So the news came from me as a talking head because I am a party promoter. I had done many parties up until meeting him, and they were asking me all kinds of questions. And so, long story short, it created an animosity from him to me, not me. I didn't have a beef; he had the beef. So years later, 2 years later, probably 2 or 3 years later, is when CCNY was in, I think it was 91. So our thing was in 96. So like 5-6 years passed. We'd seen each other at different events. Like Russell would invite me to the Def Comedy Jam. I see him there. There's different situations. Anyway, long story short, that night, they let me out of my parking space. We end up in Herald Square. He pulls it. His bodyguard pulls the car over in front of my Jeep to kind of push me to the side of the road, which was pretty much on an island. And if y'all don't know where Herald Square is where the Macy's Day Parade takes place every year for decades. Okay. And so, but it was 1:00 in the morning. It was before social media, before, cameras in the sky, things like that. Right. So we get out of the car, they get out of the car, Puffy and his bodyguard get out of the car. But it's only at that point that I realize they're not alone. And there's like four other cars loaded with jiggers, and that's when the shots started busting. And so one of the shots hit my Jeep. Lance is my I had two guys with me. Lance was my security. That night I was picking up money at clubs and restaurants. It's a long story for that, but I'm picking up money at clubs and restaurants, and Lance would go with me when I'm doing my pickups. And Rico was an intern. He was sitting in the back of the truck. He never got out. But Lance yelled, "Gun, gun!" And I, by the grace of God, I did not get hit. I jumped back in the truck. It turned into a car chase. Like
who was allegedly shooting?
It wasn't Puffy with the gun. It was one of his people. One of his I want to say wolves, because that's what they are. They they follow me. They follow him. They go with him. They're down for him. There's a little army. That's what it was. So no, he wasn't shooting. I would have seen him have a gun because my eye was on him when we were coming. We were closing in together. So anyway, so it turned to a car chase, bro. One ways, sidewalks, 4 or 5 vehicles after me. I was in a Jeep, stick shift, Isuzu Trooper, and I eventually ran a red light and I lost them. And so the shorter story is that, man, bro, I was the anxiety and the tension in that Jeep was crazy. We were screaming.
So
this isn't just a video switcher nor a live streaming solution. It's not just a video console.
So after all these years, you file a suit.
So yeah, okay. So there's a space and time in there. Why there's a reason why there's so many years. And the short story is that I was doing some BS during the day. I was playing with checks, and the Secret Service came and kicked my door in, and I ended up doing 7 years.
Yeah.
So while I'm doing the 7 years, I'm basically purging all of these stories from my soul, and I basically wrote 30 novels, and the rest is history. So I'm one of the original G Unit authors. I'm pretty much a hired gun for 50 Cent. I wrote Derelict. Derelict is a fictional book that is actually what I just told you about. It's actually the whole story, but fictionalized with the names changed and everything. However, recently I felt safer to write my first ever memoir, and that's under my birth name, which is Gilmore. So DeWitt Gilmore is my birth name. My pen name is Relentless Aaron.
Related to Stacey Gilmore.
DeWitt. Mm-hmm.
That's Caribbean as shit. We're in the Caribbean.
Look, I was born in New York. My mom is from White Plains. My dad is from White Plains. I can't tell you. We don't have a lick of Caribbean. Not that I know.
Great grandparents.
But a name like that?
Yeah, I understand it's Dutch, DeWitt. So.
Right, that sounds like the Virgin Islands.
I don't know. I never researched it. But
where's your family from?
White Plains,
you say
New
White
York.
Plains.
White Plains, New York, Westchester County. But we moved to Mount Vernon when I was a toddler. So it's Westchester County. Westchester is just under the Bronx, which is right on the border of the 5 boroughs. Yeah.
Okay.
Heavy D, Denzel Washington, Pete Rock and CL Smooth, Jeff Red. These are all Mount Vernon natives.
Yep.
Right, and Heavy and Pete Rock
and
Caribbean.
Yeah.
Eddie's Caribbean
I
too.
Believe Eddie might have Jamaican in him.
Yeah.
Don't give me the line. But then Denzel plays with that. I'm not sure if he's Caribbean though, but he plays with that a lot.
Yeah, Denzel is FBA. He's all FBA. And did you know Gene Griffin?
Yes, I did. The funny thing is, Gene was trying to start Death Row East. And oh my God, this is so crazy you said that. So the night that I'm picking up money, I'm driving city to city, business to business, picking up. Of course, we didn't have PayPal, Cash App, all that stuff then. Black businesses. I'm just picking up money from my magazine called the Superstar Magazine. Well, I run into Gene in Harlem, and Gene's got a stack of T-shirts, and he's basically giving them out. He's like, "Can you help me promote this? I'm getting ready to do Death Row East, and I'm trying to unify the the coasts. I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. I got this magazine, I got a TV show, sure, I'll do it. So I threw the T-shirt on, bro. Tariq, I threw the T-shirt on, not really thinking about the East Coast, West Coast thing, not thinking I was going to run into Puffy that night. Diddy, to some of you that are young and don't know, Puffy is Diddy, Puff Daddy, right?
Right.
And so I believe that night when he saw me coming out of that nightclub, that he was triggered because of our little thing, right, with CCNY, and him seeing me with this white T-shirt on that said Death Row East. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's so crazy you said that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild, man. You got a wild story, brother. That's a wild
I
story,
actually
man.
shot with Rolling Stone. They flew me out to New York. We did 3 hours. So I'll be in the new documentary coming out that Rolling Stone. It's really big deal. They put a lot of money into it. There's a lot of victims this dude has. He's been hurting people for decades. For decades. He shot Natanya Rubin in the nose, dog, at Club New York. It wasn't Shine, it was him. And Natanya's been saying that from day one, in the operating room, in the courtroom, but Puffy had Johnny Cochran.
Yeah, he did.
He had money and Johnny Cochran. That's how he was able to get off. And all we have to do is ask ourselves, how in the world did J-Lo escape being on the stand? And you were there in the club. You were his girlfriend at the time.
Right.
You were in the van, the Jeep that got away. How did you escape being on the stand? Because this guy had money and Johnny Cochran, and he was probably paying everybody off because that was how things were done back then. You can't do that now. The federal government has got his ass. He's never leaving. He's a predator. He's a monster. Like I yelled in the media, you might have heard me on all these platforms because I was in front of the courthouse yesterday or the day before yesterday. He's a monster and a predator, and he deserves to be under the jail. Because if he did that to me in '96, and he did that to Cassie in 2016, it tells you what's that dash. What has he been doing during the dash? And it's all coming out now. You're learning all these stories. No matter if the girl got her thing too wrong. The girl Talia, I guess her name is. She's the last claim that Gloria Allred did. No matter that she got her second guy thing too wrong, she got thing one right, which is Puff. She may not remember. She's been traumatized, but there's so many other people.
I don't. She didn't got caught finessing. Yeah, if you get caught finessing and scamming and plotting, you lose all your credibility. Yeah, so she got caught finessing and plotting. So I don't believe her, to be honest.
Well, I just.
You're a better dude than I give you credit for.
Commercial.
Yeah, you know about Gloria.
Hey, listen, that wasn't me trying to.
Yeah, I know about Gloria Allred and Johnny Cochran. And one thing I will say about Mr. Cochran.
I just don't believe she knows who the second person is. I believe it happened. I just don't believe she knows who the second person is.
She got caught finessing, brother. She was up there plotting, trying to get her ex dude to corroborate the whole finesse. So
that's your opinion, and I give you that, okay. But let me tell you, when I dropped my book in December, this girl that used to host my TV show called me out of the blue. I hadn't talked to her in over 10 years. She said, I went to work for Uptown. Puffy barricaded me in the office one day because he was trying to get sex. And so she's traumatized. She left the business. And she hasn't talked about it since. So I'm saying there's a lot of trauma going on at this guy. I don't know Tally. Is that her name? I don't know her. So I can't equate my issue, my situation with hers, right? I can't even speak for her. But I can say I am now represented by Tony Busby. And the reason I did that is because I'm told that I have a claim, and it brings credibility to what I'm talking about, and it is my life. I have to yell loud because if I wasn't here because of that night, if I wasn't here, I would have nobody speaking for me. Nobody would be speaking for me right now. 2 kids wouldn't be born. So I have to speak up.
I really know some people might be saying, okay, now this guy's an ex-con.
Yeah. Yes, I did some. I played with checks when I was younger,
Right. So what's to say that this is not another finesse? Some people can say this is just a guy who sees a bag, and now you're just running a con game. You're running a finesse. What would you say to them?
I would say, first of all, it wasn't just me alone. There were others in the vehicle. So while I went to prison for some paper crime, Lance did not. Lance Calfe. By the way, I just did the Pascal show, right? And Lance, for the first time last week or what have you, Lance got on the phone. I called Lance and did a 3-way, and he talked about his angle of everything, being my security. He talked about my credibility, all of that stuff. And Lance does Lance is a bodybuilder. He works with Melly Mel, like, to this day. So that's what he does for a living. So it's not just me talking, you know. And secondly, I'm not gonna take a flight to New York. I mean, this is no big deal, but I'm not gonna take a flight to New York, pay for a big poster board, put out a memoir when I could get a cease and desist, sign up with Tony Busby where I can be charged with false claims in court. All of those things, and those are just a few things, but I'm just saying, like, I'm standing 10 toes down on my mission, on my purpose, and it's not puffy. This is one book. I have 111 books. My first book deal was with St. Martin's Press. I got $250,000. My second book deal was with 50 Cent. I'm one of the, like I said, the original G Unit author. So I'm bigger than this one book. You know what I mean? Or this case. So that's it. By the way, I'm partnered now with Gilbert Arenas. I'm writing for him. So it's a lot bigger than puffy. That's what I got to say to that.
There it is. All right, man. Well, it's very interesting. I look forward to reading and hearing more and all that. Now, have you lived in the UK? Because the way you're spelling some of the stuff on your page, it looks like some UK stuff. Have you ever lived in the UK?
So what that is probably spell check. Because these platforms, they spell check you with European, like the word favorite. They'll put favorite with the OURITE. Or color, COLOR for us, but COLOUR for them. So it's probably me doing a voice to text, because I do a lot of social media. So I do a lot of voice to text and what have you. Yeah. So that's probably what that is. But I'm from New York. I'm from Mount Vernon, New York. I live in Atlanta now, though, for 17 years.
And your grandparents, where are your grandparents
White
from?
Plains, New York. Battle Avenue, White Plains, New York. They're both, of course, they're gone. And my other set of grandparents are also from White Plains, New York. That's where my mom and dad met. My dad is DeWitt Gilmore Sr. He passed from COVID in 2001, but he was 91 years old. He lost his leg at age 17 in a baseball accident in White Plains. He was heading to the Brooklyn Dodgers. How he was trying to get around the catcher when he was coming around third. What's that?
For a cleaner, more sustainable future, America's plastic makers are investing billions.
How did all your family members end up in White Plains, New York?
I don't know. I didn't do the deep dive. I've never done the deep dive to know how they got there. So,
interesting.
But yeah, but I appreciate. I don't want to take off your stage, man. I appreciated it. Just honestly, it's my first time, hand to God, coming through.
Thank you so much, brother. Well, he's kind of long-winded, very verbose. I don't know. That sounds like it might kind of be a finesse, to be honest. That kind of sounds like it's a finesse. You see, because if you try to get a claim, and brother, you already got a record, see, that's going to look bad. That's going to look bad. If you already got a record for finessing, and then you're trying to get a bag about a puffy, that sounds like you're just trying to get a bag, bro.
All right, what are y'all quick thoughts on this before we get to the next topic?
Okay, first place, Johnny Cochran, in defense of him, man, he rests in power. He took a whole lot of cases pro bono, man, in Black Los Angeles, man. You know what I'm saying? for police brutality, things of that nature right there. Gloria Allred, if you're a man and you got Gloria Allred on your case, settle out of court because she will get you. Okay. Once again, as we have always said, or I've always had stated, this is why I say fuck Hollywood. All this here that you hear right there of what that brother was saying right there, all them games and all that. Now people get caught up in that bullshit and they're going out there selling their soul to the devil as opposed to investing, in movie making ourselves. Now I appreciate what Tyler Perry is doing to a point because he's got the Tyler Perry Studios and what have you.
Yeah.
Which is great. 25, 30 years from now, man, it could be a high. But the only thing that I ask of Mr. Perry, you leave them straight hairs alone, man. Go hire your own people first. You see what I mean?
He hires a lot of black people towards the fence.
Okay, Brother Che. Okay. What I'm saying is if he's hiring a lot of black people, that is great. That is great. But at least let the black personnel that he hired be a minimum of 90%. And the other 10% is for OTBs. You see what I'm saying? But you got to keep it. You got to keep the black workforce, particularly in this entertainment business, man. If you are executive producers, man, 75 to 85% black is because that's the only way our people going to come up economically. And then on top of that, man, they will amass a power so quickly, man, that they ain't got to go out here and do this Cardi B shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Brother
That's
Shabazz,
my point.
Okay. Thank you, Shabazz. Brother Shabazz, what do you got to say on this?
About the Sean Puffy Cone?
Yeah, and this dude that wrote this book about him.
Wow, I mean, only thing I gotta say, I'm glad I didn't make it to the records deal with Sean Puffy a long time ago.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, you did used to be an artist.
And then keep in mind, if I may interject here, they talk about Sean Puffy Combs, right? But up there in Holmby Hills of LA, okay, there's another dude who's dead that had a tainted past too. They don't mention him. His name was Hugh Hefner.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna go out there and sling mud on,
that's why we got the hashtag first them, Shabazz. So always first.
Exactly. And then another pedophile that you had there in Hollywood, okay, is Woody Allen, okay, and another one was a guy by the name of Roman Polanski.
Yep.
So if you're gonna bring Diddy up like that, then bring them motherfuckers up like that there too.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I agree, Shabazz. I agree. But I thought it was interesting that this dude just all of a sudden, he wants to write a book and come out all these, I'm just gonna say, allegations against Diddy, just out the blue. So he could be clout chasing, or he could be telling the truth. Either way, why would you wait this long? Like you said, he was locked up for 7 years behind text or something.
Yeah, and then keep in mind, Diddy, had a lot of power, man, and they systemically are gonna take Diddy apart. They say Diddy, had a lot of power, man. He's a billionaire, okay? Dr. Dre, billionaire. You see, when you are a billionaire, man, now you're moving and shaking.
The question is how they become billionaires.
Well, off the hip hop industry, Brother Che, which is your era, you see what I mean? And when it was first started going on, everybody just kept saying, well, man, he making money, just like all of us been in crap games at one time or another. And common sense, all money ain't good money.
Yeah.
Say, all money ain't good money. You see what I mean?
Yep. Lady Che, are you back with us? She said she had to run to the bathroom. I was trying to see if she was back with us to get our thoughts on this.
Okay. All right. Okay. Until later.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was on the other. I was like on a whole different page. My fault. What I think is that right now, Diddy's like a target. You know, they're everybody and their mama want money off of him. They want to grift. They want to tell stories. Um, Look at the shit that happened with Pierce Morgan.
Yeah.
Oh, stupid Jaguar Wright gets on Pierce Morgan like that. I thought that would never happen. While she's on there, she's trying to plug a lighter of some brand, and she's telling lies, and then Beyonce Jay Z hit her with a cease and desist, and make fucking Pierce Morgan apologize. You know, so I think everybody's on a grift, where they're trying to, you know, get money or whatever, tell stories. All of a sudden, everybody wants to come clean, talk about, you know, what they witnessed, and then you got these salacious little cut clipped videos implicating motherfuckers, and it's the like the title of a video, and then you get on there, it's like the story everybody's listening to on court TV. It seems like a lot of bullshit. I think when somebody like that comes on Tariq's show out of nowhere, just to tell him, just to plug his shit, because that's really what he was doing.
Yeah.
He's plugging and plugging and plugging everything he was doing or said he was doing, and yet none of that stuff has really hit major news. So, like, they're not saying, "Oh, this dude was really hollering outside the courtroom." It's like, well, it's kind of like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I think it's a grip. There might be some truth to it, but we won't know. It's only, I mean, that shit with Shine and J Lo and shit. That
Yeah.
shit was a long fucking time ago.
But did he have a point when he was like, "How she not get implicated in the shit?"
Yeah, of course there's a point to that, because she got away. She got out of that scot free, and Shine went to prison. You know what I mean?
Sign went to prison. Black Rob went to prison.
Right.
Sweet went to prison. Like more than half a bad boy at the time went to damn prison behind it.
Right. Or they wound up dead. So.
Or dead, yeah.
You know, so at some point, I mean, all this stuff is gonna come to a head. I mean, and also too, think about it like this: if he was so hard, you know, why he ain't just chilling? You know what I mean? He's been trying to get out ever since, and now he's not getting out. So at least to his court date, that right there says a lot. Like, he's been attempting to get out, like, what, 4 or 5 times,
and he got denied all 3 times.
Yeah, so he's not. You know, it's a grift. I think that, you know, when you get to, when, like, on that one interview, when he's talking about building black wealth,
yeah,
in a large conglomerate way, they're gonna, the feds want to take that down. They don't want anybody that's able to compete with the likes of Bezos or Elon Musk or fucking anybody. They don't want anybody to be able to compete, anybody black to compete with them. So anyone who's doing, you know, aside from his freaky deaky shit, you know, the intent was very clear in that interview. So we watched a couple of weeks back. So I think that they wanted that the feds will do anything to stop that type of shit from happening. That's why it probably is a RICO. They want to charge everybody, you know, for other shit, making a sexual or perversions or, you know, whatever. Even that too, and just the mere accusations of molestation or shit is really the worst part.
They're called smear campaigns, Lady J.
Yeah, but the worst part is you're in jail and everybody in jail is watching court TV. Everybody in jail is seeing what the fuck's going on. So he's not safe, really.
No.
With a jacket, with a new jacket of, you know, predator.
Yeah, so, I already warned him he ain't safe behind the walls.
So at the same time, it's like while everybody's capitalizing and capitalizing off this right now. I mean, they're really, it's only adding to the worst shit going on the inside.
Still got to get charged with his involvement with Tupac's murder. And when
okay, and also too is that I'm keeping an eye out here in Las Vegas, so, you know, on that story there as it unfolds. So far, we haven't heard anything recently on it. You see what I mean?
I think that's
so. But however, though, out here in Las Vegas, as soon as something, you know, unfolds, you know, I definitely, you know, let our viewers know with that. Okay, but And the cold part about it is, though, is that with our youth, I'm talking about the generations after me, Brother Che, and your generation there.
That's the Gen X, millennials, the Gen Z.
Right. I'm the baby boomer generation.
The alphas.
Okay.
The babies now are the alphas.
Yeah. Okay. So what it is that they are controlling these narratives. Okay. Why do you think you don't see Sister Soldier too much anymore? You remember Sister Soldier?
I remember. I even got the.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, hold on, Shabazz. You met Sister Soldier?
No. Yeah, I got the CDs.
He got her CDs.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And a book.
Right.
Okay.
From what I heard, Shabaka and Brother Shabazz, them boys, the Alphabet Boys, had stepped to her shortly after that interview she did on a Few Donahue show, and that's why we ain't heard nothing.
Oh no! So the Alphabetized agenda went after Sister Soldier.
Yeah. You remember that song? I'm black and I'm proud, not by James Brown, but it was a rap song by the not the Disorderlies. Damn, what was that damn group called? It began with a D. It was like the I can't remember what it is, but in the video they were in all African garb, and they were talking about how proud they were to be black and African, and all that. And I was friends with one of the members of that group, and he had brought that to my attention because I had asked him, because he's from New York. I was like, "Hey, what's going on with Sister Soldier? And has anybody heard anything from Sister Soldier?" And he was like, "Yeah, they stepped to her."
Oh man, damn. Well, I wish her well. I hope she's okay. It's because I did miss her in Oakland, California, about 6 years ago. Where she's grayer and she put on a little bit of weight, but she was doing a book signing, man, over there, man. When I showed you that clip, man, that I no longer have, when I went over there by the Marcus Garvey bookstore that you was telling me about over there in Oakland. Yeah, see, she was over there doing a book signing, man, and I had missed her like about by 2 days. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And I wanted to reach out there to her. And then I
think it was over there by St. Mary's Center.
Okay. All right. The bookstore was off of Market Street, because you got to understand, in the streets of Oakland, a lot of the streets are at slants. Okay. When you go down Broadway coming from Jack London Square, then you're going to go through Telegraph, that's going to slant off. It's going to be San Pablo that slants off, then Telegraph slants off, and then the further north you go, the wider that they get. You see what I'm saying? And that there was West Oakland over there by the MacArthur BART station, where little Nia was murdered, by the coward John Caldwell. And then over there off of by Defirmary Park, which is off Adeline and 16th Street, that there is where Dr. Newton had started the actual patrols. Okay, yeah, because you remember, man, when they was painting the mural that you saw on the news, man, back in Denver, and you told me about it, and I went bum rushed Oakland down there, and I took some of the photos of it and what have you.
Yeah, it was the moms that had took over that house, Moms for Housing.
Yeah. And then you got to understand, when you look at it, is that a lot of the ones who are out selling a newspaper and stuff like that, were the women. Because like I told you before, Brother Che, in Los Angeles in 1970, I remember when the sisters would come up with the mini skirts on and they had the fros and the leather pieces. Hey, little brother, you want to buy Black Panther paper? It was only a quarter. Okay. So, and I distinctively remember the smell of coconuts, which was the Afro Sheen at that time. But that brother, I think he went out of business, Johnson Products Company, man, because everybody went, with this other route on hair care products, so that was a black business that went under or folded, Johnson Products company there in the early 70s. And then what had happened is that in Hollywood, the movie making industry had them ridiculous ass blaxploitation films. And this is why I respect Eartha Kitt and Cicely Tyson.
Until the Black exploitation era.
Oh yeah. Well, as Cicely Tyson said in her book, when she was on a movie set doing Sounder, when she got the job to play Rebecca in Sounder in 1972, she overheard a white producer says, "Hey, niggas wants drugs, sex, and violence, and we're gonna give them a belly full." And the white boy said it just like that, without like she wasn't standing there. Now me.
And the irony in that, Rocky.
Yeah. No, but I'm gonna tell you the irony. Yeah, and the irony of it is
the Monahan report came out around that exact same time.
Okay, that's interesting. So, and then of course, just like Tricky Dick and Henry Kissinger, as you had brought up, was talking about effeminizing the black males. Then you see what I'm saying? Like Dr. Wilson had said.
That was part of the Monahan report, Shabaki. That's where we get Malone from.
Yeah. And then, of course, too, and Frances Cress Wilson, may she rest in power, she says that they're going to program the black community to go about to be self-destructive. And the cold part about it is they're going to do it without even realizing it.
Yep. Well,
you see?
It's like so on autopilot now with it.
No, man, but autopilot, that's putting it mildly. It's the norm now. That's as you say, autopilot 2.0.
Well, what I mean is they don't even have to be present for it to be going on.
Yeah, exactly. With all this AI shit that you got going on right now.
Not even that. They just don't have to be present at all. That's what I mean. It's like already on autopilot. It's already been implanted in our brain.
Oh yeah.
To hate anything that look like us. Shoot, kill.
Oh yes, and then to sit up here. And then to sit up here and go out here and love these straight hairs and hate yourself. The X-Man told you about that. Just like I pulled up a speech by the X-Man, Brother Che, where the X-Man had said, he said, man, this is why you got all the liquor stores in the communities, because see, the white boy loves you when you skinning and grinning, and when you drunk, he don't want you sober.
Right. And remember that firewater did in the indigenous people, and we just had Indigenous People Day.
Yeah, dude, let me say, if I may say, I got to say this right here. I posted it up on my wall, Brother Che, and I was hoping that you would share it, and the language is a little explicit. Okay, Christopher Columbus was a fucking drunk. Okay, he was a fucking drunk. He did not wash his funky, stinky ass, and the drunk motherfucker was going west when he thought he was going east.
Yeah, that's what we've been taught, Shabaki.
Yeah, fuck Christopher Columbus.
We weren't taught the truth, Shabaki.
And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way.
Well, you would have a different thought if you knew who he truly was, but that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother show. So moving along, we got old Sambo. Back at it again, wagging his finger at black men, talking about we need to support Kamala.
Yeah, that's the shit that I'm talking about, yeah. And that bastard was the president gonna sit up there and allow the police to murder unarmed black men.
And if you recall, and Brother Shabazz and Lady Che, he would also tell us, like how Bill Cosby was with that audacity of hope. You need to pull your pants up. Y'all need to fly straight. Y'all need to do this. Y'all need to do that. All while he was sitting on his hands, allowing the race officers to kill us whole during his whole.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then with Bill Cosby, I think that there was a smear campaign against Mr. Cosby because, as you know, Mr. Cosby in 1996, his son was murdered by Peckerwood off the 405 freeway right near the Sunset Boulevard off-ramp. And for those of you who are not familiar with Los Angeles, the 405 freeway is what's taking you up there into the hills. It's taking you into Bel Air. It's taking you over there by UCLA. It's taking you up there in the Holmby Hills. It's taking you up there by the Playboy Mansion. It's taking you up there by Beverly Hills and Laurel Canyon and Topanga Canyon and Benedict Canyon and all that. And his tire went out. He's in the middle of the night. And what I mean in the middle of the night, man, like about 1 o'clock in the morning on the side of the freeway, and a white boy comes out there and shoots him in the back of the head. Now, you tell me, connect the dots.
Yeah. Well, I had brought that up because he had came out with a book. I used to have it. I don't have it no more. But he had a book, Bill Cosby had released, where he was basically telling us to take care of our kids and stop being deadbeats and pull our pants up and all of this. And shortly after that, and him trying to acquire NBC, all those charges is thrown against him.
Yeah, right, because that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to buy NBC. In other words, he was trying to pull a Robert Johnson. Okay. So what happened with Robert Johnson, okay, for those of you, to our listeners who don't know, as you know, Robert Johnson had started BET. He grossed out, got to $2 billion. Then he thought he sold BET. Then he thought he was going to go up there to buy United Airlines or get a controlling interest in it. And they said, no, nigga, we got to show you the door, man. So you see what BT is. It's all ratchet, owned by Paramount. You see what I'm saying? You saw what they did with Tyler Perry, because Tyler Perry was trying to go in there and get a huge chunk of Paramount. They told Tyler Perry, nope. They told Tyler Perry, nope. You remember the video I did, Brother Che, when I walked down Hollywood Boulevard? If you got it, man, you need to show it sometime in the future.
I had access to it, Shabaka, but no, they shut all those pages down. That's why we got to do all these videos.
Oh man. Okay, so I got to go through these box of phones I got to see if it start off in there. So that's about another $300 on that.
And we got to get Shabaka in the book. Well, you're going to have to link up with Lady Che and get that voice to text going, so we can get that going. Because, like you keep saying, Shabaka, you got less time in front of you than we have for us. So
yeah, I got fewer tomorrows than yesterdays.
Fewer tomorrows than yesterdays, correct. So
and then also too, another thing that that I'm going to start crumb bumming on as well too is that I certainly hope when y'all get off into my age group, if these robots ain't taking over too much, man, y'all got to reverse that trend of these men shoving ketchup up their asses talking about they having a menstrual cycle, man. That is unacceptable.
Yeah, in other words, we got to start
doing there's an insult to every woman.
When we try to do something about that, they call it toxic masculinity.
They call it what?
They call it toxic masculinity.
Then fine, then I'll wear the label. Yeah, I don't recognize no man's to crack.
They are in a protected class. So if you do put the feet on them, just be prepared.
You're right.
Charge.
Yeah, particularly in San Francisco and the Bay Area and California in general. Oh, hell yeah. They're going to hit you with a hate crime. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
That is a fact. And guess who you thank for that, pushing that shit? You guessed it, your current vice president.
Yep, Kamala and Osama was behind pushing that shit. So, again, Osama's out here wagging his finger at us like he was trying to do in 2020 and 2016. In 2016, he was doing it for Hillary, and then in 2020, he was doing it for Biden. So he's back at it this time with Kamala, and he doesn't realize that he's irrelevant. And his legacy, he tarnished his own legacy because, like we just said, he put on his hands and allowed them to kill us wholesale, the race soldiers, i.e. the department, the police officers. and allowed all these other groups to get all the free goodies and giveaways you could possibly muster, and destabilize Africa and keep Gaddafi from creating the gold dinar, which was going to be the minerals.
Yeah, but I think President Traore is trying to get up some momentum on that. Where Gaddafi
be the only one though.
Yeah, I know. That's the sad part. That's the sad part. Hopefully him and President Museveni, man, could come together, man, of Uganda, because President Museveni, as we know, when Biden said, you know, one of his fuck boys over there, Museveni said, look, man, take your aid, man. We don't do that here.
Yeah,
and he's standing there, and President Museveni said, hey, Trick, you still standing here? You know?
To push
you know, his mouth fell open like he's so shocked. Hey, you all with that agenda, you got your human rights and you have your civil rights, but you don't have no right to come up to heterosexual people trying to push that shit.
Civil rights. Right. It's because of Black foundational Black Americans. The only reason why they have any civil rights is because of foundational Black Americans. These so-called lies.
And then being a diasporic African, and as you said, Brother Che, is that we were the only ones that was pushing the Pan-African movement until them tethers.
I can't get with the Pan-African, the diasporan, Afro-descendant terminology, because we was the only ones that's been pushing that shit. No other I've been pushing that FBA.
Okay, and when we do this,
and then when we do, have been pushing that like FBA. It has not been reciprocated. It has not been reaffirmed in the diaspora. It has not, and we just got to come to grips with that.
But also too, Brother Che. So when we do
and fleeing over here, can't wait to get the hell up out of Africa and come over here and eat off of us.
Right, but they kept Africa poor just for that reason, and I'm going to mention that when we do the 50th anniversary of the Rumble in the Jungle.
When in regards, Africa's not poor.
No. It's not. It's not. But what it is, though, you got that damn tetherism and neocolonialism, because tetherism and neocolonialism walk hand in hand.
And you forgot another ism, Shabaka. They got tribalism.
Okay. Now, that part too. Now, let's look at something. Don't you know, or I should say, I'm willing to bet money as that's being manipulated by the Europeans too to kill the unity. Because they realize, man, like
these people are literally the majority in these countries, and they can't seem to get it together. This is why Garvey fell out the Caribbean, because he couldn't get nothing cracking in terms of Black empowerment in the Caribbean.
Okay, and then keep in mind is that they smeared Garvey.
He had to come here though, Shabaka. That's the whole point. He couldn't get nothing popping in Jamaica. He couldn't get nothing cracking in Jamaica, nothing cracking in the Caribbean, and that's part of the African diaspora. Like y'all, Pan-Africanists like to always say, the only difference between a Bahamian and a Jamaican and an African American is a boat stop.
There's a boat stop, which it was. Okay, it's because when them raping, slave trading, stanky ass, nasty, foul ass, no bathing ass Europeans went over there, the game doing like you were saying, Brother Che, the tribalism is because I read this here off of Lerone Bennett's book, and I hit Sarge with those facts. And them crackers, they use lies, religion, trickery, divide and conquer, you know, about 10 different methods. The so-called that we sold ourselves off into slavery and all this old shit, you see what I'm saying? Because they didn't care if you was an Igbo, they didn't care if you was Hausa, they didn't give a damn if you was Maasai, they didn't give a damn if you was Zulu, they didn't give a damn if you was Ashanti, you see what I'm saying? Hey, all you niggas look alike, and there's a market for your black asses over there in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, but what you're leaving out, Shabaka, they had help from niggas that look alike.
Okay, but Brother Che, they were knocked in the head and captured as slaves too. That's what the Amistad was about. Why the fuck would the king sell his own son into slavery?
Because that's the type of shit they used to do back in them times, Shabaka.
Okay, but Brother Che, okay, you and I, we always have this debate. The white man, like Malcolm has said, he's always been a master at divide and conquer, like the same goddamn thing he did right here, man, with the Cherokee who tried to enslave us, with the Seminoles who offered us havens down there.
Some of those people were our people. We just got to come to grips with that.
Okay, Brother Che, we will discuss this here at a later time, sir. Okay, it's because like I said, like I told you, I traveled every goddamn state out here in the West, man, and these Native American women, man, still look like 6 o'clock bimbos. I can't. That's the missing link.
The link is the Dow's Commission. You need to look into the Dow's Commission. It's the missing link because you choose to make it the missing link. It don't have to be a missing link. We've already told you why that is. But I just
put it to you this way, brother.
Because we have enemies within that need to be addressed. And Osam is one.
Okay, well, this is what they call. Okay, well, wait a minute, Brother Che. That is what Hoover launched, called the counterintelligence program. That's probably where he got the idea from. Is because the white man, his thing was all about divide and conquer. You see what I'm saying? All right, and then I'm listening to Dr. Phil, man, and then I'm gonna call it a night, man, to save this data for the show for tomorrow night, and we come on an hour early for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced 5 p.m. in the Pacific, 6 p.m. in the Mountain Time, and 7 p.m. in the Central, and 8 p.m. in the East. Yeah, because I've been putting a lot of work in it, man. I'm just exhausted, you know. Yeah. But who said this job was going to be easy? Right. And then also too, like I said, I never forget the little fox that I met over there by Laney College, man, at the Lake Merritt BART station. Where I asked her why the women there from Africa are so hypnotically beautiful. She says 2 things: the water, and because of God. Yep. And when she told me that, man, and I'm gonna sit up here, look at some 6 o'clock Taylor Swift Barbie doll bambo and says that's beautiful, I'll be out of my fucking mind.
I agree, Shabaka. Now moving along. Update us on FBAs, which we are, Foundation of Black Americans, Central American Child Slavery Freedmen. Respond to former President Barack Obama for disrespecting black men like Democrats own us.
Not here. And yes, I've heard she dropped a plan for black men. Yes, I know about that, and I will go through that.
To that next after this.
On into this man. So maybe some people, you know, say, well, what did he say? I kind of heard it. I saw bits and pieces of it. So we want to first play what he said, just to keep you in remembrance of what he said. And then we're going to go to the brothers and sisters. So let's go ahead and cue that up. And then let's go. Hold on. Here we go. All right.
Communities is that
this bullshit.
We have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. Now, I also want to say that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers.
Where you speak to.
So if you don't mind, just for a second, I'm going to speak to y'all directly and say that when you have a choice that is this clear, when on the one hand you have somebody who grew up like you, knows you, went to college with you, understands the struggles and pain and joy that comes from those experiences. Who's had to work harder and do more and overcome and achieves the second highest office in the land. You just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming
and motherfucker, you just wasn't feeling the idea of being a black man when you didn't prosecute the motherfuckers who was murdering unarmed black men. Barack Obama, kiss my ass.
Who has a history of denigrating you.
And that's just it, Shabaka. That's why these tethers are a major problem, Shabaka. They did not have the same experience as us. They did not have the FBA experience. So for this tether to be talking about, oh, they grew up like you, they went to the same schools as you, they know the struggle, they overcame, and all of that bullshit. No, the hell they didn't. Kamala didn't grow up with us. He was only in Oakland.
No, he grew up over
for
there
a short time.
In Hawaii, I think.
I'm talking about Kamala.
Yeah. Kamala. And did she go to Canada too?
She spent majority of her childhood and adolescence in Canada, in an East Indian community.
Right.
We've already docked this broad. We already know her whole damn history. And the way that the white media, mainstream media, is trying to paint it is that she grew up in Chicago, East Denver, East Oakland, Brooklyn, New York.
As far as Brooklyn. Here's some cannon fodder for you that with her in Oakland. Okay, she was born in Berkeley, which is north of West Oakland.
I know where she was born, Shabaka. That doesn't. Yeah. The way they're trying to paint it was like, oh, she was down with the Panthers. She was down with the struggle. She grew up and all of that. She was only in Oakland, in the Bay Area, for a short time, like very short.
Keep in mind is that she was born in 1965, Brother Che, giving you more cannon fodder, and the Black Panther Party originated in 1966. So with her being a toddler or a baby, man, she wouldn't even know who the fuck they were. Now, if she was 7 or 8 years old at that time, yeah.
Exactly, Shabaka. And she's a tether anchor baby. And just because she supposedly looks like us, we supposed to support this damn curry mala cooking, cleaning greens in the bathtub.
Yeah, shit that got me right there. Yeah, man. Do you know, man? My family been cooking greens all our lives, man. You know, you could smell greens. My mother-in-law used to do greens real good. And where was the greens? Always at in the sink. Okay,
not in the bathroom.
Not in the bathtub, and then you got the pressure cooker right there. You did after you take them out of the water in the sink, then you put them in the pressure cooker. Then you put your spice in there, a little bit of mustard and what have you. You know what I'm saying? And then you go and you got some good old eating right there. So therefore, Kamala Harris, like Barack Obama, is full of shit. Okay, tethers, sellouts, ass scratchers, yassa bosses, coons, all these motherfuckers is one and the same, as you enlighten me more, Brother Che, on this.
Yeah.
And another brother who I'm going to start checking out, man, is Professor PLO Lumumba.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to be definitely checking him out. Now, I do not know if the professor is a nephew or younger brother or a son of Patrice Lumumba, because that's another thing that we're going to be talking about when we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Rumble in the Jungle. Brother Che, I'm just letting you know, man, and please take some notes on it. We're definitely going to be talking about Patrice Lumumba, okay? And this is what...
that was great.
Huh?
You're talking about... the revolutionary Patrice Lumumba. Rest in power.
Yes, he was killed in 1960, and what it was is that it was Eisenhower that gave the order to do it.
And
It's
here's
because
the
treason.
you know, Eisenhower wasn't exactly 100% white. You're aware of that,
Well,
right?
I've heard rumors. I've heard rumors about it. Okay, now, also too, what had happened is, as we do know, okay, like King Leopold, fuck King Leopold, okay, because before they named the capital city of the DNC, wait a minute, the DRC, they used to call it Leopoldville after the Belgian king Leopold, and what he was, he got upset when the indigenous people there, okay, the Kigali, I think, okay.
Yeah, I believe
that
you're
reason,
correct.
yeah, he would cut off their arms if they didn't go pick the rubber for Firestone and Goodyear.
Yeah, if they came up short on that quota, yep. Yeah, I read
Yes.
Heart of Darkness. I read Heart of Darkness back in high school, Shabaki, and I read King Leopold's Ghost. Up until recently, I had that book too.
Yeah.
Ghost.
Yeah, and so therefore, when these crackers come up there and tell you, "Oh, but that was so long ago, you not gonna need no reparations," and you heard me go back and forth, Brother Che, with idiots over the years that you and I have been knowing each other, right? Okay, and then when I try to tell them a basic law of finance and economics, okay, you crackers took $1,000. You bought two niggas, okay? Let's say like Shabaka and Che younger, so you paid $750 for Che. You paid, $250 for Shabaka, who's missing half his teeth and all that old type of shit. You see what I'm saying? Now we going to pick cotton. Cotton is going up there to the market selling $1,000 a bale, $2,000 a bale. Yeah, you see what I mean? Then your investment on the two niggas that I just mentioned. Okay, so now you're selling the cotton. Now here come back 2,000, 3,000. Now you're reinvesting it again. Okay, now you went down there and got you some investments, Louisiana, got the sugar cane where you got some of our people from doing that. And you motherfuckers come up with I.W. Harper, Jack Daniels, old granddad,
all that stuff came from black inventors.
Okay, you prove my point even further, Brother Che, for the reparations. Okay, now, not only did the master own your body and your labor, he also owned your intellectual property. You see what I'm saying?
Property.
Yeah, he owned your intellectual property. You see what I mean? Just like the real McCoy, just like, well, I've been working on the railroad, you know what I'm saying? And then not to mention, hold it, folks, then not to mention the legend of John Henry, where all our folks was out there building that goddamn Southern Pacific Railroad all the way from the ATL to Los Angeles.
Yep, facts. But I got to get back to the clip, Shabaka.
All right.
Because you think that's a sign of strength, because that's what being a man is.
Right on, Mac 285.
That's not acceptable.
All right. So just to give you a remembrance of what he said at the time, Barack Obama has some nerve. Now, this is a man that when he decided to leave the White House, he went to Martha's Vineyard. He didn't go back to Chicago, and Chicago has a lot of nice places to live. He didn't go back to Chicago, where all the brothers and sisters at. He went to the most Mayo place he can go, Martha's Vineyard. That's where he went. Him and his wife. That's what they wanted to stay. They didn't want to go back to Chicago. And you say, well, they can stay wherever they want to stay. You're right. You're 100%. They can say what they want to say, but here's the problem. Barack Obama don't interact with black people like that. And not Martha's Vineyard, he don't. Maybe they have some other black folks sprinkling in here and there, but you know how that goes. There's little specks in a sea in a sea of Mayo, right? He could have went back to Chicago. He could have lived on the great side, the nice side. I mean, downtown or whatever neighborhood, right? He could have got something. You know, that's the affluence in every city, no matter where you at. But he didn't go back to Chicago and make a difference in Chicago with those brothers and sisters. He went to Martha's Vineyard. Okay. But yet he gonna come down and talk to the brothers. I don't see too many brothers living in Martha's Vineyard, bro. I just don't see that. So Barack Obama has no sway. And this is about to be the proof. We have a couple of brothers, couple of sisters that's just was not impressed with Barack Obama talking to the brothers. Let's go ahead on and cue this up.
Man, they got Obama on the campaign trail for Miss Harris. I'm trying to figure out one thing. Who do the Obama supposed to be? The black messiah? Talking about his message to all the black men. Why we not vote for Miss Harris? Did you look at the situation we in right now? You know, in the last 4 years. And then, Obama, you ain't done a motherfucking thing. It was better when Trump was in office to me all the way around. So who the Obama supposed to be? The guy Messiah? Man, hell nah, man. You ain't spread the Red Sea. You know what I mean? You ain't done no like that to us, man. You ain't did us really on the cool. You know, so I'll let bring Obama.
This is Resurrection of the Mental Dead.
Damn about Obama. When he started doing something to these black communities, then I say, well, good kudos to you too, brother. But other than that, man, stop throwing that case about the black men not voting for Miss Harris. I'm not voting for Miss Harris. That's just flat out. And I don't give a damn who she brings in. Obama is not the Messiah, man.
Now that there is spoken like a true Chicagoan right there.
All right, so let me stop right there after that, brother. Now, come here. He's not.
Right.
He's not the oracle. We don't look at him and say, oh my God, what President Obama gonna say? He thinks in his mind, his rabbit mind, that he can come in and talk to us any kind of way. But he been doing that in his presidency, though.
Yeah.
During his presidency, he always was talking down to black people and definitely black men. So really, this isn't really too different than what he been doing. If you just go back and look at his history, right? He has no respect for black men because he wasn't raised around black men. Exactly. Remember, he has a white mammy. He grew up in Hawaii. How many black men do you really see in Hawaii? Okay, military, yes. But you don't have too many brothers saying I'm moving to Hawaii like that. I'm just saying you just don't.
You don't. Plus, it's high as hell to live over
what
there.
Black men he been around? I mean, talking about his upbringing years. I'm talking about just from a little boy all the way up. He have no black men around. So how can he really relate to black men? Okay, yeah, he went to Chicago and all of that. But see, Obama and Kamala, both of them. And you know the two things they both got in common. One, they don't have FBA parents. Two, not only that, I can understand if both his parents were Kenyan. That's one conversation. I can understand if both her parents was real Jamaicans. You know what I'm talking about? Dark-skinned Jamaicans, right? Chickpeas and rice, that type of Jamaican. But both of them do the, let me see how I can say it. Some quote unquote biracials, whoever's in their face, they going to try to relate to. So if it's a black person in their face, they're gonna try to relate to them. If it's white people in their face, they're gonna try to relate to them. If it's Hispanics in their face, they do this thing where they try to relate to everybody. It's an interesting dynamic, and they both do that. Him too. He's never stood on business for anything with black people. He always think about during his presidency, Barack Obama, he was always trying to appease Mitch McConnell. Remember? Mitch McConnell will talk to him like he's less than a man sometimes.
And then remember,
you the whole president of the United States, and you letting this old white man who's a
that just reminded me. So remember when Mitch McConnell said our reparations was Osamba
being elected?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the sad part about that there, and the sad part about that, Brother Jay.
Oh, okay. Give us your closing on your way out, Brother Shabazz. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, and I got to get going too, because I got to prep for tomorrow.
Yeah, I was wondering why they be putting Kamala and Barack Obama in the front line just to be our voice, and none of his parents are FBA. Good point to me. You know, we got lots of intelligent FBA in this country. Why do it have to be not FBA?
Because they said they would never have a descendant of slaves be the president of the United States.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, that's that, huh?
So they'll get a tether because they ain't got that same, how can I put it? That same animosity, that same spirit in their heart. Because they didn't go through what we had to go through, what our ancestors had to go through.
Right.
Their lineage doesn't even show that. And if you know anything about India, they got a caste system in India.
Yeah, out of this world, yeah. And the only thing I'm gonna say on that there, family, them people, man, who what did you say who's at the highest class? The Dalits?
No, the Brahmin are at the highest class, which Kamala.
Okay, the Brahmins.
And
okay.
Okay. They belong to the Brahmin class. The Dalits.
Okay, now them Brahmins, Brother Che, they own a lot of these convenience stores out here on the West Coast, right? Okay.
I got George Floyd killed, by the way, too.
Okay. Okay. Now, but also too, pay very, very special note. Okay, very special note. When you go give them your money to pay for it,
yeah,
and they hand you the change, they're not gonna hand you the change in your hand. They're gonna drop it in your hand. The basic point is what I'm looking at is that I'm taking special note on that. Okay, of that, not to have no contact with you. Now, I remember one time when I was in Southern California, I got into an argument with one of them motherfuckers, right? They are warlike, okay? Give them that. They are warlike. So if you go up against one of them motherfuckers, man, don't go up there doing a bunch of fat mouthing, man, with nothing in your pocket, because they will attack you and they will fuck you up. So I'm just putting it out there. You always try to avoid conflict. You see, you always try to avoid conflict. But however, any conflict, okay, always has the option of going to the next level of force. Understand?
Yep.
Yeah.
Any conflict, okay, always has the option of going to the next level of force. You see what I mean? And I'm saying all that there to say, just like Brother Chad pointed out about Osambo right here. Oh man, I'm the first black president and all that. Okay, well go shove some ketchup up your ass and be a woman and wave your RBG flag. But President Obama, black people are being murdered unarmed by the police, and you the damn president of the United States. Just like when Brittany Griner was over there in jail, Lil Bootsy was so fucked up and did a live feed smoking at MJ. Hey, girl, you supposed to go get Brittany Griner. You the vice president. Well, hell, Obama was the motherfucking president.
Yeah.
George, Mike Brown, Philando Castile, Sandra Bland, Tamir Rice. I mean, man, they done so many people.
Terrence Crutchfield.
Yes, sir. And did you remember, Brother Che, when I did that live feed from Oakland that time, man, when I passed? Huh?
Was it Freddie Gray?
Yeah, Freddie Gray.
Gray. Yeah, yeah. Brother Isaiah was on top
under Obama's administration.
Yeah, Alan Blue. And you remember the picture I showed you from Oakland, Brother Che, where they had all the pictures up there on that grass where all the people who died by the police, and then they want to sit up there and wonder why the Black Panther Party came into existence in 1966. Point number 7. You know,
matter of fact, guess what today is?
What's today?
The 59th anniversary of the original Black Panther Party for self-defense.
58.
No, No, because we'll be in our ninth season. We're in our ninth season for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And Shabaka's
Okay,
date,
so,
the 50th.
okay, so wait a minute. 50th. Okay, so we're at the 58th or the 59th. Yeah, you're right, brother Trey. Yeah, shout out there to Oakland, California, to the descendants of those, and also to the descendants of all those that had the chapters going on across the country, from Denver to Chicago to New York to Los Angeles to Seattle, Washington. You know what I'm saying? So most definitely, of course, we must respect the memories of those, like little Bobby Hutton, who made the ultimate sacrifice. And then I'm gonna say this here because I gotta then I'm gonna get off because I gotta start prepping for tomorrow. I gotta get some rest. Okay. And what about those who made the ultimate sacrifice during the Black empowerment era and during the civil rights era that made the ultimate sacrifice now, brother Che? You remember when we was talking about John Lewis, right? Okay.
Yeah.
To see this rainbow shit. And then Al Sharpton, you fucking hypocrite, and I'm saying that you're no good bastard, and you welcome to call in at 516-418-5996 next week, and we can argue. You talking about, oh man, I'm there for black rights and all that, but Al, you waving a rainbow flag with a banana in your mouth, Al Sharpton. Something not right.
Something not right.
Something not right. You know, to quote the coroner in the O.J. Simpson case.
Yeah.
You waving a damn rainbow flag with a banana in your mouth. And then Jesse Jackson. Yeah.
Jackson.
Reverend
You
Jackson.
say it. Come on. Say it with me now. I am somebody. I am somebody.
Sir.
I don't know who the hell I am. But I
am somebody. I may be poor, but I'm somebody. I may be on welfare. I am somebody. I might be a bum in the street, fucked up off of drugs. I am somebody. Man, every motherfucker he just mentioned right there ain't no goddamn body. Fuck Jesse Jackson.
Right.
And
R.I.P. to Dr.
Jackson, and then Reverend Jackson, I got a memory here. See, this is one thing about being an old bastard. See, Reverend Jackson, I got a memory back to 1972 at a place called White Stacks at the Los Angeles Coliseum, where you was wearing a dashiki, red, black, and green, man, and you talking about this and talking about that. Now your ass is up there with a rainbow coalition, and you might as well go share Banana Man with Al Sharpton. Yeah, that's what you fools need to do, is go sit up there with your rainbow flag and put a banana on both things in each one of y'all's mouths. Y'all ain't shit. And I'm sorry I have to say that about you, man. And I'm sorry I have to say that about you, man, but I'll be damned if I'm going to tell the generations after me to sit up there and go for this prepackaged bullshit that I watched that evolve. I can't do it. I cannot go before the ancestors with my head held high. And just as the sister told me at the 50th anniversary, ma'am, I think I'm being spied on and all that, you know, with what I do here. And I told her in our first season about SBEE. She took the fly. She had on her leather piece, had her fro all gray from Philadelphia, hot spot. She stated to me, brother, I've lived with it for 50 years. Yep. What are you going to do, man? Are you going to die on your feet, or are you going to live on your knees? Turned around and walked away and said nothing. Repeat. Turned around, walked away, and didn't say nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would imagine, shout out to in California, so I would imagine you guys will be having the festivities over there at Defirmary Park. You know what I'm saying? Also, too, I do want to give a shout out there to the mayor of Oakland at the 50th anniversary, Libby Schaff, who's no longer the mayor, who did sign an official municipal proclamation declaring October of 2016 official Black Panther Party History Month in the city of Oakland.
Nice.
And
also, this is Gullah Geechee month as well.
So you're gonna have to educate me on that. And also, too, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, with it being Black Panther Party Month. I want to give a shout out there to Mr. Ryan Coogler, you know, big time movie director now. Okay, he was the one that made the independent film called Fruitvale Station about the murder of Oscar Grant. Then what happened was, as you do know, when the movie Black Panther came out, he was the director, and then they started posting billboards all up across Oakland, California, calling it, you know, in correlation with Wakanda. He did make Black Panther 2. Mr. Coogler, you know, was paid quite
And Black
handsomely.
Panther was shot in Oakland, California.
Yeah, the very first scene when the Dua Mujale had came and got Killmonger, because I recognized the basketball court, okay? And then also too, Black Panther 2, okay, they did Black Panther 2, okay? And then Disney owns the rights to it, unfortunately, high-level production. And then, of course, with the passing of Mr. Boseman, Chadwick, okay, Siri, you remember Siri, his little sister, the one that designed the uniform for where the uniform works, whatever force you go to Black Panther with, he kicks it back to you to the second power of it, okay? And at last I understand that she is the queen of Wakanda now. The Queen Mother's gone, you know, T'Challa's gone, okay, and then of course Killmonger, you know, they executed Killmonger. And then remember what Michael B. Long said at the end of Black Panther when he lost the contest with King T'Challa, and said, hey man, give me the death penalty. And then Chadwick Boseman says, well, man, with you and I working together, he says, no, fuck that. I committed treason since you still alive. And look at what our people did off the coast of North Carolina when they realized they bondage and they backed themselves up into the water.
The people that didn't back themselves into the water were the Gullah Geechee. So that's why I said,
okay. Okay, but once again, though, but Brother Che, this is why me and Mad Dr. D created Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Enhanced mean, man, we're going through the whole Black experience. You see what I'm saying? And of course, you know, OTBs, you're welcome to call into our platform. We appreciate it. But we do not argue or debate, you know, or do with the Sarges and all that old type of crap and the Joe Gibsons, all that, because what we're gonna start doing, and I'm making it plain. When you all start coming us with that bullshit, we're just gonna kick you off the fucking platform, because my blood pressure, you know, I can't have it going up. I'm old now, you know what I'm saying? And so we are looking for some guest hosts, you know, Brother Che, you could decide on that. But no ass scratches and no Yasa bosses, I don't have to tell you that. Also too is that and these damn tethers, we're gonna start crumb bumming on these tethers. You see what I mean? You know,
all right, if you gotta run, you can run. Just
okay, I'm out, y'all. Get with us tomorrow night. I'm out, Brother Jack.
Okay. All right. See you. Oh yeah, stay black. Black power.
Yes, always. Always. Okay, I'm out, Brother Che. Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow, man.
Okay. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Okay.
All right, Lady Che, I'm gonna let the video continue.
Senate Majority Leader talk to you any kind of way. Well, my hands are tied. I mean, Mitch McConnell, I can't do this. I can't. Mitch McConnell was sunning him a lot. It looked bad. Now, but it's a but. He don't come from our lineage,
right?
And that's why a lot of that happened. Because when you try to people please, think about it. When he said if I had a son, he would look like Trayvon, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
And it was nothing wrong with what he said. Nothing was wrong when he said that.
Right.
Them folks came against him and well, you know, I don't want to say anymore because I may mess with the investigation. Huh? You think if I'm the president, I'm messing with all investigation.
Right.
I'm putting my mouth on everything. You gonna mess up the investigation. If I see an injustice, I got a mouth, I got freedom of speech too. And just because I'm the president don't mean I can't say something. That was wrong what happened to Trayvon Martin, and Zimmerman should have went to jail.
Right.
He's shutting his mouth is part of the reason why Zimmerman did not go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Let's call it what it is. Yeah. All these black people that was killed underneath Barack Obama's watch, and he got the nerve to come out in front of black people. Because I remember I covered them all. Yeah, I covered them. These stories of lots of black people was losing their life behind incidents like the Trayvon Martin incident that you had right after that. Yeah. You know, you had the Michael Brown and all this happened underneath his watch. Yeah. All underneath his watch. Let's continue.
Yeah, they crashing out. They crashing out real bad, and it's over for them, and they are in shambles, and they losing it. So they sent their overseer out, said, let's get these in line so they can stay on the plane and say, and to my white Trump supporters, tell me if you notice the racism. Why just the black brothers? Get the flick out of here. And you ain't like us either, Obama. Already done said that. Because here's the thing. And you should have stood down after you saw how black men roasted Magic Johnson when he tried to come out and tell them to vote for that lady. They brought his son into it. Yeah, they did. So you should have been quiet, because this is Magic Johnson's son and this is Donald Trump's sons. You need to get your own house in order. And to Obama, what did you do? You brought Obamacare. Look at what happened to the Obamacare boy. He not an Obamacare girl. You don't think black men notice the Democratic Party's campaign to emasculate them? You don't think they done picked up on that? But it's like they really think we're stupid. Like, why would black men vote for the prosecuting attorney that raised inflation, that locked up so many black men, who has a white husband? The only black that's in her was Willie Brown's Willie. Why would they vote for that lady? Why would they vote for the prosecuting attorney over the man that signed the prison reform bill, the First Steps Act? Why would they do that? Like it's the playing in my face for me.
Okay, all right. So let's get into, you know what? One of many ancestral incarnations. Let me address you first. That's the perfect way. Do not discuss politics at work. Don't do that. Matter of fact, don't even discuss politics with nobody. Right. Let me tell y'all something. It's so bad now. I don't discuss politics with. Only time I'm gonna discuss politics unless I'm in this venue. I'm in this suit, right? I'm on this microphone. I will discuss it. Outside of this microphone and my platforms, I don't talk politics with nobody. If they bring it up to me, you know, I play like I'm dumb. I play like I don't know nothing, because I don't even want to get into it with you. Because let me tell you something. Politics and religion is the two things that people get so emotional about, angry about. Politics and religion. More people have lost their lives in history behind politics and religion. Everybody think they're expert in it, and the majority don't know nothing. I'm telling you, they don't. Just by talking to them, they don't. Even if you know more than the next person, they get so emotional. Look at how some black people are acting. If you just say, you know, I don't know about her. You didn't say you was gonna vote for Trump. You just say I didn't know about her, and I ain't gonna. You gonna act like that? Matter of fact, Lord Jamar had did an interview, I think on the Art of Dialogue channel, and he was saying that he was talking about, yeah, he was gonna vote for Trump, and I went immediately to the comment section. I can't believe he said that. Oh my God, I love Lord Jamar and his music and his advocacy, and now he said that I'm gonna not ever listen to him again. These people are that silly. And this is what I tell all of you, right? This is what I tell all of you. If you don't want to listen to me no more because of an election, that's really what it is, an election. One or two are going to win, and that election is going to be over. You don't know that lady from a can of paint. Right. She don't know you from a can of paint. And yet you're trying to throw away relationships. You don't want to watch people. You don't want to do whatever because they don't support that lady. Listen, I'm going to say this. I'm going to keep preaching this, right? Listen to me, people, in the chat. If somebody want to not talk to you anymore, if somebody don't want nothing to do with you anymore because of this election, say, you know what? I'm happy that happened. Thank God for Vice President Kamala Harris, because it wouldn't been for her coming around, she couldn't have created a separation in this community that been needed to happen. Right. And I've been preaching for years that a separation in the black community needed to happen, and it's happening. And I'm loving this. I'm loving the sight of it, because we got to get these people that's all into that Democrat mess away from us. So if this election is going to be, look, if a family member don't want to talk to you no more, let them go. You don't need them. Because there's 7 billion people on the earth. Trust me, somebody, you have a family member to you, right? If somebody, well, you know, I don't want to go on a date with you because you know what? Beautiful. Don't go on a date with me.
Right.
You got some women I've seen say, my husband voted for Trump, I'm going to divorce him. Well, you know what? Go ahead and divorce him then. Because you didn't love him no way. The last time I checked, when you take a marriage vow, say for better or worse, you're not always going to agree with your spouse on everything. You're just not. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you need to move around. I'm not going to sacrifice nothing. I'm going to start talking to family members behind an election, behind some people I don't even know. That's stupid.
Right.
So, yeah, don't discuss any kind of politics with anybody on your job. Don't do that. Matter of fact, at my child's school, they asking my little girl, oh, you know, who you want to win? And I already told my little girl, when they ask that question, just tell them I'm not in all that, and I don't pay attention to it, and I couldn't vote no way. I'm only 10. So I don't know. I'll say whoever is going to be, right? And that's what I tell her to respond to everybody. To ask her that question at school. Yes, 10-year-olds are discussing it. They are. And then some of the teachers are discussing it and all of that. So some of the teachers are, you know, of course, with the Kamala thing. And like I told her, you know, certain things they said, I had to kind of correct her on, you know, I say, no, that's not going to happen. This is not going to happen, X, Y, Z. But you just tell them that, hey, I can't vote anyway. Right. Whoever win, where they win, and that's that. You know, I'm not even into politics. I'm just trying to pass the 5th grade. And that's that. Yeah. Only let the experts talk to people with that in certain settings. All right. So what the sister was talking about was, you know, yeah, the brothers got at Magic Johnson for sure. A lot of brothers was like, hey, Magic, we like how you play ball and all that, but bruh, yeah, that son of yours, you know, hey, people said it. I didn't go there in that commentary, but people did say that.
Yep.
I mean, you do, like the sister pointed out, you do see the difference with Donald Trump's sons versus Magic Johnson's sons, right? So, you know, if you're going to come down on brothers, they're going to point out your fatherhood. That's just really what it is, okay? All right, so let's get to the next sister in line.
I want Barack Obama and every Democrat out there to know, you do not own Black people. We are not slaves. Our chains are gone. We do not owe you anything. And we don't have to give you an account for how we choose to vote. He sounded like a slave master in that clip. Sounded like he was on the plantation telling a bunch of people who had run off they don't have the right to do something unless he gives them permission to do it. It's as if he's telling these people, you all just need to shut up and get in line. Do what I tell you to do. How dare you try to think for yourself? How dare you try to reason for yourself? How dare you choose to vote for somebody else who I say you don't have the right to vote for? How dare he try to shame people and tell people that they're misogynists if they don't vote for Kamala Harris? And you say that Donald Trump is the one who's denigrating Black people. You are the one, President Obama, who is denigrating these people because you think that they don't have the right to think for themselves. And instead of respecting their right to choose who they want to vote for, you want to shame them into voting for the Democratic candidate because they don't have the right, in your view, to vote for somebody unless you say that they have the right to vote for that person. And I actually saw another creator on this app praising Barack Obama for the stunt he pulled last night, talking about, yeah, he told those Black men, he let them know. It is not up to Barack Obama to criticize anybody. It is not up to Barack Obama to try to shame anybody into doing something. That is not his place. He is not nobody's daddy up in there. Black people are not accountable to the Democratic Party. We don't have to give an account for who we choose to vote for or how we choose to vote. The Democratic Party is accountable to us. Kamala Harris is running for president. She is accountable to us. And then our former president actually had the nerve to talk about how disappointed he was in the Black community for not supporting Kamala Harris the way they supported him. So when he was running, he got about 95% of the Black vote. Joe Biden in 2020 got about 90 or 92% of the Black vote. Now we have Kamala Harris in the swing state of Pennsylvania, which is where they were. In that state, she has about 77 or 78% of the Black vote as of yesterday. But instead of placing the blame with Kamala Harris, people are turning around like Barack Obama and saying, The problem is you. You're the problem. You're a misogynist. You don't vote for her. There's something wrong with you. It's not her. It's you.
All right. So that sister was cooking. 100% right.
Yes, she was.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. Now Kamala Harris, she's trying to play catch up. When she first got in, she didn't want to do no interviews. She was avoiding the media. She didn't want to talk to nobody. Everybody said, hey, when you gonna do an interview? When you gonna do an interview? She didn't want to talk. Now all of a sudden, when it's literally getting down to the 2-minute warning for her in the election, oh, now she wants to interview with everybody now. Right? Oh, now people gonna find out who she was. You gotta remember, back in 2019, she didn't get a single delegate. She dropped out the race.
Yep.
So now people are supposed to like her now? Like what changed?
These mushrooms make you feel better. They increase focus and energy while keeping you calm and stressed.
About her, and at least in 2019, you couldn't put on her about the economy. You couldn't say nothing about the migrant crisis. You couldn't say anything. She had a better chance to win in 2019, in my opinion, 2019, 2020, than now. I'm just saying.
We knocked her off the.
It's not like she coming off of an administration that was just so successful. People are suffering in this country, and Joe Biden say, yeah, and she's part of it. Because she with me to every step of the way. That Joe Biden boy, he trying to get her. He don't like her. And everybody, it's really been coming out how he just don't really feel her like that. Well, of course he don't like her because she went along to undermine it, right? But yeah, it's not Kamala's fault for nothing. It's the brothers. They did it. Now she's so desperate now. Guess what, y'all? She did an interview with Boulay Martin. She finally interviewed with Boulay Martin. I saw that. Trust me, if you've seen one Kamala interview, you've seen them all. Boulay Martin didn't really push on anything with her. You remember when Boulay Martin interviewed the super mayor? You remember that?
Yeah.
Same kind of interview. He didn't push nothing. But there's one interview I'm interested in seeing. Kamala is going to go interview with Fox News on Wednesday. I say, whoa. They're actually going to do an interview on Fox News. She is getting really desperate now because she avoided Fox News like the plague. Trump wanted to do a debate with her on Fox News and she didn't go. Now you want to go show up in the last few minutes of the election on Fox News? You don't have long now. I mean, shoot, this what, the 14th? Yeah, she going on Fox News, so that's going to be interesting. Now you saw what happened on 60 Minutes. And that was that. So, now you imagine what they gonna ask her and push on her on Fox News? That's gonna be interesting. I can't wait to see that Fox News interview. I'm pretty sure that's probably gonna go viral because they probably gonna be looking to get at her. But both have okay. It say you want excellent up to date coverage. Okay, yeah, appreciate that. He said Doug is coming to Savannah. Man, nobody want to hear nothing from no Doug. Nobody want to hear nothing. He's not running for president, number one. Number two, he's boring. I remember the DNC convention. He was trying to do a speech, and this guy was, I'd rather watch paint dry than listen to that guy. He has no personality. He has nothing. He's just, I guess, Doug, I guess. That's fine to be Doug, but when you are getting in front of a crowd of people, you got to kind of electrify the people a little bit. You got to read the crowd and feed off the crowd's energy, and then you can go off of that and do your thing, right? So no, Doug is not. He's not gonna help her. All right. So the Democrats don't own black people's vote. Bottom line. That's right. And don't let these people shame none of you into voting for them. Tell them to go shame the Asians.
Right.
Go shame them. Notice Obama not shaming the Asian men? He ain't saying nothing to Asians. They actually did something for Asians. And they're not wagging their finger, Asian men, you better get out there and vote. Not saying a word to Asian men. So leave us the hell alone.
Would really like to know why, when it's election season, Obama sees fit to always punch down on black folk. And specifically black men. I am quite befuddled that somehow our community takes the rap for the Democratic Party's lack of reading the room. And when it comes to the conditions of Black folks in the United States of America, no matter who has been in office or even held the majority of Congress, Black people's conditions have stayed the exact same and in some areas have gotten worse. And then to use this trope as somehow Black men just don't want to see a woman as president is absolutely insane. I have never once seen this party address white men and white women and their complicity in upholding the oppressive systems against Black and brown folks in the United States. This is why I'm not mad at people opting out of voting, because we have literally fought for the rights of ourselves and everybody else in this country, and still the finger gets pointed at us. And at the same time, no one is ever willing to put in plans and policies that positively impact Black people in America.
All right. So you heard what that sister had to say. We get to that brother. The brother be the last one that we're showing with the brothers and sisters. See, everybody's not happy about what Obama has done. Democrats, you're in trouble. You are in major, major, major trouble, Democrats. I think you're in a worse position than you were even in 2016 with Hillary Clinton. At least Hillary Clinton was up more in the polls. She did have way more Black support than even Biden had, right? Just a little bit more. And how y'all gonna win this election? How? And the thing is, what Obama has done, y'all better hope that the election cycle moves so fast that some other things happen to make people kind of forget, because this is still sticking right now. The best thing for Obama to do is just go himself back to Martha's Vineyard right now, because nobody, like I said, he's not moving the needle.
Right.
This man messed up his own legacy.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do nothing for Black people. He caused calamity in the African continent.
Mm-hmm.
He let Mitch McConnell talk to him like he was a child. And he literally sitting in the president's seat, right? But every chance he got, he was putting up the LGBT flag on the White House.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he was prioritizing. Talking about men going in women's bathrooms and like, he got 2 daughters. How in the world? This is what I don't understand. You got 2 daughters, and yeah, you gonna sit up here talking about men going in women's bathrooms, and you have 2 daughters and a wife. Most men I know wouldn't got 2 daughters and a wife. Don't want no man in the bathroom with no women.
Right.
But you gotta remember, all that started with him. All this, the way the Democrat Party is now, prior to Obama, it wasn't like that. He brought in all this mess y'all see today that you just like, what's going on? He brought all that in.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm happy that a lot of Black people are rejecting the Obama brand of the Democrat Party. If the Democrat Party want to win some elections, you better go back to the old Democrat Party, or at least try to, where you're throwing away all that craziness that's going on. You're not prioritizing all these alternative lifestyles and all this. And y'all, Trump just got a new ad I saw today on X. I'm like, oh man. In which I played that clip already on this show. I already played that clip. But he put Charlemagne the God. Hold on. Let me see if I can get that ad. I saw it today on Trump. And I wasn't even supposed to play that because I just saw it like before the show. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that. It was posted to X. He said he was about to run that one on TV. Let's see here. Hold on. Where's that at? Let me show y'all this. Hopefully I can show y'all this. But y'all gonna be like, now that was.
I like the aesthetics. I went with black accents and the barn doors. Make sure you call 1-800-Hansons.
That was an ad that was just dropped on Trump's X.
Yeah, see the ad.
You better go back to the old Democrat Party at least try to, where you're throwing away all that craziness that's going on.
Inmate in the prison system would have access.
Hell no, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to that.
Kamala supports transgender sex changes in jail with our money.
Kamala even supports letting biological men compete against our girls in their sports. Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Now that was an ad that was just dropped on Trump's X account today. But the simple fact of yes, that's something that she thinks about. That's what it is. Okay, let's talk about black men and black women for a minute. Most black men and black women that I know, they're like, okay, hey, a person's lifestyle, that's what that is. Okay, that has nothing to do with me. You live your truth over there, do you. Most black people aren't down for all that mess that Kamala got going on and what the Democrats got going on. Sorry, they're not down for that. And surely, I don't want my tax dollars going to people's elective procedures. That's elective. If that's the case, well, shoot, the government should be paying for breast augmentation, liposuction, BBLs, and everything else, right? Because that's elective procedures too. If you're gonna pay for one thing, you might well pay for it all, right? Rhinoplasty and any of the other plastic surgery that somebody want, right? That's the priorities of what Kamala Harris and the Democrats are focused on. But Barack Obama want to come out there and wag his finger at black men. That's what he wants to do, right? Yeah, right. Jada says, what about our family and straight lifestyle? 100% correct. What about our families? What about our children? What about them? They don't care about that. They don't. And if you look at the numbers, that particular community represent what maybe 2%, 3% of the American population. And yet you're giving all this, attention to that. And check this out. I always say this, right? What about the trans men? What, you notice they never make the trans men a priority? Have y'all noticed that? The studs, basically. Notice they never, but see, let me tell you what I like about the studs. The studs, yeah, they want to wear the same cologne and cut their hair like a man and maybe wear the same get up I got going on. Okay, cool. We talking about the average stud. But see, studs not trying to say they're men either. Studs, they'll be hanging out with guys and all the other thing like that. But see, studs, some of them will just realize the error in their ways, and then now they'll have them a boyfriend somewhere, and they're not studding it up no more. And some of these dudes today, they chasing studs now. They chasing them. That's a thing they doing now. They see a stud and they after them. But no, they don't prioritize trans men at all. Now, some of the studs take it a bit far and go get all the injections and get facial hair and all that, how that goes. But they never prioritize the trans men. So I say, wow, even in the trans world, men don't get no break, do it. I say, that's crazy. I say the straight laced men don't get no break. I say, and even the trans men don't even get a break either. They don't even care. Boy, that's interesting. That's interesting. I tell y'all. Enjoy the weird times we living in, folks. And then Elon Musk got the robots, and boy, now he created our robot in real life. So there you go. So let's get back to the last brother here that's gonna be responding about Obama.
And if you want to sit your biscuit down somewhere, goofy look like Slender Man look ass, like anybody trying to listen to you, bro. You didn't get the memo. The community ain't fucking you, dog. We ain't shoot. We ain't got two words for you. Yes, we do. High and by. We are not you, B.O. Like, no, bro. They gonna send your me like, oh, let me go ahead and chastise the black man. What? No. We are not you. We're not. And just for that, they sent Magic Johnson. They send yo. Oh, and don't forget Sassy Martin, D.L. Hughley, Ricky Smiley. Like the list goes on and on. Like, really, bro? Al Sharpton, that old snitching number a rat. Who's next? We ain't none of y'all. None of you guys represent a real black American man. Not one of y'all. If anything, y'all represent what it means to be a goddamn seller.
Right.
Yeah, that brother 100% right. They said they've been sold out.
Mm-hmm.
They sold out for the Democrat Party. It's funny. He didn't call him Boule Martin. He called him Sassy Martin. Yeah, everybody on all they bumper.
Yeah.
And I'm loving to hear everybody doing that. Man, the black community is rejecting the Democrat shields.
Yep.
They rejecting y'all. Democrats, after this election, if your homegirl lose, after this election, y'all gonna have to fire all your shields. You're gonna have to go back to the drawing board, and then you're gonna have to concede to what black people are saying. You're gonna have to actually talk to the real black people to figure some things out. Because right now, if y'all keep playing the same playbook, the Republicans are going to be winning elections for a while, and y'all won't be winning anything. Abortion, and oh yeah, that's going to just move the needle for you. Newsflash, like I've said this, I'm gonna keep preaching this. Abortion don't pay the light bill. It don't. There are people who don't even have kids, already got kids already, right? They're not thinking about that. Some people are, they have their different faith, and their faith, they can't get down with y'all on that either. So you're cutting out even voters by pushing that. You need to take that one issue if you want to win some elections. You need to take the immigration issue, take that and dump that in the trash. That's not a winnable issue. When it comes to all that stuff about LGBT, you need to take that and dump that too. That's not a winnable issue because the majority of the country isn't LGBT. I'm just telling you straight up. Democrats you need to move to the center. You need to be more of a moderate party, not far crazy left progressive. That's the only way you're probably going to get back in office again. But if you keep going down this crazy left-wing progressive things you got going on, talking about trans women's surgeries in prisons and taxpayers paying for it, y'all Democrats are pushing trans surgeries in the military. The place that we want the toughest men and women to be. That place. You're pushing that in even in the military.
I'm gonna stop there, y'all. Lady Chair, are you still there?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on what Uncle Phil just laid out for us in response to FBAs responding to former President Barack Obama for disrespecting black men?
They're right.
Not on us.
They're right. I mean, they shouldn't even have let him talk to us. I mean, I don't know why they thought that he would be the best one to talk to men. They ain't having it. Nobody's having it. But don't be chastising either. Like, he did a lot. So, I mean, this guy, he had this coming, and this is a good look. So, I mean,
we're going to deal with this in a few days from John Bailey and all of them.
Oh, man, they already got the booties to the soul or souls to the poles fucking shit going up already. So, and they're already starting to pander really, like the Democrats, even in our city, are going so hard at pandering to black people right now. It kind of makes me feel some kind of way. And I got we got an email, and the emails, I was reading it, and they were just like straight using the mayor's agenda that the mayor has, and pandering to black folk, straight pandering to black folk.
Because
like, the whole email. It's like, let us recognize the black the black sponsors and the black this and that, and just the whole email was like straight pandering. And I was like, God damn, y'all don't miss a beat. This broad's losing the black vote, and you think you're gonna pick up the ball? Like, come on, man. And then you wanted to shame us last year and every other day this year for being pro-black. Now you're gonna pander. Like, what the fuck is that about? You know what I mean?
That's desperation. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
clearly, and I was like, this is a goddamn shame. Y'all should be embarrassed of yourselves. Like, just thinking this is like, these are the same motherfuckers that let white people come in black spaces and they tokenize them. They let them get tokenized, and they're too busy kumbayaing and submitting to white supremacy. And now they want to pander to black people, and it's in a democratic way, just like whatever she's going through, all of a sudden Deborah's going through. And we've got mass emails suggesting it. And I'm like, that's disgusting. Y'all shame pro-black and empowered people, shame them like to no end. But then you want to go ahead and pander and fundraise for this bitch and whatever else. You know what I mean? So you probably let fucking Barack Obama try to talk to us and shit. You do whatever you have to do to get the black vote at this point in time, except the one thing you're supposed to do, which is cut the fucking check.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, that's what I gotta say. I just think
So we're not letting up. We told y'all from the very beginning it's gonna be a marathon, not a sprint. We're not letting up on the tangible. We don't care what the hell is going on. We were on the tangibles during this whole pandemic, and we're not letting up. It's going to continue all the way up to 2100. So y'all can keep trying to stall and pretend like you don't understand what our demands are. We don't care if the sky is falling. We don't care if hell is freezing over. We don't care if a big ass sinkhole or the pits of hell opens up. We're still gonna be on them damn tangibles. So if y'all want our vote, you're gonna have to do something tangible for us. All the browbeating, all the shaming, all the SBN that y'all are doing is not gonna get our souls to the polls. Just like that stupid ass commercial y'all did back in, what was that, 2021, 2020, 2021? Yeah, it was 2020. Get your booty to the polls. That's not gonna get our booties to the polls. So y'all gotta come up with a better strategy. Democratic shields. We know y'all tapping in. We know y'all reporting. Back to your masters. That's why we are being shadow banned and literally what is it called? Censored. And under Kamala, more of this madness will continue. So y'all go ahead and fall for the fear mongering. Project 2025. Oh my God. Project 2025. More than half of y'all, I would say about 80, 90% of y'all ain't even read the mandate for leadership. And you don't even know that both parties are in on it. And the creator of Project 2025 from the Heritage Foundation endorsed Kamala. So y'all got to come better than this, Democratic Shields. This is a repeat of 2020 y'all trying to do. But anybody but the Orange Man, we just can't have the Orange Man. We just can't have 4 more years of the Orange Man. You already did that. It's played out. Come better, come correct next time. But yeah, I believe it's going to take at least 2, if not 3, unless it's like the afternoon before they get tired of hanging their head and realize that it's not the end of the day. So I do wholeheartedly what the whole saying said. The brother sisters that we played speaking in regards to old Sambo and how he does not control the needle. He does not move the pulse of the people of black people, of black America. And he is a goddamn tether. He is an enemy to our people. And we should not give him any inkling of respect. Because it seems with his 8 years presidency, would he allowed to go on, who he cater to and prioritize, and who he continues to belligerently neglect and allow to kill wholesale. Do better next time for the rest. I believe y'all in 2024, 2026, and 2021. So y'all get this river. We're not playing about our country. We are dead serious about the quid pro quo. If you give up folks to you, we want something tangible in return. And you don't have no monopoly on the black vote, especially the black male vote. So y'all gotta definitely do better. Do better, Democrats. Do better. This is not gonna get it. So we got to ignore this madness of the black summit, the black boule summit with all these raccoons that we're supposed to have respect for, and we're supposed to acknowledge as pillars of our community. They ain't no goddamn pillars of our community. They're enemies to our community. And we dealt with and treated as such. So, knock on wood. Hopefully we don't get arrested. Moving along, we got more Democratic citizens. So this time, that's what man. Kamala, somebody in her campaign finally relaying the message to her. You don't have to do some policy. Let's do something that's going to do black men. Otherwise, you're not going to get our vote. So now she is concocted whether her campaign, whoever's on her staff, has concocted this fake black agenda. They've been hearing us. Quiet as kept. They have been hearing us. They've been hearing us loud and clear. The Titanic is sinking on the Democratic Party right now in regards to black voters. So they're hearing us loud and clear. And we've been pushing a black first agenda since 2019. Since even before that, but the Black Agenda tour that came to Aurora, Colorado, and we've been pushing it at least since then. So this is nothing new. We are very consistent. We have not gotten off our square. In fact, we have doubled down on the tangents in the Black First Agenda. So y'all keep ignoring us if you want, but watch your girl lose, and that's probably what's going to take for the girl to lose, for y'all to lose the midterms, and for y'all to lose in 2028. So by the time 2030 or 2032 come around, y'all have some act right. Y'all come with some actual intent in hand. So that's Afro Elite's going to give us an update on this. Shout out to Afro Elite out of Chi-Town.
Rights of freedom is death. We're coming.
You're not saying a grant. Why are you saying a?
Y'all gonna quote Martin Luther King? Quote that speech.
Loan that could be forgivable. Let me tell you, what this means is that all of the loans are not going to be forgiven. All of the loans are not going to be forgiven. That is literally what it means. If you understand, because we have reading.
They still ain't got the memo. 2020, they try to pull that same shit. Look, this is her fake black agenda, y'all. Let's see if I can make it out. The title to the video, though, is blocking out some of the words in the very top. But an agenda for black men. We talked about having candidates listen to our needs and concerns. She has. No, the hell she hasn't. Number one, providing $1 million loans. Loans? You know you got to pay back loans, right? That's not free money. You have to pay that back. Providing 1 million loans that are fully forgivable. Even so, you still got to pay that shit back. Forgivable. Oh, so they'll give you a forbearance, or what is the other one that they? It's a forbearance and a deference. So they'll give you a forbearance or a deference, but you still got to pay the shit back. Forgivable to black entrepreneurs and others to start a business. 2, champion education, training, and mentorship programs that help black men get good paying jobs. Jobs. They're still trying to go with the jobs, y'all. Just give them jobs. typical Democratic shit. In high demand industries, not make you CEO of these industries and put you in full control of these industries. No, you're just going to be a worker and you're going to get a job and hopefully you have some benefits that go along with it.
Why would she do this? Like, this is stupid. And I don't understand why she would do this at all. Like,
they're desperate, Lady Trey. They're desperate.
Real quick before you continue, I gotta put my machine on in a couple minutes.
Okay.
And so I'm just telling you now because we're like, I have to I'm not gonna be able to maintain. So I'm just letting you know.
Okay, Lady Trey, appreciate that.
Go ahead, carry on.
So this is her so-called Black agenda. Lead their communities and including pathways to become teachers. Teachers? Are you freaking serious? You know, teachers like the lowest paying job, one of them. Teachers don't get paid nothing. This is supposed to somehow benefit us. 3, supporting a regulatory framework for cryptocurrency and other digital assets so Black men who invest in and own the assets are protected. Really, how many of us is investing in cryptocurrency and other digital assets? Number 4, launching a national health equity initiative focused on Black men that address the sickle cell disease, diabetes. There you go with the diabetes. We're gonna curb them insulin prices, mental health, prostate cancer, and other health challenges that disproportionately affect them. You know why they disproportionately affect us? Outside of sickle cell disease, the oppression that we constantly live under on a daily basis. The sickle cell, that's genetic.
Why would you have to get a loan? I mean, like he says, it's like a double conundrum. A loan that's fully forgivable. Why would you even write it like that? Like that's just.
Why is it a loan?
Why is it a loan? Why don't you just say you're gonna give them some money?
Why isn't it not grants? You don't have to pay back grants.
All right, this is not only that, but like watch it be some fuck shit. Like, well, you know, it's like a piece of reparation or something like that.
Oh, no. This is
It's a nutty burger.
I don't know if there's more to this. I'm gonna have to look further into it.
It seems like a nutty burger and word salad.
For so-called Black agenda items or nothing burgers.
Stupid. This is stupid. This is dumb. I don't even know why. This is like the worst thing. Like, you know, like I'm listening to the people. This is the worst shit type. You know what I mean? Like, this is not this. Did she even talk to Black men? Did she even talk to men? Period. Like, I mean, did anybody help her out with this? This is stupid.
If she did, it was not straight laced, and I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna let the video continue.
That are fully forgivable to Black entrepreneurs and others.
Oh,
and
in the building.
Others. Hold on, can't miss that. That's that Black and brown. That's that people of color, and minority, and others. What that means is that Black people
talking against the popular version of the truth, like me and Shabaka is always talking about. Cuz was dropping knowledge, and they didn't like that shit. They didn't have no problem with them bashing religion or how they would term it as such. But when he started talking about what he was talking about, they started messing with the feed because I was like, what the hell? They are messing with the feed.
Yeah.
Jay?
Join the club, Jay. I don't have a Facebook because of that shit.
Well, we were warned. We already warned the people what was going to happen the last month leading up to the election. They pulled this shit in 2022, so yeah. That was just the midterms. So you know they're gonna go all out in a presidential year.
Yep.
But yeah, so this is supposedly Kamala's Black agenda, which is a nothing burger. So I'm gonna let the video continue.
Are going to be put at the bottom. We're going to be faced forced at the bottom of this.
Boy.
We're going to get at the back of the line.
Boy.
Them are going to come over here and they're going to leapfrog us with this Black agenda. That means a Palestinian's going to get it before us, Arabs going to get it before us, whites are going to get it before us. That's what this means.
Yeah, towards because it's a joyful agenda.
And it starts businesses. Do you guys know?
Yep, they hate it.
What the loans is?
Truth. They call the truth disinformation.
They say it can go up to $20,000. So what that means, I want you guys to understand what that means. We're gonna get to super chats in just a second. What that means is that.
Were you recently injured in a car accident? Look at this check for a.
Yeah, once cuz jumped to from religion to politics, they started fucking with the feed.
$160,000.
It's not like $1 million each. It's saying $20,000, which is, I guess, cool. But if they say $1 million together, the pot got $1 million in it, and you're going to give $50,000 loans. So if you add that up, that totals 50 loans.
That ain't nothing.
That's it.
And why are you giving out?
They're going to give at best 50 loans. 50, not 500, not 5,000, not 100. 50 loans of $20,000 to start up businesses. Which, hold on, is not Black exclusive.
No.
Which includes others, whoever these others are. So 50 loans with other people in it. And then here's another thing. I want you to listen to this. I would take a fully forgivable. Now you would think that that's very interesting. Why does it say fully forgivable? Why, if it's fully forgivable, why not give grants? Think about that.
Popular role, nobody likes her. So
that means it's not a guarantee.
Yeah, it is.
Because if it was just, if you're just going to forgive the loan, it's not a loan. It's just a grant. So why don't you say the $1 million grant? Why are you not saying a grant? Why are you saying a loan that could be forgivable? That means, let me tell you, what this means is that all of the loans are not going to be forgave. All of the loans are not going to be forgiven. That is literally what it means. If you understand, because we have reading comprehension, we can comprehend what this means, because you would just say grants if it's a grant.
Exactly.
Why are you not saying grants? You're saying forgivable loans because you think that's like, oh, okay, that's cool. But no. That means when you receive it, if you receive it, because, you know, if there's anything left after the Hispanics get it, if you receive it, you have to apply for it to be forgiven, which they can either accept your application and forgive it, or they can deny it and you have to pay it back. Mind you, I mean, it's not that much money. It's only 20,000. Sorry, it's only 20,000. So it's not that much money. But I want you to understand the trick language. This is why we got to do this.
Double talking.
Because they're going to make it seem like we're just giving you guys money, and we're giving you money, and you guys just don't like anything. I don't understand. No,
get the people,
because you're not doing it first off for us, and then y'all gonna finesse it, and we got to pay it back. Because there's no guarantee. It's because I'm telling you right now, if it was a guarantee, it would just be a grant. So it's not a guarantee. So you're going to deny. So no, we saw that. We see it from a mile away, and we're not playing that game. We're not. Let's continue. Going down to the very next thing. After we get done with this, I'm gonna get to the cash apps and the super chats. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are the best. The best. It says number 2, championing education. Okay, whatever that means. championing education, training and mentorship programs that help Black men get good paying jobs in high demand industries that lead their communities, including pathways to becoming teachers. Okay. What does this mean? What is this supposed to do? Somebody please tell me what this is supposed to do.
I was trying to
First off, what does championing education mean? We're going to champion, that means you're going to cheer it on.
Exactly.
Specifically, if I say we're going to be championing training, what does championing training in education mean? To get, quote, good paying jobs, whatever that means. Good paying jobs where? Okay. So we can get jobs. So this is a job program. Okay. It's not a tangible. This is a job program. Okay. Good paying jobs in high demand industries. Okay. We're going to be championing mentor programs. Oh, all right. And lead to the communities and a pathway to becoming teachers, which, okay, yeah, we need Black teachers. Let's be very honest. America, the United States of America, is in a shortage of teachers anyway.
Yep.
America is in a shortage of teachers, period. So it's not as if we just need more Black teachers. We need more Black teachers, but we also need teachers, period. And just the word championing, I don't know what that means. That can mean anything. If it can mean anything, it does mean anything. It can mean anything they want it to mean.
They can barely afford.
Let's go to number 3. Number 3, they says
they receive
supporting the regulatory framework.
And it's not just
okay for cryptocurrency and other digital assets. So Black men who invest and own their assets are protected. Yo, what the hell does this mean?
LGBTQ and
you're supporting the regulatory framework?
If you've been getting scam texts like these, it was me. I said that probably means your data's been leaked, and I have all of it.
What does supporting the framework mean of cryptocurrency?
This is stupid.
And other digital assets.
I mean, if you're fucking around your crypto,
so it says Black men who invest. All Black men don't invest in crypto or digital assets. And this is not just about Black men. What does this mean? So our assets in cryptocurrency is protected?
Man,
what? They just needed an extra point.
Yeah, they're just putting out.
We did not ask for this. This is not any in our demands whatsoever. It's not in our demands at all. Hold on, but that's not it. That's not it. Let's go to number 4. It says launching a national health equity initiative focused on Black men that addresses sickle cell disease, okay, diabetes, prostate cancer, and other health challenges that disproportionately impact them. Okay, so they're not going to talk about medical racism, sickle cell disease. Okay, I can see the sickle cell disease, but let me ask you guys a question. Is diabetes is not a mental health, prostate cancer, are these things exclusive to Black men?
No.
Are these things exclusive to Black men? Because I swear to God, they make it seem like diabetes only exists in the Black community.
The only thing on here that's
a lie. It's a fucking lie.
It's sickle
cell. It's a fucking lie. My cousin died of it. It's a fucking lie. She had type 1 diabetes. It's a fucking lie. Sickle cell, that, yeah. But other than that, all that other shit is for everybody else. And the likelihood of Black men having prostate cancer and shit like that, it's kind of slim too. There's like a lot of data for that. I don't know the data. Not rare, but it's slim, you know.
Because the diet.
Right, it's slim.
Here.
Right. It's very slim. So it's not like this is the same thing with diabetes. The only thing about diabetes is it's like a touch and go type thing. That fucking thing is like, man, I pray I never get it. I want to kill myself. That shit's terrible. Diabetes is horrible. It's like one every fucking 4 or something like that. It's weird.
My grandfather, he almost died from prostate cancer. He died from cancer, but it wasn't prostate cancer that ultimately killed him. But he had just recovered from prostate cancer, and then the other cancer he had in the back of his neck that had been growing for like a damn decade. Right before my grandmother passed, rest in power to her. She was a Black Panther out of the Brooklyn chapter. She's been gone for 9 years. She was trying to warn him then, like, he needs to have that checked out. That's why I'm like so hard on getting our people, you know, to get those examinations and treatments and stuff. Because the earlier you catch that shit, the more chance you have to survive it and live through it. If you get that shit in the later stages, then it's going to be terminal at that point. So it's best to keep up on your health if you can. But this is a nothing burger.
Did you find out what it was?
Did I find out what was?
The thing on the back of his neck.
It was cancerous. He had a cancerous tumor growing on the back of his neck.
Huh.
That spread to his brain and he become delirious. He said white men get cancer, prostate cancer.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it's not specifically for us. Like I said, the only thing on this list that specifically affects us is sickle cell disease. And that's
right.
if your parents has the trait and they pass it on to you.
Right, that part.
But outside of that, this affects
for everybody else. Yeah, this is like for everybody else other than. I mean, it's slim, man. Chances of you know, a brother catching prostate cancer is pretty slim. You know, it's not high like other ones.
And if we do catch it, it's due to diet. That's why we gotta stay away from that red meat. That red meat is no good for us.
It's debatable. All right, let's carry on.
The way they be talking about diabetes, you would honestly believe that no other group of people have diabetes.
That's the point, right?
Mental health.
That's just it.
You would honestly the way.
I don't blame you, because like he said, we too prideful to get it done, and I had it done at my age, and I have to have another one. Yeah, you gotta start having them screenings at like 40, 45. I'm not looking forward to it, but if I have kids and grandkids, I would like to see them grow up. So, yeah, I really try to take my health seriously, those screenings and all of that stuff.
I think it's a good thing, because y'all put all your stress and shit in certain areas. So I think it's a good thing to get this shit checked out. To like, you know, there's a lot to say about emotional stress and disease. It really is. Carry on.
The way they talk about mental health, you'd believe that no other community has mental health.
Right.
Prostate cancer. I'm sure there's a lot of other communities, even if our community does face prostate cancer, and that's an issue, which it is. That is not saying that other communities don't face that. This is not what we asked for. We did not ask for this.
Nope.
You're giving this is an all lives matter thing, because you're going to put more research into diabetes. Man, they love trying to solve some diabetes. The Democrats, they love we brought the price down on insulin, and we're going to do stuff for diabetes. Y'all there's a lot of diabetic folk in.
When I was on what was his name? Troy with that. I said, no wonder you're gonna vote for Kamala, because she gonna cap them insulin prices.
Yeah, because he slipped up. He said, I got diabetes. I'm old. Oh my God, no. I was like, you ain't shit.
Definitely a hot mic drop mic.
You ain't shit. You ain't shit when you did that. You ain't shit.
He shut down everything he was saying.
You ain't shit because you did that shit. That was horrible. That's such a low blow. That's such a petty moment.
With me by not supporting.
Petty ass moment.
Oh, that broad ain't my damn auntie. She ain't my mama. She ain't my damn sister. She ain't my damn.
Why did we even get on this?
My grandma. She ain't none of that
I
shit.
know. Why are we even on this?
We're going over her so-called black agenda.
I gotta let that shit go.
In the Democratic Party or something like that, because y'all love talking about diabetes. They love talking about that. But hold on.
That was like when Jay had told old boy on his show what he was gonna do to old boy's wife, and everybody just shut the hell up after they stopped laughing because it was on hot mic moments. You know which one I'm talking about, Jay. He laid it on that dude so cold. It was like, damn, how you come back from that? There's no coming back from that.
Let's get to the last one. Let's get to the last one. It says legalizing.
Denver labor unions and the Democratic Party all agree. Vote no on 309. It will hurt Denver workers.
Over that whole damn.
Oh, I don't remember having a hot mic moment anytime, like relatively
crazy, bro.
Last year. What happened?
That was this commercial. Like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
Marijuana and creating opportunities for Black Americans to succeed in this industry.
Can't do a damn thing.
Okay, creating opportunities for Black Americans to succeed. Okay, whatever that means. And then legalizing recreational marijuana, so you can still kind of lock people up for marijuana, but just not recreational.
Are you gonna free it?
Okay. Which is already starting to become legal anyway.
California, come on.
And then Baccfires is gonna say, when we vote, we win. Oh well, y'all ain't gonna win because we ain't gonna vote.
Right.
Let me say something else too. Is legalizing marijuana, is that gonna be a Black specific thing? Are you guys only gonna legalize marijuana for Black?
This is stupid. Like this is the dumbest word salad I've ever seen in my life.
Creating opportunities for us to legalizing marijuana. They already locked Black folk out of the marijuana distribution industry. So you already have Arabs locked, and then you already have whites who are already a couple laps ahead. So even if you say we're going to open up an opportunity, whatever that means, but let's say you open up the opportunity, you have the competition that are already several laps ahead. See, this is the problem when they talk about opportunity and these things that we're going to create programs, and these programs are going to help you get good paying jobs, and these programs are going to help you save up to buy a house. No. This is why reparations is our goal, because you guys have held us back for so long, Black men and Black women. You've restricted us for so long. You've allowed every other group of people to run laps around us. The second we get anywhere, you guys are pulling us back down. Every time we get a little bit of something, you guys are yanking it from us, and you're pulling us back. You're putting these walls in front of us. You got this glass ceiling. You guys are stopping us from everything we do, and you're not doing that to anybody else. So what that allows to happen is you are allowing all of these other people to run laps around us. So there's several laps ahead of us. And then you're going to say, you know what we're going to do is we're going to take your ankles. We're gonna take the anchor off your ankles. We're gonna take the cuffs off you now, so there are no more shackles on you. And even if they did hypothetically take the shackles off, you still allow the other people to be laps ahead, and there's no particular boost to help us catch up to everybody else. So what that means is that Black people are still going to be at the back of the line, which is the status quo. I want you to understand nothing that they said right here, none of these policies right here change the status quo at all.
Nothing. It's all trash.
talking about supporting the framework for cryptocurrency, legalizing recreational marijuana,
This is
a
trash.
national health
I mean,
initiative.
I'm not a fan, but I'm
Okay,
looking at it as
businesses,
this is
including
trash.
non-black businesses. None of these things change the status quo.
Yeah.
Absolutely none of them. And they're not meant to. They're meant to say, hey, we're doing something. You guys got to support us now because we're doing something. You said we weren't doing it, and now we're doing it. So you can't say we're not doing it now. We are doing it now.
Doing shit. There was nothing done.
Let me get to
Somebody
the
got in
super
there
chats because y'all been on it. I appreciate y'all. Yak
Doing-
Diesel. This I think I did this. He sent this
Right
before we
now.
even went on live.
Why aren't you doing any of this now? We've shown all the broken promises that this Biden administration has done, and these fools still want us to go out and vote for them. It's a complete insult to all of our intelligence.
I mean, the main goal was to basically disown them motherfuckers and let them go. I mean, they have never. Neither party really has ever given a fuck. But they
We don't
really
give a
above
damn.
and beyond they really went above and beyond the Call of Duty to shame us and disrespect. But it's almost a sense of entitlement, and they're real special of them to think they're so entitled. But they, as long as we apply that pressure to stay away and say no, because this, if you notice right now, that right there is like a slap to black men in the face. Like nothing, they weren't listening to shit. They didn't hear shit. They don't talk to nobody, and no, I mean there was nothing tangible at all for black men. I don't even want to say any man. Just say because it was labeled for black men. And I'm a woman. I'm just looking at it like this is trash. Like who wrote this? This is garbage. There's nothing here.
Oh, anything sounds good.
They just think that black people will accept anything and say yes, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. Oh, that sounds great. That's nothing.
All the plantation. This is a full way of a plantation. And they want to keep us on the plantation just like they snitching ancestors wanted to keep us on the plantation during chattel slavery.
I can't believe you just said that.
Shout out to Jeff Fart. I see you with your cooler self.
Why would you say that? I gotta go. I can't believe you said that.
So yeah, this is what they're gonna be trotting in front of us at that Black Summit, Lady Che.
So what? I still would have said that. That's so lame of her to say that. Oh my god. Anyway, so yeah, no, this is pacified. It's a pacifier. It's nothing. It's not even remotely interesting to look at. It's 5 fucking bullet points of garbage, and nothing specific for the men at all. There's no guarantees. There's no incentives. I mean, it's really just, it's not even, it's beyond basic. There's nothing there.
It's a nothing burger. As the dump would say, it's a nothing burger. It don't equate to nothing. Right. This is how desperate the Democrats are, y'all.
But that's like the contract, like, well, black men, if you accept this, then we're on to the good. Let's get your vote. No, keep holding strong. Don't give in.
Don't let up.
Don't give in, because nothing right there was really reasonable or tangible.
Pipes bust, and they have to concede.
Yeah, don't give up. Don't give up. Just, I mean, look, as from a regular person's standpoint, that shit was trash, and you can't even tell them to do better because they're incapable. Whoever's writing that shit, that they're stupid. This is garbage. I don't even think they talk to anybody in the community or anybody at all. I mean, that's tangible needs.
No, they ain't talk to the community.
They didn't talk to nobody that has tangible needs because this is nothing. And if they were listening to anything that we were saying, then I mean, you would think they would get it right. But anything that has to do with uplifting, fucking empowering, bettering, repairing the condition or the plight of FBA, they're not willing to do it. So.
That's straight off the Monahan report. We're gonna talk about their issues, but we're not gonna do nothing about it.
And talk about the issues, like where the problem. That's another thing too. Don't let them get in your mind thinking that you're the problem because they lose. They knew what was coming all fucking year and the year before that. They knew exactly what was coming.
No,
So it's nobody's fault. It's not on us anyway. For saying we're not going to vote, it's on them for having shitty policies. And continue to
the same old play.
Yeah.
Then they're gonna get a touchdown and it turns into a pick six.
Yeah, don't let them do it. It's really on them. They're having shitty policies, never doing nothing, and allowing everybody else, do whatever, and them not bettering or doing the right thing this whole fucking time. So, it's on them. So you can't let them be. Oh man, they're blaming black men. So they just gotta throw blame out. That's what all losers do.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know what I mean? So when they're gonna lose, that they gotta blame somebody, and so they're gonna blame whatever. But they've known this shit is coming for like a year, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna hold our vote and hope the duopoly burns and they burn in hell, twice on Sunday. You know what I mean? So it's not like it's nothing new. I'm not gonna act surprised. I didn't act surprised. I acted surprised when they brought out stupid ass Obama. Like, look, man, your day in the sun is.
They was bringing out their entertainment shields, and then they thought, oh, we gonna get somewhere if we trot out old Sambo out. They still love old Sambo. The 50 to dead maybe, but under 50, the hell with old Sambo. We've seen exactly what the hell he allowed to happen, and he just didn't do nothing about. And he prioritized all these other groups and pushed a whole nother agenda, completely different from ours. And then he gonna sit up here and tell us we need to preserve his legacy. What, a legacy of doing nothing for us? What we preserving?
Is that the conversation they gave him? Like, hey, why don't you go out here and chastise all the brothers and blame them for this shit because they throw out some misogyny and they accuse him of not being down for have a woman in the seat of power or whatever. Yeah, right. Like in some come on, man. Come on, man. That's like the opposite effect. Like most motherfuckers listen to their goddamn mama before they listen to their father. You know what I mean? So if you think about it, who owns all the power in the house? The mother. So you don't think that it's like think about it like this. Think about it like this.
Yeah.
Anybody's not gonna really be acceptable over to have a woman as a president. That's a fucking lie. Of course they would. You know what I mean? It's just not her.
Same thing about Hillary Clinton too. She was a white woman.
It's just not her either. The problem is just something not right about them. You know what I mean? Yeah. It doesn't mean that it's not possible. It just means it's not them. Yeah. You know what I mean? Simple as that. Hey, look, Hillary gave the creep vibes, and Kamala gives this awkward. She's just trying to make it through vibes. So,
cackling vibe.
I don't know about that, Jesse. I'm just saying you just opposed to anybody laughing. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying you're just opposed to anybody laughing because just admit it. Yes, you are. You don't like nobody laughing. Anyway, listen. It doesn't even matter if she's laughing or not. You don't like it. Okay, who cares?
Funny about
who cares? Who cares? Either way, she's not it. So that's all that matters. She's not it, and neither was the one before her. And what about Nimrata? Would Nimrata have been it? Probably not.
Oh, she's from the same caste system as her.
Oh my God. Was Nimrata's policies any better or any worse?
I don't know. I didn't really investigate her policies like that.
I didn't really either, but would you rather have, if you had to make a choice, Nimrata or fucking Kamala?
I mean, one is lighter than the other.
Does it matter?
That's it.
No, with that colorism shit, that's not the fucking point. Policy, cuz policy.
I would have to investigate her policies. I guess she was more Trumpian or conservative with her policy. So if you put it like that, I would have to pick her. But she's still a damn Brahmin at the end of the day.
What the fuck does that have to do with policy?
The policy's not going to specifically benefit Black people. That's what it has to do with policy.
Anything they do to benefit Black people? No, nothing does. Nothing that either party, anybody's party, is really going to do to benefit Black people. Why? He just explained it.
Why is the Monahan report? Why is the Milan neglect? That both of the two-party system practices.
What I'm saying is they're not going to address it. They're not going to fix it. That's what he said. You understand what I'm saying?
But he got that from the Monahan report.
Right, but what I'm saying is, do you see it like, oh my God, never mind. All right. Okay. Go ahead and carry on. I gotta put my machine on, Jesse.
He said the ploy market site has Trump up 55 points, 55% versus Harris's 44%. Damn, I gotta check that out. Forget the polls. Let's pay attention to where people are willing to put their money. Yeah, that's true. Who are they putting their money on? Where are the donors going? Because they got information. They get inside information. Let's be honest. We used to hear a lot about people donating to her campaign. We're not really hearing that no more.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have OM 648 sends a super sticker. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. And then we have our beloved Stephanie. Stephanie sends $100 super chat. Thank you so very much, beloved. Thank you. Says, what Democrats are reminding me of Den and Thieves. The Den and Thieves. If you guys have seen that movie, the Den of Thieves. Come on. And thank you so very much. That's what they're doing. And this ain't gonna work. This is not gonna work.
Right.
Okay. Let me get a good brother Antithesis. He sends a cash out. Thank you, Afroelite, on $Afroelite10 on Cash App. Now, of course, when they did this, now they're going to start to send their shields out. Now their shields are about to start coming out, and they're going to be like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. This is the best plan ever. I can't believe it. This is so phenomenal. So let's come on.
Like that's no pay.
You got to break some of this stuff down. Look at this.
Like you're doing all this extra work. Like what the fuck?
Yadira Caraveo wants you to believe she's tough on crime, but her radical record tells a different story. Caraveo is no different than the liberal extremist she voted with 91% of the time. Yadira Caraveo is making things worse.
You never make fun of you.
Today, I am giving you 3 reasons why Telemobile might be the perfect carrier for you and your next.
Okay, now, so after 8 years of spreading misinformation about Kamala Harris's record, she locked up thousands of Black men for weed. And when we found out it wasn't true, they said it was when she was an attorney general in California. Then we found out attorney generals would prosecute weed cases in California. No. It was when she was a district attorney in San Francisco. So we pulled the record and we found out over the 7 years she was a DA in San Francisco, only 45 people went to prison for weed, and they weren't even all Black. So it was a complete lie, but it mattered.
Well, they keep saying that. I want to say, I don't recall us saying she locked thousands of people up for weed. We said she was a very aggressive prosecutor. But I want you to understand, as she was the district attorney and then the attorney general, at that time, weed in the state of California was on its path to becoming legal anyway.
Right.
So yeah, she didn't lock those many people up for weed in particular. Nobody. This is a straw man argument. Because first off, she did lock people up for weed. We can't say she didn't. But they're sitting up there making it seem like this was this huge number, and it's been debunked. Nobody said thousands of people for weed particularly. Notice how they're wording that. And then another, she did lock people up for weed. Period. You can't say she didn't. And then she said.
I think the big beef was the Black men. That's what we were talking about. But I really, Like, we got to play the Shabaka.
When she was on the Breakfast Club, she told Charlamagne she used to smoke weed, but she did like. You guys were wrong. Well, either she did like people up for weed or she didn't. You're saying she did, and then she went on the Breakfast Club and then joked about smoking. Oh, so she did. Either she didn't. She said she did. You're saying she did. So that's a negative on her record. That's number one. Number two, notice how they don't ever bring up the fact that she was keeping prisoners, non-violent offenders in jail. The jails were overcrowded and they did not want to let the non-violent offenders go because they were using them as slave labor to put out their wildfires. Notice that major thing just doesn't happen to be brought up when they talk about that. They make it seem like she was this progressive prosecutor. She was just so progressive, except the fact she was literally forcing black men damn near into slavery. She probably gets that from her slave owner ancestors. You know, her ancestors used to own slaves. So that probably trickles down in like her soul. So she probably like had some type of joy in like slave labor. So she was probably using it for that.
Yeah, she was capping away.
Notice how they never bring up the black women that she locked up, that she laughed about locking up for truancy, even though their children were sick with, oh, wait, what was that? Sickle cell. The same thing that's in her agenda. Wow. Funny how things come full circle, but let's continue.
When we thought it was true, it mattered, right? So if it mattered when we thought that she locked up black men for weed, it has to matter that just this morning, she released an economic plan for black men that includes legalizing weed and making pathways for black men to make money in the cannabis industry. That has to also matter. If you are intellectually consistent, if you actually care about the things that you say you care about, one of those things cannot matter without the other thing actually mattering. And then it was, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump because he gave black men a stimulus check of $1,200, right? And then we found...
You're going to hear this a lot. You're going to hear this a lot. And this is a DNC talking point. I want you guys to understand, before we even get into this, I want you guys to understand there are things in debating, in arguments, there are things called logical fallacies. What they're using, one of their biggest logical fallacies, they use two. One of them is gaslighting, and another one is called straw man arguments. What gaslighting is your argument, your legitimate argument, they try to delegitimize your argument by making it seem like you're being emotional. So when you say, you know what, I don't like Kamala Harris, I don't like what she's done. Oh, it's just because she's a black woman and you're just intimidated by black women. That's gaslighting. And that's a tactic that they use. The other tactic that they use is straw man. If we say, hey, I'm thinking about, for the people who are saying that they're thinking about voting for Donald Trump, I have not heard even the black folk, I have not heard a single black person, even the ones who are super, super, super Trump, I have not heard a single black person say, I'm voting for Donald Trump because of the stimulus. Nobody's saying that. The only black people, and we've had open panels on Twitter, I've had people call in, I've talked to people. When I hear any black person say that they are considering or going to vote for Donald Trump, it is pretty much only because of the border. Now, they do believe he's better with the economy, but that's their main reason for supporting him, is because of the border. Notice that they don't ever bring that up. They keep going to the stimulus. Nobody is saying I'm going to vote for him because of $1,200. Nobody is saying that. So this is what you would call in logical fallacy. This is a straw man argument, because
if you're adopting a child, there's a federal tax credit.
Your point is right here, and they're trying to make it seem like your point is something else so they can attack this point. A straw man is a fake man. You know how they have scarecrows? Scarecrows in farming is made of straws. That's why they call it a straw man, because it's supposed to be fake. So what they're going to do is they're going to say, what you're saying, that's not your real argument. This is your real argument. So they start debunking things that you never said. Who is saying, besides Sexy Red, which that's just Sexy Red, one single person, nobody is saying the only reason I'm going to vote because of a stimulus check that I got like 3 years ago. Nobody is saying that. Nobody. But they keep making it seem like you guys keep saying the thing about the stimulus check. When is the last time you heard anybody bring up they keep bringing up the stimulus checks. We don't even bring the stimulus checks up. We're saying, hey man, these borders, they need to be deported. We need to close the borders. Y'all doing crazy with this inflation in the economy. This is terrible. You guys clearly don't know what you're doing. We can't stand y'all agenda.
Right.
So it's the stimulus check, right? Yeah, it's the stimulus check. That's it. That's literally what they're doing. It ain't got nothing to do with the stimulus check. Let's come on.
It was the Democrats in Congress that gave it to black men, and that, you know, Donald Trump actually held it up and got in the way. But when you thought it was true, it mattered. Stay right there. When you thought it was true, it was enough to get your vote because Donald Trump was putting on for black men, right? Okay, so if that matters, it has to matter that Vice President Harris just released a plan for black entrepreneurs to get $20,000 in no form to start a business just this morning. That has to also matter. Be consistent, unless it was never really about helping black men in the first place. If so, then just say that.
Ain't helping black men. The hell is this cool?
Dude, no.
Oh, this damn shit.
Oh Lord, no. And, but we got more. We got more, y'all.
Episode of What Has Kamala Harris Done is for the Blacks for Trump, specifically. You guys have been asking, what is she going to do for me? What is she going to do specifically for me?
We have not. We said, what is she going to do, or the party? Because we're saying the same thing about Biden. People keep conveniently forgetting that we were the same demands that we're making for Harris, we were making for Biden. People just conveniently forgetting that. We're not raising our standard or raising the bar for Harris, and we didn't have any demands for Biden. We're not doing that. The same things we've been saying for the last few years, ever since the Biden-Harris administration got in office, is the same things we're saying today. They're making it seem like we didn't have any demands, and then when Harris started running, then we're all like, hold on now, I want this and this and this and this. No. We've been saying the same things consistently for years, okay, before they even got in office. So it's not, what is she doing for me? What is she doing for the community? Because I see what you're doing for illegals. I see what you're doing for Asians. I see what you're doing for them and them, but you're not doing anything for me. And then when I say, as a voter, as your most loyal voting base, you're not doing anything for me. Look at her. She's doing a fake crime. What did I just say? That's gaslighting. They do it. It's only one of the two things. They either gaslight or they use a straw man argument. This right there, the whole, what is she doing for me? That's gaslighting. Trying to make it seem like we're whining, we're complaining. Okay, we're not mature. That's what she's doing. So just off the rip, you can already tell her angle.
And now after we break this down, seeing that we have an agenda is specifically for you, and you still say you want to vote for Donald Trump.
In mind, they're not saying, they don't even want to acknowledge the black folk who might even consider voting voting green. They're not acknowledging any of the black people who are considering voting couch. And they don't want to acknowledge that because they keep making it seem like this is people have a love for Donald Trump. And it's not a love for Donald Trump. People just don't want to support Democrats anymore. Just keep that in mind.
We really need to unpack the root problem, the root cause of what's really going on with you, because there's an underlying reason that you're voting for Donald Trump that will not allow you to say it out loud. Today, Kamala Harris has released a specific agenda targeted towards things that black men have said is wanted.
No. Let me ask y'all a question. If you guys went to a restaurant, and this is a serious question because I really want to know. I'm going to give you my opinion. I want to know your opinion. If you guys went to a restaurant and you saw a burger on the menu, there was not a burger on the menu, a cheeseburger on the menu, cheeseburger and fries, and you say, you know what? I want to order the cheeseburger and fries. And the worker, the employee, in a few minutes comes back and they say, here's your chicken nuggets. You have chicken nuggets And this is what you get. You have chicken nuggets and not fries. You got chicken nuggets and onion rings. And you look and you say, well, sir, I asked for a cheeseburger and fries. And they say, well, you know, you got chicken nuggets and onion rings. Just be grateful for the chicken nuggets and onion. You should be happy that I gave you food. And then they went, hold on, you guys asked for food. I gave you food. No, that's not how that works. No.
Right.
We gave you a specific thing to do. We gave you a specific item to give to us. You don't get to come with something that's completely not what we asked for, and then us just to be satisfied with anything. The same way you wouldn't go to a restaurant and pick menu, and when they come back with a plate that ain't got nothing to do with what you asked for, they be all like, well, I mean, that is still food though. You go to a restaurant and you say, I want some steak and potatoes, and they come back with chicken breast and broccoli. You can't be all like, well, it is still food. It's not the food I wanted. It's not what I asked for.
Right.
We said reparations.
Right.
We said deportation. We said we need to do something with the hate crimes that's going on. We need a hate crime bill. We said y'all need to do something with the police. Y'all need to end qualified immunity. And y'all saying
lots of money, a little competition. Why would you not want to make money with this app? That app is called...
How about some weed? That's not what we... Hold on. No. That's not what we said.
Right.
Maybe y'all got some comprehension issues going on. When did we say we wanted recreational weed? Hold on. When did we say that? When did we say we want mentorship programs? What are you talking about?
Right.
When did we say we wanted championship for cryptocurrency? We said reparations, and y'all like, well, we can protect your crypto investments. What? And then you want to call this an agenda? Throw this away.
Right.
I'm not accepting this. This is not what I asked for. This is not a part of my demands at all. I can see if they put one thing that I can almost see if they put one thing that we've been saying. They didn't put nothing that we've been saying was put on the list. And they want to give us the list like, yes, no. Throw that whole thing away. No. What the hell? You're going to give us the damn chicken nuggets and be all like, well, I mean, that's still food, so you should still buy it. No. I'm paying for what I told you to give. Right. If you not gonna come back with what I ordered, you not getting my money. That's it.
Right.
So where does the goalpost move now to say, well, they haven't said what they want to do for Black men? This agenda includes pathways to high demand jobs and expanded education access, promotes education training and mentorship programs to equip Black men with the skills needed to succeed in high demand fields. These are for the ones who say, focus on Black men who aren't in college.
Stop it.
What about all of the Black men who already have skills?
Right.
What about all of the Black men who already have good jobs? What about the Black men who are retired, who aren't working? What about those Black men? Do they need a mentorship program? Does a Black man in his 40s and 50s who's a truck driver or a business owner or works in construction or something like, does he need a mentorship program?
No.
Okay.
To increase the representation of Black male teachers, a crucial role model for young Black students, Harris said that she plans to invest in teacher training programs through the Department of Education. Health equity remains a cornerstone of Harris's agenda. She has introduced a national health equity initiative focused on Black men, which would address high rates of chronic diseases like diabetes, prostate cancer, and sickle cell disease. The vice president also has committed.
2 is diabetes. I'm not a doctor, y'all. I'm really not. I'm not a doctor. I know a little bit about the medical field. Trust me. I'm not a doctor though. Is diabetes a chronic disease? I don't know if we would call diabetes like a chronic disease. I know some people who are living kind of cool with diabetes. Not that diabetes isn't bad, but is diabetes? Would you put that in like a chronic disease? I don't know. Nor is diabetes a Black exclusive issue.
To legalizing recreational Mary Jane at the federal level.
Somebody saying it is. It's a chronic issue. Yeah.
He argues will reduce incarceration.
Because I know some people who cure diabetes. That's why I'm saying I don't. And there's like low stages of diabetes
rates for Black men and create economic opportunities in the emerging Mary Jane industry. And before you get to saying, "Oh, she's just pandering to me," she already understood that she had to earn your vote, just like she has to earn everybody else's vote. She already said that.
Black men.
Well, she's not doing a good job.
Like any other voting group, you got to earn their vote. So I'm working to earn the vote.
Harris further proposes building 3 million affordable housing units during her first term to address the housing crisis. She would offer up a $25,000 in down payment assistance for first-time home buyers, aiming to triple the number of new Black home buyers annually by the end of her term. Still, another facet of her plan would tackle racial bias in home appraisals, a pervasive issue that often results in undervalued properties in majority Black neighborhoods. Harris's economic plan centers on wealth building and supporting Black entrepreneurship. Her administration would provide 1 million forgivable loans, which up to $20,000 to help Black men and others who have faced significant barriers in starting a business. There you have it, folks. What is your excuse now? Every time she does something, the goalpost is moved. Where do you want to move it to? Because if you want to move it now, again, you need to figure out this has nothing to do with policy and what you.
And then nobody's saying anything about Donald Trump, but that's not no good
It's a reason you don't want to say. And I just challenge you to dig deep and find that reason. But with that being said, this has been another episode of What Has Kamala Harris Done?
Okay. They want to talk about the average down payment for a house, right? We're just gonna look at this real quick. Just real quick. We're just gonna take a small little look at this, small little gander. Look at this, y'all. So when I Google the average price for,
commercial like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
the average down payment for a house, because she's talking about $20,000 for the average down payment. So the average down payment, of course, I'm in the state of Illinois, so maybe that popped up. Down payment is 27. It's 27. Okay, that's 27,000. So that's not even enough. And that's ranked number 29. And then number 30 is Iowa, which is 26. That's the average. That's the medium. Number 31, Tennessee. That's 25. Number 32, that's Maryland. That's another 25. That's coming up to 26. This, you might as well say, this is pretty much 26. This is less than $50 away from being 26,000. And this is a few $100s away from being 26,000. So in most of these states where you, especially where you see Black people live, her down payment is not going to be enough. Even if, and that's only for first-time homeowners, which is not exclusive to Black people. As a matter of fact, that policy would lean more towards immigrants, to illegal immigrants. So when you look at the fine print of all of these things, this is not going to work. Not for us, for our benefit. Now, you have more people sitting up there caping, more people sitting up there making it seem like she was doing this phenomenal job. Look at this guy. And there's something with the men. All of the men who are Harris supporters seem like
zesty. In regards to Colorado, I know we got to be like in the top 10. I just looked it up. It's like $86,000 down payment for a house now in Colorado, which is just ridiculous. That's not even going to put a dent in that. But it's supposed to be something specifically. And again, there's nothing specifically for us. And why are you giving out loans? You know, you got to pay back a loan. And let's see what this chill got to say.
Act a certain way, if y'all know what I'm saying.
President Harris is we asked, and Vice President Harris is delivering. She is announcing an opportunity agenda just for Black men. And I'm not talking about surviving. I'm talking about thriving, building wealth, and leading our families and leveling up. So let me break this down real quick. First up, she's dishing out.
Oh my God. This is how he said that. I was just like, what in the hell?
1 million small business loans that are fully forgivable up to $20,000. So
1 million. Okay. Let's do a little bit of math. Let me pull up the Google just so you guys can understand. I'm not just doing this. We're just going to do a little bit of math. Just a little bit. So 1 million divided by 20,000. Let's find out exactly what that is. $1,000. So when you look at that, what do we have here? That's not a lot of money. Oh, that's not. Years. And they're talking about give dollars. She really does like the number $20,000. I'm needing $20,000 in business loans, $20,000 for a house. She think everything costs $20,000.
And don't forget the 20.
They all like $1 million. That's, you mean to tell me all of Black America, you're gonna say we're gonna help you guys specifically 50, even if it was only Black men, only 50 Black men get help with their businesses. Only 50 Black men get $25,000 in assistance with their business, in loans that they may or may not have to pay back. Okay, the hell is this? While you giving
got a dope idea but don't have the funds, this could be forgivable up to $20,000. So if you got a dope idea but don't have the funds, this could be your shot that you've been waiting for. Next, she's pushing education mentorship programs that get Black men into high-paying jobs in leadership roles, whether that's tech, teaching, whatever. She's covering it all. And for my brothers in the crypto game, she's making sure that there's regulatory systems to protect your investment, okay? No more blind flying. And on the health...
What does that mean? Now, I don't be like doing a whole selling and buying crypto and all. What does that mean? What does that mean?
She's launching a national health equity initiative targeting things like sickle cell, diabetes, mental health, issues that hit us the hardest. Now, don't get it twisted, okay? Because Trump ain't never been about us. From being sued for not renting to Black folks, to trying to get the Central Park 5 executed, to pushing that birther nonsense against Obama. Trump is not for us. Okay?
Neither is Obama. So any insult from Obama don't offend me. I'm sorry. I'm being very honest with you. Anybody insulting Obama, I don't care what they say about that dude. I don't care what they say about Obama. They could say the worst things a person could ever say about another person. It don't bother me none at all. I don't care what they say about him. They said Obama's not a citizen. I said, okay. They ain't got nothing to do with me. He ain't got nothing to do with me. He's not one of us.
Right.
Okay. They better stop saying that before we actually double back and actually do some digging ourselves.
Right.
Okay, but clearly Kamala is. And if Trump gets back in office, my guy, it's bad news. Trump's looking to hit us with a Trump tax, cut overtime pay.
Okay.
Misinformation.
I want you guys to understand stop and frisk has absolutely not gone anywhere. Stop and frisk is still a thing today.
Putting black men front and center. She's taking this agenda on the road with events, our moment to choose. Do we want a future where we're thriving, or do we want one where we're stuck in survival mode?
Y'all,
survival mode.
do you understand? Do you literally understand? If she wins, she's going to make Black life terrible. She's going to do her absolute worst for the entire country. She's going to destroy America to the degree we've never seen before. Especially for Black America. Especially, it will be horrific. While you sitting up there talking about a mentorship program and some free weed, as if everybody smokes weed, or every Black man has diabetes, or every Black man has cryptocurrency. I'm gonna be honest. This stuff is not gonna apply to most of us.
Right.
Is really not. Building generational wealth in what? And then we're going to champion education. We're going to champion more Black male, and this is a Black agenda? No. Right. Like I said before, if we gave you a specific list of demands and you come back to buy, you can't expect us to buy. We would buy if you guys came with what we asked for. If we said, you know what, we want some rep guys are allowing us to get slaughtered out here, and you're turning a blind eye. You're not doing that for the Asian community, but you're doing it for my community. You're turning a blind eye. We need that. About the hate crime bill and us being attacked, we need y'all to do something with the police as far as the qualified immunity. We need y'all to end that. Y'all not even talking about that. We need y'all to end that. We can talk about the Black teachers and the schools and stuff like that. All of these things can be like fourth place, fifth place, sixth place, all that stuff. But we need that 1, 2, 3. We need that 1, 2, 3 combo. We need that 3-piece. Right. We need the 3-piece. Then y'all can talk about the fries. All that stuff y'all talking about the fries. Y'all trying to sell the fries over the 3-piece. Extra. These are for that. And then y'all not even giving us the size that we wanted.
Right.
Y'all coming in here talking about. Yeah. You know, I know y'all smoke weed now. Come on, so we got y'all some weed. No. And it's very actually insulting, and this is going to work. This is why I'm telling you, she's going down. Now, they was talking about how great she was in the polls. She's going down in the polls. Look at this. This is CBS. The same CBS that was super biased during the debate. They're saying now Trump, when it comes to independent voters, which is what they're going to need. Yep. This is who they rely on. Because
such as myself and Lady Che, independent voters and independent candidates, but in this instance, independent voters. Myself, at least 10 years. Lady Che about the same. So we're not new to this, we're true to this, and we're the main ones they're targeting for this shit.
Yeah.
I want you guys to understand, the Democrats, the people who are Democrats, they're going to be Democrat regardless. There's nothing that they are going to say that anybody can say that's going to get them off that ship. They're going to be Democrat regardless. The people who are Republican, they're going to be Republican regardless. But then you have independents, which I believe personally all black people should be independent. and you should vote specifically based off of the policy that the candidate is putting forward. That is it. That is all.
Yeah.
Now, we understand most black folk aren't 100% there yet, but we do have a large number of black folk who are. But right now, they're saying it is 47% for her right now, and then 51% in September, which was last month. She was in the lead. So how did it flip? She lost 4 points. Okay, she lost 4 points. How did that happen? How did that happen? Donald Trump didn't even lose that. Donald Trump lost 3 points, or he gained 3 points, and she are way worse than this. Or at least they see the trend is getting a lot. And I was saying this in my last live, and I'm saying 20 points. In football, that's a big number. You're up 50 points. In football, that's a huge number. It's huge. There's nothing that they can do, even if it's half the game left. You're up 50 points. You're in the fourth quarter. You cool. You got your sunglasses on. You laid back. You got a drink in your hand. You just kind of watching the game. You're enjoying the breeze. You don't got a care in the world. If you're playing basketball and you up 100 points, you not tripping on them getting a couple points. Here, you give them the ball. You clearly need to do some target practice. You clearly need to work on your shooting. So why don't you? I'm just gonna give you the ball. I'm gonna sit down. My feet is a little bit tired. I'm up 100 points. There's no way you're gonna be able to catch up. So why don't you get some free shots? Yeah. You get some free. It's not like you're gonna catch up. I'm gonna win regardless. So you might as well get to practicing. That's how you feel when you really winning. Now, they were saying that they were winning a record-breaking, phenomenal numbers, and nobody had ever seen anything somewhat, anywhere close to what they are showing. Close to this. Everybody was sitting up there like, oh my God, this is amazing. I can't believe it. That's what they were saying. Now, they're bringing out Obama, and then we sent Obama back. What? They are like, what are we going to do? They going to the church. They praying to God. They like, God, please get these niggas on the plantation again. It's not working.
Not working.
I want you to understand this whole black agenda thing is coming from the same woman who said no to anything specific. I want you to understand. Look at this. Look at this. This whole black agenda. This whole black agenda, and this is coming from the woman who straight up said no.
Policy that will benefit black people will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No, because black people. No, clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
Watch the video for my kids, please. I will not be long. I will just ask.
This is coming from that same woman. Now she has a whole black agenda. This is letting you know we're winning. This is letting you know what we're doing, we're succeeding in. We're pushing the needle forward. This is letting you know that they understand that they are losing. They wouldn't be doing this if they weren't losing. Even if it was a small number, because you can expect a small number, even if it was a small number that dropped off, if they thought that the number who is gone is not enough for them to lose, if they thought it wasn't enough for them to worry, wasn't enough for them to fear, they wouldn't be coming out with this. And now they have now remember, we established this months ago that they're paying TikTokers. We established this months ago, even before the DNC, that they were paying TikTokers. So all of these people who are all like, hey guys, she finally did it. Isn't she great? They're paid. Or at least they want to be paid. They're paid. They're paid. They're not real. They're not like real people who are really looking at it and being all like, oh my God, cryptocurrency. That's so great. Nobody's doing that. These are people who are paid to say this. Okay? These are people who are stuck and live on the plantation and they love it. We don't. We do not. We don't love massa like you love massa. We don't. Just keep it real. And we know most of them is paid to say it anyway, or at least they're trying to get it, because we're hearing that the Harris campaign don't even want to pay the black influencers. So y'all not even getting paid like that, and y'all still saying it. But we don't care. We really don't. This is showing that you guys are the way she said it. I want you to look. I'm gonna make it full screen for you. The way she even framed it. She seemed offensive by the question. She seemed offended. Sorry. She seemed offended by the question.
Listen, the reality also is this. Any policy that will benefit black people will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
You know what? Her and Obama they got a lot in common with the way they be puffing their chest out and kind of moving around like they checking somebody.
Yeah.
The way she said no, she wasn't all like, "Oh no, that's not a part of my plan." The way she was puffing her chest out and moving around and her body language, she made it seem like she was checking her for asking that question.
Will benefit black people, will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No, because whatever benefits that black family will benefit that community and society as a whole in the country. Right?
Nope. That ain't going to work. That's not going to work now. Okay, right? No, look at that face. And that face got to pack her bags up because she's about to be leaving the White House in a couple weeks. Yeah, you about to be leaving the White House in a couple weeks. You might as well start your packing now.
Right.
Because what she thinks she's going to do is she thinks she's just going to stay in the White House and move from one room to another room. No, you and Biden. Yeah. You might as well, if Biden packing his stuff up, you might as well pack your stuff up right now too.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all might as well stop. Because it's over at this point. Look at this. It's done. It's done. Look at this. Yeah, it's over. It's done. It's done. We are winning, family. And I want you to understand, just if regardless, let's say, regardless, we're going to continue. We still got an uphill battle. We still got to fight against the system. We still got to do that. But we will do that. One victory fuels the next victory. Every single victory fuels the next victory. The fact that we were able to defeat her, Obama, the entire Democratic machine. I want you guys to understand this. We are so powerful. We have essentially defeated the whole machine. Do you guys understand that she had millions of, we don't have millions of dollars backing us up. She had millions of dollars backing her up the immediate second she started running. She had the endorsement of the sitting president of the United States, pretty much all of the Democratic former presidents of the United States, everybody. She had one of the biggest DNCs in political history, one of the biggest DNCs. I'm talking about the places packed. They have all of the celebrities all up in that building. It was a big party or whatever the case is. They threw every single thing that they possibly had.
This Halloween, sink your fangs into our ghoulishly good treats. From donuts to cakes.
And we sent it back. And now they're all like, guys, okay, fine. Here's a contract. Here's something, please. And we looking at it. We picked it up. We was like,
yeah.
No. You good? No. We beat the Democratic machine. Do you guys understand how powerful that is? How important that is? And this isn't because of our love for Donald Trump. This is because when we say no, and I said this yesterday, when we said no, we stuck to it. When we said no, we didn't say no, and then we no. Okay, maybe a little bit. Okay, fine. We didn't do that. We said no, they said no, we said no louder than them. When they stood up tall, we stood up taller than them. When they pushed, we pushed harder than them. This is why we're winning right now. When they said, well, you know you sound sexist, we said, no, we don't. And the women said that too. They was standing right there, be all like, well, I'm mad like he mad. So you can't say I'm sexist. So it was the black men and the black women saying the exact same thing. This is the power, okay? When you're playing a game, when you're playing football, basketball, all of the players have a position and a role to play. Right. When you're playing basketball, everybody knows, okay, you're going to pass it to him, and he's going to pass it to him, and he's going to shoot the ball. So all of the other players get in formation. The quarterback knows who he's going to throw it to when they do their little huddle thing. They understand that. So what they do is they say, okay, well, you go cut right here. I'm going to make it seem like I'm going to throw it to you, but you guard him. And everybody plays their role. Everybody's in formation. And when you're in formation, when the quarterback throws the ball, the receiver catches the ball and makes a touchdown. And it's been touchdown after touchdown after touchdown after touchdown. We beat their biggest players. They sent Baracc out there, Biden out there. We said we not listening to Biden. Biden has no sway at all. We can't stand anything to do with Biden. Right. They've been trying to distance themselves from Biden. They sent Steve Harvey. We said we not listening to no Steve Harvey. They sent D.L. Hughley. We not listening to D.L. Hughley. They sent Luke. We not listening to Luke. They sent Plies. We not listening to Plies. They sent Oprah. We not listening to Oprah. They've been sending everybody out there. We not listening to none of them. They sent Obama, and Obama is damn near in a worse position now than he was. They said Magic Johnson. Obama is in a worse position now than he's ever been with the black community. Obama has never collectively gotten this much flack from the black community, ever. The Obama can't wrap his skinny little head around this. He can't comprehend. He can't understand it. He can't get it. He can't understand how the black community has turned on him. Like, he's never seen anything like this before. He's never experienced anything before. When he used to do the, if you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, then the police maybe I don't know, stop shooting. And we were all like, yeah, I guess. We used to treat Obama and his little lectures and scolding like he was some type of dad over fatherless little children. Yeah. And you know how your dad be all like, hey, come on now, don't do that. Don't stop that right there. Don't do it again. That we was all like, okay, Dad, I'm sorry. We're not doing that no more. He said, hey, I don't really like it. We said, we don't really like you. Right. Go. He was like, damn. He said, guys, we got a real problem. We said, yeah, we do. And that's you. You got to go. You got to go. Yeah, go. I want you to understand, Obama, and they're not saying this right now. They're not saying this. But what Obama did, he made it worse for Harris. What Obama did made it worse for her in the polls. She was doing better in the polls. Do you feel me, fam? She was doing better in the polls before Obama came out. Obama made it worse for her. Yep. When Obama said what he said, talking about black men being misogynist, she went down in the polls. Yep. not just her. Gavin Newsom as well too. He got to take some blame.
Yep.
When Gavin Newsom had the ability to sign off on the reparations for California, and he let that bill die in California, she went down in the polls. Remember, the sister was saying, "Hey, this gonna hurt. This gonna hurt Kamala." I said this on Twitter too. I said, "Y'all doing this right before an election year. Y'all gonna feel this." We said it. We said, okay. Y'all gonna feel this very soon. Very, very soon. Y'all about to feel this pain. Oh, and they feeling it now. Gavin Newsom, everything he did, Kamala facing a blunt. I'll be honest. If I was her, I would hate all of them. I mean, because she just, not only is she doing a terrible job herself, but everybody out there is getting her beat up. She's getting beat up because, metaphorically and politically speaking, okay, or she's taking L's. She's taking L's based off of the people who are supposed to be in her party.
The polymer that we're making here at our new facility is called polypropylene.
She took an L from California because of something Gavin Newsom did. She took an L because of something Obama did. Everywhere she goes, L. This is going to be the worst, Lord. And I can't wait to see it.
Right.
I cannot wait to see it.
I can't wait either. Sorry, y'all. I wasn't expecting to play this long. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on what Afro Elite just laid out for us about Kamala's fake black agenda? She's on the machine. Okay. I agree wholeheartedly with what Afro Elite was saying. I gotta do better than this, Democrats. If y'all want the black vote, especially the black male vote, this is not gonna get it. This is another nothing burger. It's showing us you're completely tone deaf, and you are cool with ignoring the demands of your base. So you're gonna lose, and I can't wait. Like we've been saying since day one, we don't care if both parties collapse. Neither one of us mean us any good. So if you do choose to participate in this process and vote in the presidential race, vote for something tangible. Currently, none of the two major party candidates that dump as a human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear, and Kamala ain't Black Harris, are providing anything that's tangible for us. The only ones that have any kind of tangible policy specifically for foundational Black Americans and Citizens for American Child Slavery Freedmen is the third parties, such as Dr. Cornel West and Dr. Jill Stein. But after her interview with the Black Authority, our chances of getting a black vote are going to be slim to none now. But yeah, you got options. They keep trying to make it seem like you got two options. No, the hell you don't. You got multiple options. You got the couch too, and you can write yourself in, or you can write reparations in, or you can write tangibles in, or you can write Mickey Mouse in certain states, because certain states don't allow you to write in anything, but certain states do allow for write-in for president. If you are in one of those states, you can write in whatever the hell you want to write in. So yeah, Lady Chair, are you able to speak?
Yeah. I agree. Okay. It's better not to put no thought into her. She's just gonna mess us all up. Continue us on that path. So I gotta go though. But yeah, all I gotta say. I agree with what you said.
Okay. All right. So moving along. Jasmine Crockett, these Democrat shills just have no chill. She's out here explaining, trying to get us to stay on the Democratic plantation, and it's not going to work.
How do you get started with digital marketing? With the complete digital marketing course on Udemy. You'll gain.
Can somebody answer this question for me? Why is Black Men's with a Z, M-E-N-Z, Black Men's is so trash? Because you know Black Men's is trash. And we're apparently trash because we don't want to vote for a strong Black woman in Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, according to Barack Obama, is a strong Black woman who grew up just like us. Now, how a biracial Indian woman grew up like a Black man is besides me, but apparently she did. And in his scolding of Black men's and us being so trash and referring to us as pookies, as he always does, that didn't really go well for the Democrats. There was a lot of negative backlash, as there should be. So now what you're going to watch here is this video clip of Jasmine Crockett trying to clean it up a little bit, but she really just kind of makes things worse. And then there's another woman that speaks at the end that's a little bit difficult to listen to, but we're going to get through it together, guys. We are going to get through it together. So let's go through this right now. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Because y'all are getting a bad rap right now. I really don't believe as many of y'all are falling for that trap. But I also know that while the most solid voting bloc that we have is Black women for Democrats, we know that right behind Black women is Black men. It ain't no other demographic that votes as strongly for the Democrats as Black men. So let me just make sure I acknowledge that in the first place. The second thing, again, when I go back to talking about this has to be about you. It's not about them. It has to be about you. And when you got a candidate that's out there talking about, you know what, I'm upset about these progressive prosecutors that have decided that they want to go after law enforcement when they kill one of y'all like a dog in the street. Listen, he's trying to get...
Donald Trump never said anything like that, but keep lying. Go ahead. Jesus Christ.
Give them criminal immunity because we finally have some prosecutors that we got elected that decided that our lives matter. And so I don't know how it is that you could ever justify voting for somebody that would be okay with them literally taking your lives, especially over $1,200, if that is your justification, especially since you need to holler at Auntie Nancy, because Nancy was the Speaker of the House and it was her legislation that she pushed forward with. All Trump did was slow down your checks by deciding that he wanted to put his name on it because this was not...
Give y'all that money.
He didn't.
And so in this...
Okay, so I mean, we gotta holler at Auntie Nancy. I'm assuming she's talking about Nancy Pelosi, you know. So now Nancy Pelosi is Auntie Nancy, and we gotta holler at her. We gotta holler at Auntie Nancy. Apparently, Donald Trump wants to give immunity to the police specifically for the purposes of hunting down and taking the lives of Black men. Apparently that's his goal. He wants to eliminate us all off the planet, I guess, you know. And yeah, we should be thankful. We should be thankful to Auntie Nancy, and we should be thankful for, I don't know, an Indian biracial woman that's, you know, pretending to be Black, right? I guess, I don't know. But this is the part here that's really difficult to listen to, right? This is what's really hard to listen to. You can see, I guess it's one of, you know, what's her name? Jesus Christ. I guess it's one of, I can't remember her name is right now. Jasmine Crockett. I guess it's one of Jasmine Crockett's people that she runs with. And I just listen to this condescending foolishness that's getting ready to come out of this woman's mouth. I mean, it's just insulting and stupid. Listen to this.
Opportunity, Black men shouldn't have any...
Let me rewind it back just a little bit.
Of the House, and it was her legislation that she pushed forward with. All Trump did was slow down your checks by deciding that he wanted to put his name on it because this was not...
Give y'all that money.
He didn't.
And so when
he wouldn't have had to see somebody's yelling out in the back, he didn't want to give you that money. He wasn't going to have to give us any money, you know, if, you know, it wasn't for C-19, you know, the whole world economy shut down. And that was the only reason that happened. But he didn't have to give us any money. He didn't have to give us any money because the economy was rolling and folks was making money and the money was stretching long and we were able to do a lot with our money. Right? The economy was moving great. Inflation was low. The GDP kept growing higher and higher, you know, with Trump in office. We didn't have a migrant crisis. You didn't have to compete with 10 to 15 million more illegal immigrants for jobs and for housing and things of that nature. So everything was actually really good under him. What they're talking about, I don't know. I don't know. But I'm going to fall back now.
Of the House, and it was her legislation that she pushed forward with. All Trump did was slow down your checks by deciding that he wanted to put his name on it because this was not...
Give y'all that money.
He didn't.
And so in this opportunity, Black men shouldn't have any questions because Black women are, a Black woman has saved your life. In more ways than one, whether it's a grandma on her knees praying, whether it's your mama making sure that you had an after school program to go to so you wouldn't be doing the wrong thing, or whomever, a Black woman has saved your life. So I'm not.
Shut. You all know I don't curse. I mean, at least I don't curse on my YouTube channels, but shut the F up, man. Just, God, it's so insulting. How much more insulting can you be? How much more insulting can you be than what she's saying right now? When Obama was running for office, or when anybody Black is running for office, that's a man. You don't ever hear nobody saying that a Black man saved your life, a Black man did this for you, a Black man did that for you, a Black man, blah, blah, blah. What is she even talking about right now? Oh, Lord, this is hard to listen to. Let's take it from the top.
In this opportunity, Black men shouldn't have any questions because Black women are, a Black woman has saved your life. In more ways than one, whether it's a grandma on her knees praying, whether it's your mama making sure that you had an after school program to go to so you wouldn't be doing the wrong thing, or whomever, a Black woman has saved your life. So I'm not asking you for undying loyalty in this moment for somebody you might not connect with.
Listen, shout out to my mother, right? Obviously, who's a Black woman, right? Shout out to her. I grew up in a two-parent household, and I can 100% say that I wouldn't be the man that I am today, nor be in just doing decent in life if I didn't have a father who made sure to straighten me out when I was on some foolishness. So, you know, shout out to my Black dad.
But I'm asking you to get in step because it's our job as we keep.
Oh, wait, she said we got to get in step. Wait a minute. Hold on. She said we got to get in step.
Because Black women are, a Black woman has saved your life. In more ways than one, whether it's a grandma on her knees praying, whether it's your mama making sure that you had an after school program to go to so you wouldn't be doing the wrong thing, or whomever, a Black woman has saved your life. So I'm not asking you for undying loyalty in this moment for somebody you might not connect with, but I'm asking you to get in step because it's our job, as we keep saying, to make the future that we want to see, and we have to start somewhere. You can't complain until you feel like it's right for you to join in. You have to be the change that you see.
So, I mean, Black men, y'all just got to get in line and get in step. Get in line and get in step. Y'all out of line. Y'all out of step. Y'all out of bounds. What's the matter with you? Why is Black men so just, I don't know. What's the problem with us that we don't want to get in line and get in step? I want to play this here in closing, you know, because I can't do it with all the black. You all know me, man. And I've said this so many times before in the past. I am not the wee police. Okay. I'm not Umar Johnson. Whatever you do, you know, in your personal life is what you do. I don't care. You know, I mean, it's 2024, man. Who cares if you're like with a white woman or a Hispanic woman or Asian or whatever? Like, those type of conversations are retarded to me, you know. But I will say this much: when you're doing the blackety black talk to the utmost as they do, then you can't turn around and say Kamala Harris is this great Black woman doing all these great Black things, and you got to vote for her because black. But then I have to like never mind her white husband, right? That gets thrown to the side. But black. And as it pertains to Kamala Harris's white husband, this is just the perfect video that I'm going to play here. Let's look at this in closing. This is just beautiful. Give me a second while I pull this up. Let me remove these people off the screen, get them out of here. And here, let's enjoy this on our way out.
Kamala chose a white husband. Why can't Black men choose a white president? Kamala chose a white husband. Why can't Black men choose a white president?
I don't know why that's comedy to me. Oh, we too trash.
Kamala chose a white husband. Why can't Black men choose a white president?
Yeah, we trash. Oh man, I'm about to choose that white president because Kamala got that white husband. How come I can't choose Trump to be president? That's hilarious.
Kamala chose a white husband. Why can't Black men choose a white president?
about.
All right, Lady Tay, what are your thoughts on with TD Hip Hop, TD Media Group now laid out for us in regards
It's just trash. Just it's like it's already said. She's not getting anywhere with that, and these broads are showing, and they're doing the wrong shit. And best believe, black men are watching, not amused. Not gonna be having none of that. You know what I mean?
Right, I wholeheartedly agree. All right. Well, moving along, we have bad news. I would consider it bad news. The family of Kylin Lewis, is still seeking justice for the loss of their son. I went to school with Kylin Lewis's brother, Kiowa Lewis, and him and the rest of his family have been seeking justice for the state-sanctioned murder of their loved one, another unarmed black man. And now, recently, we have discovered that the DA in Arapahoe County, or Adams County, where technically Lady Tay is at right now, Brian Mason, is not going to charge the officer or the race soldier that was involved in his murder. So, for those that's been paying attention, a lot of the ambulance chasers out here in Colorado have been championing this story to get justice for Kylin Lewis. And they've been making their rounds, even at Denver City Council. And they've been mighty quiet. This came out 3 days ago. I ain't heard nothing. Like, ain't no protest, ain't no press conference, ain't nothing. Where's the outrage? So, play the clip about that. See what the family has to say about it. Since they've been protesting for like, how many months now, Lady Tay? 4 months. He was killed in May, or October now. So what, 4 or 5 months?
You know I'm on Nasheed, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see, I'm gonna play first, huh? So to add this to the queue.
Listing your vacation rentals on Booking.com opens the door to more guests, like this bunch. These lovebirds. Or this.
Oh, I might have spoke too soon, y'all. I guess they tried to do an action at the Aurora City Council earlier. Let's see. So, since they've been doing all this protesting, Aurora City Council has went digital, meaning all virtual, similar to how Denver did after George Floyd was killed, and we protested and shut the damn chambers down. So now everything's online in Aurora, where Lady Tay is currently, and yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see what ends up coming from this.
Hey there, Talia. Yeah, the family tells us here outside Aurora.
I got 2 clips of them.
Continuing our breaking coverage now on the decision not to file criminal charges in the death of an unarmed man named Kylin Lewis. Lewis was shot in May by an Aurora SWAT officer who believed the cell phone in his hand.
4 officers approached Lewis as he was parking, and Officer Deke opened fire after Lewis.
Continuing our breaking coverage now on the decision not to file criminal charges in the death of an unarmed man named Kylin Lewis. Lewis was shot in May by an Aurora SWAT officer who believed the cell phone in his hand was a gun. Arapahoe County District Attorney John Keller concluded the officer had an objectively reasonable belief that Lewis was armed. Our 9 News Investigates team has pieced together the details behind the warrant that sparked.
Killed in Arapahoe County, that's right. So the current DA or newly elected DA that took over for George Brockler, Keller, is not going to charge the officer involved in his murder.
That deadly and controversial shooting.
At the time, Denver and Aurora police told us that Lewis was wanted for attempted murder. Investigative reporter Kevin Vaughn joins us now. And Kevin, you obtained video and documents that shed a lot of light on that earlier incident.
Alex and Kim, the original documents released months ago were heavily redacted. What we found was an investigation with a lot more questions than answers.
It's May 5th, a strip mall at 48th in Colorado. The focus is on the red Monte Carlo at the top of the screen and the black SUV in front of it. It's not clear what is going on between people in the 2 vehicles. The black SUV and 2 motorcycles head west on 48th. 13 seconds later, the Monte Carlo appears, then stops. Someone in the car fires shots. Let's slow it down. A pedestrian turns and runs. A bullet appears to skip off the pavement, and the Monte Carlo heads south.
Okay, we're going to hold the air for a second, 48th in Colorado.
Police investigate. It'll be an hour before a man who'd been along 48th reports being shot in the shoulder.
No, I literally just pulled up.
Documents obtained by 9 News Investigates show a person who knew Lewis said he was driving the red car. Police had no gun, no fingerprints, no identity of whoever was in that black SUV. They got a warrant for Lewis's arrest.
What was needed was probable cause, and there is that, but not by much.
In other words, according to 9 News legal analyst Scott Robinson, it was more likely than not that Lewis was the suspect.
We have a victim, we have a red Monte Carlo, which you can't really identify the license plate, and that's good enough for most judges to issue a warrant.
A judge signed that warrant 2 days later. 2.5 weeks after that, Lewis was dead, and the case was closed.
The prosecution certainly had a good chance of winning the case, but it was anything but a slam dunk.
After Lewis's death, Denver police searched that red Monte Carlo and found gunshot residue inside. But according to Robinson, the passage of time made it of little use in showing that Lewis fired those shots. Live in the newsroom, Kevin Vaughn, 9 News.
Kevin, given this case and the family's concerns in this case and how they've been so vocal showing up at this council meetings, this is not the end of it by any means.
It is not the end of it. You would expect that there's going to be a lawsuit filed at some point and that we will be covering this case for quite a while into the future.
Yadira Caraveo wants you to believe she's tough on the border, but her radical record tells a different story. Caraveo is no different than the liberal extremist she voted with 91% of the time. Yadira Caraveo is making things worse.
Aurora leaders continue to call for justice in the wake of Kylin Lewis's death.
Late last week, we learned that the Aurora officer who fired the shot that killed Lewis will not face charges in his death. Now, the shooting happened back in May when members of APD's SWAT team were sent to serve an arrest warrant for Lewis. He did have an active warrant out of Denver for attempted first-degree murder. 4 officers approached Lewis as he was parking, and Officer Deke opened fire after Lewis refused to follow commands. Now, investigators say Lewis had reached into his pocket, pulled something out. It was later determined to be a phone.
Your reporter in Aurora, Kelly Worthman, has been following this case from the beginning. She joins us live now. And Kelly, we're expecting to hear from his family tonight.
That's right, Michaelia. His mother, along with other community activists, are holding a press conference here ahead of tonight's Aurora City Council meeting. This will actually be the first time we will hear from relatives since the DA determined on Friday that May shooting was justified, citing Lewis's violent criminal history and him not complying with officers' orders that day. In the weeks and months since that shooting, family members as well as community activists have been calling for justice, urging that the officer who shot Lewis be charged with murder. Attorneys for the Lewis family say that the unarmed 37-year-old black man was wrongfully shot by police as he was trying to surrender that day. In an effort to bring greater attention to the case, family, friends, and again, activists have gathered at the state capitol steps. They did so this summer and repeatedly made demands for answers during Aurora City Council meetings.
Yes, hit the gavel. We tried to give you the opportunity to do the right thing, and so that we could be heard on 11A11. We peacefully approached your podium so that we could do 11A11. Because of that, this meeting now becomes ours. Say his name.
So Aurora City Council did eventually make their meetings virtual in light of those interruptions and those protests from this case as well as other issues. That being said, Aurora Council tonight is being held in person here. That begins this evening, but ahead of time, again, we are going to hear from Kylin Lewis's mother as well as other family members and those community activists. That is set to begin at about 5:30 this evening, and we are planning to bring that to you live on our CBS Colorado stream. You can access that either through our website or the CBS News app. Reporting live in Aurora, I'm Kelly Worthman, covering Colorado First.
Here at night with the family of Kylin Lewis, speaking out publicly for the first time since officials decided not to file charges against the officers who shot and killed him.
And take a look right here. This is video of the moments leading up to his death. Police were serving a warrant at the time, and Lewis was holding an object they thought was a gun. Turned out to be just a phone. Fox 31's Greg Nieto spoke to his family, now demanding justice. Greg.
Hey there, Talia. Yeah, the family tells us here outside Aurora City Hall, they were actually informed of the DA's decision on Friday through the media. They say it's been 144 days of being disappointed, but not surprised.
I am Robert Lewis, and I had to bury my son.
Person after person, some from Aurora, some not, reinforcing the same theme. Kylin Lewis's father, though, has a different, unscripted message for the Aurora City Council. 144 days in the making.
This has been horrendous and ridiculous how this outcome has become. It just really hurts my nerve to know people sit up here with a murderer and go back to work.
144 days ago, late May, the 37-year-old wanted, police say, in connection to an attempted murder. Denver police, assisted by Aurora police, trying to serve a felony attempted murder warrant. Authorities say Lewis, in a parking lot, refuses to comply with multiple demands to get on the ground and surrender. At one point, seen holding an object before one Aurora SWAT officer fires and fatally wounds Lewis. The item turned out to be a cell phone. Lewis's eldest brother, Kiowa.
You see officers yelling commands from every which way, and you're confused as to where to turn, what to follow, who to do what, when, where, how.
Late last week, the DA announces no charges will be filed, a grand jury deciding not to take the case.
I am Robert Lewis. I had very much son.
A father, a community, knows a young man is not coming back. Justice, they say, in his name.
You have the opportunity to use less lethal options, and you choose to shoot my son. That's a damn shame. And on that video, you know it's a damn shame.
Right.
Late tonight, I did check in with the Aurora Police Department. They say the officer in question remains in a restricted duty, non-public facing role. Greg Nieto, Fox 31.
So he pistol pushed her. But he's still on the damn force. All right, Lady Che, what's your quick thoughts on this before we get to the Unhoused neighbor news and illegal migrant news?
I know the father, but the father's my friend. I didn't know that was his kid, though.
Yeah, that was the son.
I didn't know that was his son. But I've known the father for a long, long, long time. Under a different name, under Lakes.
Yeah, he's known by something else, but yeah, that's his dad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, R.I.P. to Kylin Lewis. It's the same that your family's not gonna be able to get justice for you because the new elected DA in Arapahoe County ain't what is Amy Patterson gonna do about this? Because I think she's running for that seat. That John Kilner is currently the DA in Arapahoe County. I don't know what she got to say about this. But yeah. Hopefully the family continues to fight to get justice, and they might end up having to take this all the way up to the Supreme Court. We will see, and we will keep y'all updated. I just hope they don't pull Elijah McClain's mom. I hope they don't do that, but we will see. And yeah, we'll keep y'all updated. Like I said, we'll both, me and Lady Che know the family pretty close. Like I said, I went to school with his oldest brother, who they had just profiled on Kyle Lewis, call him Kai for short. So that definitely hit close to home. Because remember, Lady Che, when it happened, I was like, I hope we don't know this person. And sure enough, at least I knew of him or knew his family by way of whatever. So what them ambulance chasers got to say about this, I'm curious to see. I was trying to see if K-Dot had went live, but I don't think he did. But they usually live stream those meetings. I didn't see MLH go live either. All right, so we're down to the last two topics of the night, and that is the Unhoused neighbor news and the illegal migrant news. So let the mayor tell it. He has solved the unhoused neighbor crisis. Me and Lady Taylor just recently downtown, close to our triangle area, our Skid Row area. And we were very surprised that there were no tents out. There was no tents. There was no unhoused people. It looked like a ghost town. So where did they go? That is the question. Well, let the mayor tell it. They're housed. We don't know exactly where they're housed, but they're housed. And that can mean several things. As me and Lady Taylor put it, they've been disappeared. The question is, where are they? So I'm going to play some news clips about this whole thing. First, it's budget season. So the current mayor, newly elected mayor, Mike Johnston, has proposed his new budget for 2025. The council has been making amendments to the budget, of which all of this stuff will be heard in the coming weeks. Publicly, there's going to be public hearings starting next week, I believe, or the week after next, in regards to this budget. So me and Lady Che, we're going to sign up and definitely speak on it. But this first clip is about the budget, and then the next two clips are about the numbers and where all of our unhoused neighbors, my term, have gone in Denver.
Fund, and that is a 0.6% increase over the 2024 budget. Fox 31 problem solver Shaul Turner is live with how this budget could affect key issues facing the city.
Well, one important note, this is the smallest proposed increase since 2011, and it's linked to changes in consumer spending.
Mayor Mike Johnston calls the proposed 2025 budget a down payment on a brighter, more vibrant future for the city of Denver, but also points out, like every American city, Denver faces headwinds from an uncertain national economic environment and the end of one-time federal ARPA funds. We therefore must adapt and be prepared for any future scenario, and business owners agree.
It's been slower for sure.
Michael Matthews tells Fox 31 customers are already streamlining their choices at the car toy store he manages.
security options for their car, remote start alarms.
The city tells the problem solvers 55% of the budget is generated by sales tax. A decrease in consumer spending can affect the city across the board. One of the biggest changes, an $85 million reduction in spending on efforts to address homelessness. But the city tells Fox 31 those programs will not be hindered.
So much of the expenditures from last year were one-time capital expenses related to construction, acquiring facilities, standing up facilities, et cetera. And so the reductions that we would see coming into this year, we wouldn't expect to negatively impact programming in that area.
$60 million will go toward creating or preserving nearly 1,400 affordable homes. The problem solvers asked about the impact on the city's police and fire departments.
Lots of great investments in safety this year.
Those investments include $11.9 million for 7 academies to train 168 new police recruits, 60 new sheriff's deputies, and 24 new firefighters. The budget also includes $12.5 million for migrant support, a decrease from $90 million budgeted in 2024. 200 full-time city positions will be cut without furloughs or layoffs due to restructuring and not filling vacant positions.
The problem solvers looked into the reasons behind the slowdown in consumer spending. It's basically a come down from a spike after the pandemic. After Monday's hearings, the budget is scheduled for approval in November. Shaul Turner reporting live in Denver, Fox 31.
All right, Shaul, thank you.
My old job didn't have room to grow, so I looked into a cybersecurity degree with WGU. According to the U.
So this is what Johnston claim he's been doing with our unhoused neighbors. Now, mind you, me and Lady Che drafted up policy specifically around this, and these people, like they've been known to do, stole it, took credit for it, and now they're giving out awards to this mayor for supposedly solving or alleviating the unhoused neighbor crisis in Denver.
What if better was easier than you ever thought possible?
So brand new info this morning out of Denver, and we're talking about the homeless issue in Denver, which we know has been a struggle for the past few years. Leaders now say they are on track to house 2,000 people who are living on the streets by the end of this year.
Lisa D'Souza joins us in studio. And Lisa, it sounds like the city's kind of, like saying, look at this good work that we've done, but homeless advocates on the other side are saying it's not quite enough.
Right. Some people definitely pushing back on this. Denver's all-in Mile High plan is working according to the city. The dashboard showing the initiative at this point just 50 people shy of ultimately reaching its goal. Already officials say this is the biggest reduction in homelessness in 1 year ever. But again,
when they did the House of 1,000 initiative, and back then we were like, who are these 1,000 people? And like Lady Chase said, they included the migrants in this count. Because at that time, we still seen a bunch of our people out on the streets. Like, massive number of our people were still out on the streets a year ago, and all of a sudden now he done doubled that and housed 2,000 people. Come on now, stop the cap.
and not everyone is on board with some of the data and what comes next. So the Mile High dashboard is updated every 30 days. It was last updated a few weeks ago on September 17th. It shows of the 1,950 people who've been housed by the city, only 12% have returned to living on the streets. Now, the average length of stay for people in shelters is 170 days, according to the dashboard. Because of the program's seeming success, the city's...
That's a lie, because when they did the last report they did on this, they said, what was it, Lady Che? It was like 40 to like 50% of people went back out on the streets. But they said that they had supposedly housed, and now they're talking about only 14%. It ain't adding up. Mathing ain't mathing. It ain't adding up. But they're giving this fool an award. David did an article about it a couple of days ago, Lady Che, on Newsbreak. And I was like, well, he should give that award. They should be giving that award to us, saying that he stole our whole damn plan about how to house our unhoused neighbors.
says it's now basically pressing pause on some projects to build more tiny homes or converting motels into housing. So right now the city says there are 1,200 units for those going through the Mile High plan, but some homeless advocates, they claim it's really not enough.
We were pleased to have delivered the largest single-year reduction in unsheltered homelessness in Denver's history.
Prevention is what really solves homelessness, but if he thinks that he's going to reach those numbers and put everyone indoors and keep them indoors by the end of his first term, we have to be moving a lot faster than we are right now.
Well, the program's overall goal is to end Denver homelessness entirely by 2027. And we just heard back from the mayor's office here this morning. They say the total cost of the plan from July of last year through all of this year is expected to be $155 million. They say that's due in part to some one-time land purchases and equipment as well. They say next year the budget for this is going to drop to $57 million.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you have to think about, because they've bought, I guess, some different hotels. Yeah. They've built some of those kind of smaller communities. Yes, yeah, taking the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, and they took the ideas right off of our damn platform. Straight up, straight like that. So, and like Amy said, it ain't enough. Y'all just you're not doing enough. And it's not even your ideas. There's nothing genuine about this. And like I said, these numbers ain't mathing right. Not adding up. None of it is. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I don't have any thoughts except it's fucked up. I don't have my machine.
Okay. Just another clip.
Well, yeah. and those are infrastructure costs. And
right.
what they're saying is they bought the infrastructure now. Hopefully, moving forward, it'll be a lot cheaper because that's a significant amount of money.
Yeah, certainly a significant amount of money, and certainly something that we'll be tracking in the years ahead for sure.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Thank you, Lisa.
Fall into flavor with Paris Baguette's pumpkin pastries and perfectly spiced.
City of Denver has spent tens of millions of dollars moving people off the street and into shelters. And for a while, it really kind of seemed like they were treading water. People just cycled back out onto the streets. But now, the city says more people are moving into permanent housing than they're losing to homelessness. Our Kelly Rinke looks at the numbers.
This may be Denver's best report card on its plan to end homelessness, and city council members this week noticed.
Congratulations on finally flipping the outcomes to the direction we need them to be.
City Councilwoman Amanda Sawyer, one of the program's toughest critics, was happy to see a different trend, considering the city has spent tens of millions of dollars moving people into shelters. For the first time, more people in hotels or tiny homes are moving into permanent housing than leaving shelters and going back onto the streets.
We had also seen an uptick in terms of connection to services for individuals that were in our program, so more people getting access to vital documents.
We're in these programs. It's a goddamn lie. I've been a client at CCH for at least the past 4 years. We're not getting any of these services. And if they consider housing, permanent supportive housing, just look at the Fusion Studios. It's a hellhole over here. This is a freaking psych ward. But this is supposed to be progress, y'all. And mind you, I came up with this idea back in 2019 when I ran for city council at large. We got almost 15,000 votes with no money. I said we need to buy these old abandoned hotels because they kept saying, oh, we got 18,000, the former auditor before Tim O'Brien was saying we got 18,000 vacant luxury apartments. And I had suggested several things. One of the things was you should take an unhoused neighbor home. They laughed and ha-ha and kiki. We ran a whole ballot initiative to repeal the urban camping ban that was murdered 80% to like 20%. Something ridiculous like that. And then they said that we could do better. So for the past 4 or 5 years, we've been holding them to that. We can do better. Okay, well, it's time to show and prove. So with these little data charts, they show them, they're obviously manipulating the numbers, and they're incorporating the illegal immigrants into the count as well. They're not telling everything on how they're coming up with these numbers. And it's just not adding up because, like I said, they keep switching up every like 2-3 months. The numbers keep switching up. The percentages keep switching up. They say, oh, it was 40% of the people went back on the streets. Now they're talking about only 14% of the people went back on the streets. Come on now. And then they're talking about so more people are getting vital documents and more people are getting IDs. I had an infestation problem over here. We had a big infestation problem over here at the Fusion Studios. Damn mice was eating up everything. So even if you was able to get a hold of these vital documents, the damn mice would eat them up. So, and then the services ain't. We ain't had a food pantry at the Fusion Studios in like 3 months. Luckily, I know people that deliver food, so I'm able to bring food to the building, so our people aren't just starving over here because the case management don't give a damn. They just here to get a check and then they gone for the day. So it's really bad, y'all. I haven't met with my case manager in like a month, over a month. We ain't even had no Fusion council meetings. We have a residence council. We ain't even been able to meet up because there's nobody to facilitate the meetings since Angela left. They have nothing for us to do here. So it's just a freaking asylum, literally. Everybody here is nuts, crazy. They're not getting the help they need. And I said the same thing when I was running for mayor last year. We're not getting the help that we need. And shout out to Chantel Lewis. She's actually holding this month accountable finally. And there's some articles that came out on Newsbreak about that as well, Lady J. That you should look into on your free time. Let the clip continue.
More people getting IDs, more people connecting to the services that were being delivered on site.
Cole Chandler is the senior advisor on homelessness to the mayor. He told council this week they're moving about 5 people indoors every day. 173 people moved into permanent housing over the summer, a nearly 25% increase from the previous quarter.
Some people are moving into permanent supportive housing. They have that attached permanently to supportive services.
The efforts that the city has made to move people from streets to safe spaces and now from those safe spaces into permanent housing is really exactly how the homelessness response system should work.
Colorado Coalition for the Homeless says the way that it is working could be even quicker if more affordable housing options were available.
If we had been making the investments over the last decade in this, high need affordable housing for lower income households, we might not be quite in the crisis that we're in today.
There's no.
Kathy Alderman, we've been saying that for at least a freaking decade. You finally came to an epiphany, or are you just saying what sounds good?
No doubt the Mile High City is seeing progress, with fewer tents up on the streets.
Unsheltered homelessness in Denver dropped more than 10% in the last year. A point-in-time count that took place in January found 1,200 people were unhoused on that one day. Today, there are more people living in these hotels and permanent housing than people who are outside. Nearly 1,600 people are currently in those spots.
They're basically living in glorified tents, as Lady Shay would say.
I'm always suspicious of judging things based on vibes or feel, but you drive around town and it feels like a different situation than it was years ago. So obviously, city makes an enormous initiative.
Feels like a ghost town is what it feels like. Like, where the hell is everybody at? Apparently, they're in these hotels and motels. Or they're in jail. Or they've been unalived. We really don't know.
Investment into setting up these places for people to live temporarily. They can expand that, contract that.
They're saying right now they don't have any plans to expand. So they have 1,200 units right now. They're saying they're going to stay with that. And it's because of the one-time federal funding and the city revenues. They're going to work with what they got.
Kelly Rinke, thank you.
All right, Lady Shay, what are your thoughts?
You're a better dude than I get.
Could have checked out Lady Shay. I don't wait, stay if you. Well, Lady Chase on her machine, so she's not gonna really be able to respond. But yeah, I pretty much said what I had to say on that. So there's some updates in the migrant news as well, but it is super late, so I'm gonna try to find some short clips to play about that. And then Lady Shay, the Democrats called themselves trying to answer, respond to the Dump's massive rally that he had a few days ago in Aurora. But that would probably be an RBA topic. Trying to find what the local media is saying about. Talking about his JV Vance. For this past week. That's in Aurora. What's happening in Aurora? Nothing but the dump. The dump. That was an hour and 21 minute speech. We're going to have to check that out on a later date. I'll watch that now. So our Republicans are ended the asylum seeker program. They have ended that. They got some ballot initiatives. Got to go over this ballot. Of course, I'm on it, but there's other things that's on it too that we need to really be paying attention to. So hopefully this week, me and Lady Tay have some semblance of free time to go over the ballot with y'all. It's very thick for the general election here in Colorado, in Denver, Pacific, and then in Aurora as well. So the dumper said he's going to record all these mugs. They're sending us disinformation, what he's saying about them. Lady Chain ain't really been covering what's happening in Aurora, but they did have a gathering on the same date that the dump did his rally, so I'm going to play that real quick.
On an unbearably cold night in 1974, Fjällräven founder Åke Nordin was inspired to...
While Trump remained many miles away from the area that he claims is overrun with these migrant gangs and the violence, that didn't stop those residents from addressing his Colorado visit.
No, 9 News reporter Jaleesa Rosari joins us now from Aurora. Jaleesa, what do those tenants want people to know?
Well, Kim and Alex, community leaders actually organized this whole event. And while we heard from politicians and faith leaders, city council members as well, we actually didn't hear from any of the tenants. But as you can see, still a number of people here, including a number of tenants. But advocates say they want to give people a glimpse of the real Aurora, one filled with families and neighbors that look out for one another. So this is their way of taking back their neighborhood and showing people that families looking to build better lives are really the ones that live here. Those in this community say they are fed up with certain politicians spreading hatred and using migrants as scapegoats rather than addressing the real issues this community is seeing. Some of those problems are lack of affordable housing and property owners keeping properties in poor conditions. The Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition coordinated this event. This is what they had to say.
Lies are dangerous and dishonest. They seek to drive us apart when we are just trying to find ways to live together as a community. And you know, they're trying to create a reality or paint a picture that's just not true.
Now, following today's rally, they invited everyone to stick around for a community cookout and learn about some ways that people can help the migrants. For now, reporting live in Aurora, Jaleesa Rosari, 9 News.
Glad you're there, Jaleesa. It's awful when you think about sometimes when the national spotlight is put on your community and you're saying, but wait a minute, you're not here, I am.
Yeah, exactly. And a number of people you can hear say that, right? A lot of these city council members, a lot of these faith leaders live in these neighborhoods. They drive through them, they walk through them every day. And so they really wanted to paint a picture of what they usually see.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Jaleesa Rosari reporting.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Aurora City Councilwoman Danielle Jurinsky.
Well, hello, Patriots, and welcome to Aurora, Colorado! I've said it once, I'm going to say it again. The Democrats didn't realize that it was going to be little old me out of Aurora, Colorado that exposed the broken immigration system to the entire country. And make no mistake of it, these pictures you see, these mugshots you see, this is not a feature of my imagination.
You mean a figure of your imagination?
When I started having police officers come to me and tell me, Danielle, there's a Venezuelan prison gang that is here, that is taking over apartment complexes in the city, and we need help. That's pretty serious to have police officers come to a city council person and ask for that help. And when I started asking questions, and I was told about code enforcement violations, let me tell you something. I have never met a police officer in my life that is scared of code enforcement violations. When I went in, when I decided to go in, when I got done asking questions, when I wasn't getting the truth, when I wasn't getting the answers, and I decided I had to take action. I decided I had to go in myself and start moving people out. I witnessed it with my own 2 eyes. I saw how these people were living in my city, in my hometown. I have been in Aurora, Colorado my entire life. I own businesses in Aurora. I'm a single mom. I'm a community college graduate of Aurora. Everything about...
She don't even live in Aurora. She lives in Centennial, which is outside of Aurora. She shouldn't even be able to hold this seat because she's supposed to live in a district that you are supposed to be representing. She don't even live in the city of Aurora.
About Aurora is my home. And let me tell you something. You come into this city and you threaten the residents of Aurora, Colorado, I will come for you. And let me tell you something else. Aurora, Colorado is not a sanctuary city. The millions of dollars, your dollars that were funneled to these nonprofits to place these people into my city, they came through Denver. And let me tell you something else.
Oh shit, Sherlock.
Denver had better start to keep to themselves. The time of Denver controlling the entire state, these days are over. They are over.
Y'all hear that, Denver Dam? Them days are over.
If you would have asked me 4 years ago, if I would have ever thought I'd be in politics, I'd have laughed at you. I would have laughed at you. But Jared Polis decided to shut my business. Jared Polis decided to shut my businesses down. What Jared Polis didn't realize is when he shut my businesses down, he woke me up. So I decided to run to represent my hometown. And make no mistake of it, folks, they can threaten me, they can try to silence me, they can lie about me, they can do whatever they want. I'm not going anywhere, and I will fight for Aurora.
But you live in Centennial.
It is so important. It is so important to get out and to talk to people in this election. Get out. Don't be scared. Get out and talk to people. Face them. Because this November, we will vote. And in January, we will have Donald J. Trump back in the White House. I want to thank you all so much for all of your support. You guys have seen in the media how this has unfolded, but so many of you out there and so many of you that I don't know, you've found me on social media, you've emailed me, you've called me. I hear your prayers. I have your love and your support. I feel it. I know it. I'm going to continue to fight. God bless all of you. God bless Aurora, and God bless the United States of America.
Goddamn America and goddamn Aurora, that damn sun downtown. All right, what are your thoughts, Lady Che, before we close out? Yeah, she's on her machine. All right, well, thank y'all for tapping in to this season 4, episode 29, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. We have a very hectic week ahead of us, so hopefully Lady Che can do an RBA sometime this week, going over this ballot that just mailed out here in Denver and Aurora. Each one of them have different initiatives that we will be paying attention to. So hopefully we can find some time to go over that. In the meantime, make sure y'all like to start our like and subscribe. Sorry, y'all, it's getting super late or early, depending on how you look at it. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And of course, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. And please join us later on this evening. This is now the 15th. For Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, we will have a special guest. Dr. Christina Parks will be joining us. So please call in. The call-in number is 516-418-5996. And the program is going to be an hour earlier than it normally would be. So instead of 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, it's going to be at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 5 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Central, and 8 p.m. in the East. It's going to be 8 p.m. in the East because that's the schedule that works best for Dr. Christina Parks. So please join us. She's going to be discussing Black health and Black holistic medicine and several other topics pertaining to Black health nutrition for the Black community. So please join us later on. The chronic illness, it affects the Black community, Black women, Black men, the importance of fasting, procedures, benefits, long-term effects and benefits. How can we as a people get more control of health care for ourselves? So that's what we're going to be discussing on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced later on today. So please join us. And we appreciate everybody that tapped in. Of course, our hype people, hype men rather, Twin and Mac 285, they're always much appreciated. We appreciate Jay Militant, our cousin from the Bay Area, tapping in with us. And anybody else that was peeking but not speaking. So peace, love, light, Reparations and Separations and Black Empowerment, Chan Krumah. Jesse Paris, candidate on the ballot, Carl State House District 8, along with Dr. Cornel West, president of this good old USA. We are both on the ballot. And, I'm signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. And you have a third option, or in this case, I think we got 5 options. Oh yeah, we got 5 options for president here in the state of Colorado. So you ain't got to just vote for that dump, and yet you don't have to vote for Kamala and Black hairs. You got choices. You're going to choose to vote. Exercise your vote wisely and demand something tangible for your vote. So peace, y'all. So thank you for tuning in to season 4, episode 29, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. We'll see y'all hopefully tomorrow. Like I said, for Black Experience Enhanced, and then Wednesday for the RBA, or tomorrow for the RBA. So stay tuned for that. Peace. Oh, Shabaka. Thank you for Shabaka for coming on, and also Brother Shabazz for joining us, our former NOI brother. Definitely appreciate him, and yeah. So peace, y'all. Peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Krumah, Carl State House District 8 candidate on the ballot for House of Representatives, signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. And Lady Chase signing out from the sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace.